Hello, everyone. What's going on?
Elon lost the faith and trust of the Reddit crowd a long time ago. Now he's losing it with the gamer crowd. Good lord, look at the views on this Charlie video, huh? Elon Musk pathetic meltdown, 531,000 views 1 hour ago? Sheesh! Okay, for those of you who don't know, for those of you who are unaware, for those of you not in the know, Elon Musk has for...
Do I know Ali Coca? No, I've never heard of that before.
at least a year now, been pretending to be a world-class player at certain Western action RPGs, particularly Diablo 4 at first, and now Path of Exile 2. Let's get the full context in here, okay? A while ago, Elon Musk played Elden Ring, and he posted a screenshot of the build that he was running, which was so funny that it became infamous. If you're not very familiar with Elden Ring, like you don't know how the game works or know what the items do or whatever, that's fine. I'm not going to waste time explaining it. The basic gist of it is, if you know how Elden Ring works, you look at this and this image is very funny. It betrays the fact that Elon has no idea what he's doing, and not in an endearing, oh, he's figuring the game out kind of way, but in a more persistent, he's actually put a lot of time into this and still doesn't know what he's doing in really obvious ways. Like,
Black non-believers donate $2. Imagine basing your entire personality on being a black atheist.
Okay.
Okay. David in Atlanta, how are you?
Oh man, I'm doing great. I'm doing great. That last caller was hilarious.
I have 3 degrees in wokeness. I went to Columbia University. Every foolish idea that came through the States came through Columbia University. Prior to that, I went to community college at Malcolm X Community College, and that college was chosen intentionally, not just because it was in my neighborhood, because I could have went to Harry Truman Community College, which had much more resources. But
hey VG, would you recommend me to use some MK677 for my bulk? I really feel beat up whatever how much food I eat. Thank you in advance, huge fan, you're the best.
No, I wouldn't recommend that. You're probably going to end up getting endogenous shutdown. And I think it's massively, massively overhyped. So if you're feeling beat up, you're probably just training too much. You're just going to have to lower training volumes. Or intensity, or both, or whatever. Or change something. I would not take MK677. SARMs are just fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, though, Captain Black, or Captain Back. Appreciate it. I'm not watching a fucking hour-long video on some, like, dude blabbing about horse shit. Thanks for the donation, though, Black non-believers.
again, if you're looking at this and you get it, okay. If you don't get it, that's fine. I'm not going to spend a bunch of time explaining. I think this could have come across as quite endearing if Elon was basically like, yeah, I'm busy with my companies. I've been playing some Elden Ring because it's been really good. I'm not that great, but here's my build or whatever. And people would have seen it as like an endearing down to earth kind of thing. You know, people would have thought like, okay, Elon's not a super duper Elon, you know, like Elden Ring gamer lord or whatever, but it's cool that a guy that rich and powerful still plays video games. And I fully believe he's playing this, by the way, because it looks so bad. No one would fake this. That would be silly. Anyway, apparently the derision he got from this really got to him, because over the past year or so, he has been taking credit for the performance of one particular character in Diablo 4 that's been running really high-end riff.
So that's the origin? So yeah, he's just a full-on narcissist, and he can't handle ever being wrong about anything or not being the best at anything.
He's been taking credit. He's been saying he's one of the top Diablo 4 players out there. And I accused him a long time ago. I said this was botting or that he was paying somebody else to play the account for him. It takes an enormous amount of time to get to the top of the leaderboards in a game like Diablo 4 or even Path of Exile or whatever else. Like you have to put in so much time. It's not even a skill thing necessarily. It's just a time thing, you know? But if you knew even a little bit about Elon and the way those games were being played, it was pretty evident that it was being faked. And as it turns out, yeah, it was being faked. About a week ago, Elon...
Sengoku, do any tellers, do you have much knowledge on Adderall? No, I was prescribed it as a kid because of my ADHD. Struggle a lot with focusing when I was in school, daydream a lot, have trouble with reading things without being to comprehend, etc. Yeah, I don't know anything about Adderall. Thanks for the donation, Sengoku. Elias, 22 dollars, dude was just chilling. I fucking hate TikTok, dude.
I just want to know if anyone else thinks the third guy looks like Sid from Ice Age.
Yeah, it kind of does.
People with thin lips are not good people. This is something that my mom has been telling me for decades, that people with an upper lip that is thinner, almost disappears when they smile, are not good people.
She needs to walk into a black neighborhood or something. You will find a lot of people on Skid Row that have big fat lips, and they're not good people. So I don't know if that theory holds any weight.
And I have always told my mom, you're just being superstitious. Because she is. She's superstitious. But the problem is, every time, after time, after the grandson died,
This chick is, like, actually fucking retarded.
This nose is big as hell, boy.
Yo, dick small, cuz.
I'm a child, nigga, a nose. Bon appetit.
Not watching that. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Can we react to this Misfits episode? This one is great, ments. Can we watch in full with no speeding up and skipping?
Listen.
I suppose we can do that. Why not? Watch that in a few minutes. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Elon made the mistake of live streaming some of his gameplay to X the Everything app, and people picked apart the video footage and found extremely compelling, obvious, undeniable evidence that Elon was lying. Not only was Elon lying, okay, not only was he paying Chinese people to play his, it was in this case Path of Exile 2 game up to a very high level. Not only was he lying about that, he was arrogant enough to think that he could play with his bot account and live and convince people. And it turns out this goes really deep, man. There were points where Elon Musk was pretending to live stream games, but was actually just like in the camera while video footage of the game was playing.
Dude. This guy is the CEO of, like, multiple huge companies, and he's wasting his time figuring out how to fool people that he's, like, the top Diablo 4 or Path of Exile player. Like all the talk about, oh, I work 80-hour weeks, and I hustle, and oh, my employees have to come into the office even though they can do remote work, so I know they're working. This guy literally fucks around all day, doesn't do shit, wastes his time just posting like nonsense racist memes on Twitter, and then creates like a fucking scheme to get some Chinamen to fucking play Path of Exile 2 for him and get to the highest rank, and then fake live streams. Like, my God.
During the gameplay footage that he was showing, like there was stuff indicating that he clearly had no idea how to use the UI. And the thing that sticks most with me, I guess, is how stupid you'd have to be as Elon Musk to think people wouldn't notice that you're faking it. Like seriously think about that. Think about how arrogant you would have to be.
Well, yeah, it shows how stupid he actually is. An intelligent person would be able to work out that he wouldn't realistically be able to fake it, at least doing it the way he's doing it. He is an extremely dumb guy. Very, very stupid.
Or how desperate you'd have to be for accolades. And I think this is fully because of the embarrassment that he felt with the Elden Ring thing, with him screenshotting that build back when he did actually play that game. Like genuinely, it'd be like taking credit off the mistakes. You know, is not world first. World
finds it. He wants to get the people that are playing his accounts into America so he doesn't have IP address conflicts and get his account flagged. Now everything makes sense.
I have a lifetime of playing video games. At one point I was, maybe one of the best Quake players in the world.
Clip from one of his live streams. There are some live streamers who will edit their own content. Obviously, it's more common when you have a smaller channel, but
Elon Musk's fucking...
No, there's Jason. Jason, what's the deal? I hear you rent out for a day.
We're going to rent you out.
Yeah. Wow.
Is there any stipulations? Because I know I have a tranny. I want them to butt fuck you in the ass for about an hour.
It's true.
What?
It's true. I'm doing that call.
No, but is there any stipulations? Are you going to do what I tell you to do if I'm paying the $3,000?
I'll train you. I'll do whatever you want.
Not train.
I got some landscaping work that needs to be done.
Porn film. One of the most disgusting porn movies.
I don't do porn. I do hanging out.
Well, you're going to do it now, buddy.
No, I'm not.
If you accept the money from me. Well, I could make Jason a big porn star, but he doesn't seem to want to be doing it. And
I have an idea. I'll rent Jason out for the day for $3,000, and I'll just nail his feet to an exercise bike for 12 hours.
We'll pay him to get in the shoot.
Right. I can't wait to see if anyone actually does rent him.
I doubt it. Well, you never know. There's some crazy folks out there.
Exactly. Yeah. Somebody's going to say, or they may do it, and they may pull a prank on him.
Of course, yeah. That's most likely what would happen.
That's exactly right.
Or someone's going to message him, like you said, Mark, pretending to be Natalie Portman.
Yeah.
Jason, I'll pay you $3,000.
Right, exactly. I'm not going to put money away on that fucking shit. I'd rent myself out for $3,000 a day.
I don't think Heidi Fleiss had any hookers worth $3,000.
You can go down to Miami and South Beach and have a real good night instead of
they get paid
paying him.
$2,500 to do short porn films. You know, they don't get paid $3,000 a day. And they're only doing it for a few hours. I don't know where he comes off thinking, he's going to go back to jerking off, I guess.
Doesn't everybody?
I would never. You're a good guy. I would never block you.
Don't film me lifting today because I ain't doing good.
Oh, so film Chuck? Great.
You know what?
What?
I was going to tell you something off camera. It's a surprise.
It's off camera, bro.
For 1 second. Just 1 second.
No.
After. At the end.
Not in the PM?
Not in the PM.
What are you going to tell me, Jason? What scintillating new bit of information are you going to tell me that you probably haven't already told me 100 times?
Something else I want to tell you off camera. I want to tell you for 1 second. Just 1 second.
What, Natalie Portman's coming down to visit you?
No.
I mean, how do you match yourself with that? Where do you come up with $3,000 a day for yourself?
That's what I want to charge.
Well, I want to charge $100,000 a day. It doesn't mean I'm going to get it.
Some people might pay.
You should probably charge $25 an hour.
No, I'm worth too much. I'm not going to do that, bro. I've been around too long.
I already get 500. I get 500 a day for people that want to hang out with me.
How about $15?
Buy a day, get a day free. Right, now I won't even let you in my car.
Dude, Jason Genova would have to pay other people to be his friend. Like, who the fuck would pay money to hang out with Jason? He's annoying as shit.
You're gonna need a trailer soon. I don't want to fucking hang out with you. You fucking jack around.
Yeah, but if you drop your price to 50.
No, I'm not drawing cheap. I'm
and get 30 people, or keep it at 100.
Oh, I see.
10 people.
Go for quantity instead of quality. It's not a
You
bad
gotta
idea.
get your name out there, Jay.
You can advertise on Backpage.com, Jason.
Where are you making more?
I feel it's worth my services. My time.
Yeah, but you gotta get yourself out there. It's like giving a coupon for free.
That's
right. They gotta try you before they pay.
That's right, a lost leader.
There's no exercise you can do to lose belly fat.
You give it away for free until people like it, and then you start charging. You know? The only problem is I don't know that anyone's gonna like it. They may actually sue you because they had a bad time.
Feeling nice and fucking fat.
No, you lost me.
Who the fuck is gonna pay you to be their escort when you look like that?
Oh, leave me
Are you
alone.
joking me?
No,
Hey, Jason.
Just to hang out with me. Not to escort, not to have nothing. Just to hang out.
Jason, say $3,000 to.
No, to hang out.
What if they want to bang you?
That's a girl, not a guy. Guys
Oh, you're talking about the guys?
Guys don't apply. Only girls.
Nobody's gonna.
Jason.
Yes, they are, bro. Yes,
Hey, listen. Which side of the car do you want this on? You got a new car now. You want it on the front or the back? The front or the back?
I charge, bro. And that's the way it's gonna go.
No, please.
That's the way it's gonna go, bro. I have to make
cash money, right?
Cash money only.
I love it, you fucking extortionist piece of shit. What side of the car do you want it on, the front or the back?
Doxing faggots to each other's white knights.
They don't understand. Fort Worth, Texas. These women went to a gas station convenience store to grab something. Ran in, grabbed it, came out. And this guy was upset. Upset at how they parked or how they didn't park, or I don't even know anymore with these people. But yeah, he did all this.
It's a fucking parking lot. Fucking park or get the fuck out of the way.
Are you having a bad day today?
Yeah, I have a bad day most of the time. You know why?
I'm sorry.
Because of cunts like you and cunts like her that don't understand.
Well, that was assault. And here's the thing that's frustrating. She contacted police. Police took a report. Detective said, "We've identified him." She said, "I want to press charges." And that's the last she's heard of it. Reached out, been like, "What's going on?" Nothing. Seems like it's not really a priority for them. So cool. I'll do this, I guess. Maybe now it'll be a priority. Maybe now people who know him in his real life can see how he behaves and how he treats women. And, you know, assault. So, Fort Worth, Texas, someone do me a favor and tell me who he is.
Well, he is a dickhead. I can guarantee you if, I don't know, I parked like they did, he probably wouldn't have come up to me and complained. What is this shit?
These kids are underage. Is this like a strip show?
You're shaming 16-year-old girls.
That's right! Get out of here, you fucking mom was around, and her mom was not alright, because I got 4 guns, I go to bed.
She's losing her shit over what they're wearing?
It's a private school, and they don't dress
Dude.
like that.
Okay, that doesn't give you the right
Get
to
the big ass ass of wherever the away from me. I'm a minor. I get bitch too. Away from me.
What in the fuck, dude?
What's the problem? What you running for? 17 years old. I'm gonna sue your ass. Do it.
Is this like only happening in Florida or something, or is this just like what Americans are like? Video not available. Is this docs worthy? Let me see.
Got a bit of an update on this guy, who you may remember at a Philadelphia Eagles game the other day doing this. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? He kept saying, I'll tell you what he's going to do about it. He's going to record you. He's going to put it on the internet. And then pretty much the entirety of the internet is going to hate everything they saw.
He's trying to dox somebody over a stupid fight at a football game?
Man, woman can be so crazy sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
That's all you do. Like, I didn't make everyone determine what actions will be taken. And considering the onslaught of bad press they're getting out of this, don't think the organization.
Yeah, I wouldn't bother doxing somebody over that. Thanks for the donation, though, doxing faggots.
Come on, you're a baller now. You gotta drive a Mercedes, not a fucking Hyundai.
All right, I'll put it on. Jason, please let me and Brad create a Backpage ad for you.
I want to charge when I want to charge. It's my fucking time.
Let's create an ad for him on Backpage.
Oh yeah, you gotta put it on Backpage. You should have heard what he fucking. So he calls yesterday. You think a woman that makes millions per movie is gonna come stay with you for a fucking month for 30 G's? Or
I am Indian vegan from Germany. I am scared of the right-wing party if winning and opening up gas chambers again. I speak perfect German, however my name and skin obviously isn't German, so should I be worried?
They're probably not gonna open up the gas chambers again. But, Germany's pretty racist. Like, Europe in general is actually pretty damn racist. It's, kind of a shock to a lot of people. I don't know why, but people think Europeans are, like, smarter and more sophisticated just because they, I don't know, have a cute accent and can speak, like, 2 or 3 languages. It is way more culturally acceptable in a lot of countries in Europe to just openly call people the N-word versus, you know, in the US or Canada. So, yeah, I guess, just whatever. I'd leave Germany if I were anybody. Like, Germany is becoming a shithole. A lot of leadership in Europe is just retarded. So I just leave. Thanks for the donation, though, Burry.
Supreme Court hearts argument over Texas banning Pornhub because of age verification requirement. Texas's argument starts at 1:23 and 35 seconds.
We will hear.
Watch for a few minutes maybe.
The whole argument around, so, user age verification makes sense when you're actually uploading content. So, to prevent, like, human trafficking, minors, you know, uploading content, spreading child porn, shit like that. It makes sense to have user ID verification for, you know, people who are actually uploading content. If you just want to look at the content, that is insane that you would have to actually upload your fucking government ID just to be able to access a website. Completely and utterly ridiculous, and they're doing this just because they're, you know, totalitarian dickheads that are trying to stifle free speech. That's really it. There's no argument you could possibly make that, oh, this is protecting children. For one thing, like, Pornhub isn't the only porn website on the fucking internet. There's tons that are based in, like, China, Russia, all across Europe that is not going to require, you know, government ID to use the site. So only mandating American companies to do this isn't going to protect a single child. And if, like, parents already have the option to use parental blocks on their computers or phones. So all they're trying to do is just erode free speech. That's all they're doing.
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court. Petitioners don't dispute that their websites are not meant for children, that they harm children, and that children are watching. The court faced the same situation with brick and mortar stores and applied rational basis to a law limiting adult content to adults. This case is the digital version of Ginsburg. Three cases prove the point. Ginsburg itself applies rational basis where a store can only avoid liability by making, quote, a reasonable, bona fide attempt to ascertain the true age of customers. Sable applies rational basis where speakers must separate their audience before speaking a message obscene to some but not all. And in Ashcroft 2, the court didn't apply rational basis because Congress, limited by 1990s technology, went well beyond Ginsburg and Sable. To understand Ashcroft 2, you have to understand Ashcroft 1 and look how the court in Ashcroft 1 treated Sable. Age verification today, however, is simple, safe, and common, including non-identifying means. Petitioners' view of Texas's law is contrary to Texas's view of Texas's law and the Fifth Circuit's view of Texas's law. Regardless.
By the way, these are the same people that want to ban certain books from public schools because they're too graphic. But they will never bring up the Bible. So there's, like, gay anal rape, tribal genocides, torture, sex with animals, just crazy fucking shit in the Bible. That's okay for kids. If a kid wants to read the Bible, that's fine, but apparently, oh no, the internet, like, it's just insane.
If strict scrutiny applies here, Texas would have to satisfy strict scrutiny to keep kids out of strip clubs. This court's cases do not require that. Neither do history, tradition, or common sense. In all events, even if heightened scrutiny applies, Texas easily satisfies it, especially...
Okay, this is fucking boring. I don't know why you want... Like, what do you expect me to do? Doxing faggots and I tell her she offended or coping.
Pick me. Honey, I'm already picked. I'm booked, busy, and living the dream life I've built for myself. I've got a husband who worships the ground I walk on, a child so special I could combust from the...
Don't care.
An update on Ryan Caldwell. Now, if you remember... Ryan was officially banned from future Eagles games. Furthermore, last we heard, his employer, BCT, had said that they are investigating. And today they gave us an update and said that he's actually fired. I've never seen a stronger condemnation from a company than this. They are not happy with Ryan at all. At all. It literally goes against everything this company stands for. So I just want to say to the company, I appreciate you investigating and taking action.
Thanks for the donation.
Have you seen this? Really fucked up cop video.
I'm not breaking anyone's heart.
Let me see your hands. Let me see your hands. Turn up your chains, bud.
Excuse me?
You're being detained, bud. Take your backpack off.
Excuse me, what am I doing?
Take your backpack off.
Can you explain what this is
Before
for?
you go on the ground, take your backpack off.
I'm going to get picked up for work.
But we want to play this game.
Sir, are you going to tell me what this is about?
You're being detained for a minute. You're matching the description of someone trying to break into people's cars.
I'm not breaking anyone's car. Sir!
Get your hand behind your fucking back. Get up. And I was like, fuck.
Yeah. That's cops. By the way, they only do this shit with people they know they can get away with. This is like some like skinny little fucking twink. Anytime they're dealing with somebody who can beat their fucking ass, they're way more careful, or they only try that shit when they have like 10 other fucking cops around them. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Would you recommend Canada or Iceland, Norway over Germany? Based on GDP per capita, I have seen Germany isn't doing too bad. They export more than Canada in terms of cars.
I don't know anything about Iceland. Norway's economy is doing pretty well. Germany's kind of retarded. They just have really bad management over a lot of things. Like, they banned nuclear power for no fucking reason. Like, I mean, it just shows you they're just run by people who don't have any kind of critical thinking skills and just do things for ideological reasons. Based on GDP per capita, Germany isn't doing too bad. They export more. Well, they've got Audi, BMW, Volkswagen, and like what, one other big company maybe? But thanks for the donation, Burry. I'm not really a fan of European countries in general. They just have way too much fucking government overreach, and it's just a really stuffy environment to live in.
It's me, Richard. Jasmine. Your ex-wife. I'm filing a lawsuit against your cock because I'm now too stretched to date anyone. I like this Chinaman from my new neighborhood, but he's got the Asian curse, and my vagina is a Grand Canyon thanks to you. I'm ruined.
Alright, well thanks for the donation, your loose ex-wife. Dodo $9, you need to watch this. I know it's super long, but maybe you can just watch first 30 minutes and watch another 30 minutes later.
You're arming the Pakistanis. Whom do you think they're going to shoot?
Yeah, it might be interesting. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Did you hear about David Lynch's passing? Sad day.
Yes, I heard about that. He wasn't vegan, so I don't really care. Thanks for the donation, Farce.
Wind gusts expected to...
No, I found out about it. It's not bad. It's 17,000 an hour.
17,000 an hour.
An hour.
Yeah. Yesterday he tells me 10 grand Natalie Portman's gonna come to his house. He's gonna fuck her. She's gonna cook him food.
It's $17,000 an hour.
What the fuck were you
It's
on?
$500,000 a day.
What were you on yesterday
No,
when
it's
you called me?
legit. It's $17,000 an hour.
Time to go back to the doctor,
No,
Jason.
no.
Up those meds,
No,
bro.
it's stupid money. It's 17 grand. It's way out of my league.
That's a lot of money, Jason.
Yeah, an hour. 5 hours is 85, 90 grand.
You're probably better off cooking your own meals and waxing your own carrot.
Yeah, like...
Are Canadian women uglier than American or European women, or better looking? Some claim the hottest women in North America usually go to either East Coast Miami etc. or West Coast LA area. How would you rate Canadian women on average?
Canadian women are way better looking than women from, like, California, LA, Miami. All the women in Miami are like plastic surgery freaks. So they all have a ton of cosmetic surgery and they wear globs and globs of makeup. So if you're into girls who look like trashy whores that have had tons of plastic surgery and shit, then yeah, I guess that's your thing. But now Canada, especially Toronto, highest concentration of good-looking women by far. Thanks for the donation though, Clyde. Q donated $2, let me see.
This is Christian. He fell in love with Eden.
People judge us because my fiance is trans and I'm straight. I started getting like random hate messages. I'm like, I want to live a nice, peaceful life.
That's a man. Why?
I mean, he is kind of gay.
If you mean boyfriend.
Not because he's with a trans girl, but like because he's kind of gay.
Being called a man every 4 minutes when I check my phone, it just becomes like numbing.
And all that.
Whatever.
Halton County deputy seen body slamming a man has now been fired.
The sheriff's office says Michael
Yeah.
McMaster was terminated Monday for policy violations not related to the incident. This is video of the incident last March. Deputies say they...
Yep, there's the police trying to cover their ass and prevent a lawsuit.
To the violent incident at a Louisiana middle school. First
Oh my
one
God.
officer, then two, appearing to body slam a 14-year-old. Those two officers are now off the force. They've been indicted, and ABC's Victor Akendo with the images tonight.
This disturbing video showing a student body slammed from inside the main office of a Louisiana middle school has two officers facing serious charges. Moments earlier, the 14-year-old student behind the counter, the officer a few feet away. He is manhandled, grabbed around the neck, and slammed to the ground. This was just the beginning. The two grappling on the floor. At one point, the officer appears to make a punching motion at the student. His holstered gun, picked up here by a school employee after coming loose, she moves it to a desk out of reach. Officer Anthony Dupree then picks the teen up in an apparent headlock and pounds him to the ground again before jumping
Yeah, he could have literally killed that kid doing that.
on him. Watch as that employee again moves the gun out of the way. Another officer, Dan Cipriano, walks in. They handcuff the teen, stand him up straight, and then slam him face first on the counter before escorting him out. Tonight, the officers indicted on battery and malfeasance charges from the October incident. Both have resigned.
Yeah, thanks for the donation, Q.
To the
Dodo donate $2. Imagine you have a subscription to that gym those clowns go to. Then you have to deal with them acting like children all the time. I'd switch gyms also, they finding out. Simple comment section in Zhao Hongshu. Red Note is undoing billions of dollars of CIA/American propaganda. Social credit score thing isn't real, not real, and technically impossible to do that because we have 1.4 billion people. Oh my God. We don't have this at all, but Western countries believe that if my social credit is 0, then I will die. These are clearly like fake bot accounts. So they're Chinese and they have white people's like images on their profile. Heard somewhere there was a limit for how long Chinese people can play video games for. That is true. They do weird shit like terminate internet access, or they'll make certain servers go offline. Only children have limits on their video game playing times to prevent them from getting addicted. Oh my God. Is Timo really a bunch of children working and needs saving? We do not use underage labor. So this is like technically true, sort of. There are there are labor laws in China where you can't have like an 8-year-old work at a factory, but the policing system and everything in China is not like in the US. So there's exceptions, and if you go into like the country, there's tons of child labor, and it's not like they really have any choice. Many goods cannot be produced by children. It's inefficient. What kind of yeah, well, that's the next app to get banned. Dude, I fucking can't stand China. Like, just nuke them already. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Do penis pumps work for better erections, bigger girth and length? Also, what foods should I eat for rock hard erections? I know garlic is good. Anything else?
No, penis pumps do not do anything. Just eating a healthy diet with lots of fruits and vegetables. That's really it. Thanks for the donation, Ludovico. Dodo donate $2. You would have no idea there was a ceasefire if you read their Twitter posts. Well, it's not like it doesn't follow their narrative, right? So, no shit. Obviously, they're not going to post about the ceasefire because then they can't claim Israel's trying to kill as many people as possible. But yeah, they're clearly paid by the CCP. Yep, that's Chinese. Posted on Jiangsu for the first time. Hello, nigger. Hey, bro, you're too fly. You in a gang or something? Hella interested in American culture. Go work, N-word. Work in your mom's bedroom. A lot of these people have American... They're clearly Chinese. A lot of these people have American-looking profiles. Nige? I am a racist. Well, yeah, no shit. Chinese people are insanely racist. They're, the CCP have created, this program to support Chinese supremacy and ethno-nationalism. They're not too dissimilar from the Nazi Party. Especially, like, the Nazi Party in, like the 1920s and 30s, because they're literally promoting the same kind of Chinese supremacist ideologies the Nazis were doing with like German supremacy.
Hey, TikTok refugees, welcome to Little Home Book. We, Chinese people, for random 美国人, we love American culture, but we are super friendly here. I am a great example. I love white people especially. I believe we share a lot of common interests, like cooking, you know, things, stuff. Colonization isn't one of them though. To be honest, I think you guys coming to Little Red Shoe is not culture colonization. I appreciate diversity, just like, you know, the school yearly book, appreciate diversity. 我也很喜欢看到有外国友人来思想交流，在一瞬间突然看到有很多座机画质的自拍，附着文案说自己 love China, love Chinese culture 了。你细问他们，可能还觉得这懂吗？但是中文里面晚上好的意思，他们到底是爱 Chinese culture 还是喜欢突如其来的 attention？ 我是当了一辈子的白男普男，终于中到了被亚女夸长得帅的六合彩。思想还挺恶心人的。I'm here to teach white people how to be popular here。除了可以随便发一张自己双下巴的自拍就能轻松获得过万互动数据的，还可以发一张对焦模糊的宠物。
I'm really hoping this is just the beginning of the end and these stupid ass fucking kids using these Chinese apps realize how horrible China is and what's going on. Like, because this is the first time really where they're actually seeing, you know, a Chinese app. Like TikTok was designed to be Americanized and have, you know, mostly Americans engaging with other Americans and crap, and, you know, Chinese bots pretending to be American. Now they're actually interacting with Chinese people.
照，所以啊，不仅仅是普通白人受欢迎，只要不会说中文，连随手拍的猫狗照都能一夜之间爆火。好，没错，我本人就是嫉妒他们，有种多年前看到在国外只能洗盘子的白人来中国拿高薪当英文老师的感觉。亚裔在国外哪有这种待遇啊？人中龙凤都会照样受到大大小小的歧视。We have to be so desensitized to just live a normal life in America。如果有白人被我这条视频冒犯了 ，if you a white person and you feel uncomfortable watching my video, calm your tits。只能送你一套我们天天听到的《孙子兵法》。Whoa, you overreacting, dude. Just relax. No offense.
21st, when I tell her it's fully based and no China was that based, I'm signing up for Red Note. Alright, well thanks for the donation, 21st.
Richie Richard, you naughty naughty, don't you know that Discord started enforcing its DOS rules, meaning you're naughty, naughty, naughty. Discord server is getting punished for bad mean words, and wait until they get to your naughty OnlyFans collection.
Okay, well thanks for the donation one.
Just for like a week is like $4 million to hang out.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah. Yeah, you gotta blow $4 million just to hang out. A year, like a month is like $16 million. I don't have that type of money. I'll go bankrupt. $20 million for a month with Natalie Portman. That's pretty bad, pretty high, man. She costs a lot of money. 20 grand.
She's married, has kids. I don't think she's gonna be doing that.
No, she does that. She does that. She does that for just that's just what she does. She just hangs out with you just for fun. 18, fuck you. You know.
Old Chuck.
That's boring.
Time after my divorce where I was really ambitious when it came to women, but then it felt like a job. Like it felt like a job after a while, where I was like, God, it's like enough. It's kind of enough, you know. Like it's like when you've eaten so much that you just go like, I got that way with pussy. Like it really was like I just had enough. Like it was fine. I was like, this is great, but
well, when you're in your 20s or 30s, maybe your libido is a strong. No, it makes you insane.
Yeah. I was not. I definitely was.
As we age, we mellow.
Yeah, which I think is great. Although I have to tell you, one of the most depressing divorces I ever did was a guy who was, I think, 92.
Oh, geez.
And what made it depressing is that he had left his wife of, I don't know, 50-something, 60-something years for a younger woman, a woman in her 50s. And I just remember what was sad about it to me was this guy is still being led around by his dick. Like I thought, oh my God, like I'm gonna be chained to an idiot forever. Like I'm gonna forever be led around by my dick. And I remember thinking like, no, I really thought that at like 90-something, I would just, like a beautiful woman would walk by and I go, oh, there's a human being. Like there would be no...
You'd appreciate it without...
Yeah, there would just be no sense of like, yeah, you know, that would be gone from me. And this guy's proof that 90-something years old and you're still thinking with your dick. Like that terrified me. It really did. It actually upset me because I thought at some point I'd get to experience what it's like to just be free.
You live in New York where there's a financial industry, there's all kinds of industries here.
Oh yeah.
But to me, sometimes I wonder if female attractiveness isn't the highest valued commodity in our
100% it is. 100%.
It is.
Yeah, of course.
CDG Donny Tillers, Hail Richard, how art thou faring this day? What has thou been about? Oh, you know, I've just been having a tummy ache and lying in bed with Gummy all day. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG.
Becoming rich and powerful in order to get a woman.
Of course.
The woman they want.
Of course. What an attractive woman, and when I say attractive, I don't just mean attractive, I mean even just sexually confident. I mean, what an unbelievably lucrative career that is. Like I do divorces for people that, you know, a woman walks out with $200-300 million. He was an analyst at Goldman Sachs who built a hedge fund and then sold it, and then used his trading algorithm to build it up to $500 million. She was hot. And slept with him for a while and then stopped and started sleeping with other people. And
yep. Dude's gotta stop thinking with her dick, man.
Playing tennis and having Botox, and she's going to get half. Like, that's fucking incredible. Like, do you know what he had to do to get that? And what she had to, I'll fuck that guy for $200 million. Are you kidding me? Like, that's insane. That's incredible. Like, and God bless. I mean, I'm not saying that this is the rules of the game, you know, but you can't argue that that's not easier than going to Harvard.
No, for sure. But then the payoff, the trade-off for that is that when they hit a certain age, the value decreases.
Play it right. Play any stock, if you hold it too long, it's going to go down, you know, like, so play the stock the right way. I mean, and that's what I think, if we were a little more honest about the nature of male-female coupling, I mean, right now we can't even establish what is gender. You know, we can't establish any of that anymore. So divorce is becoming incredibly hilarious and fraught.
Well, to me, what is, like, sometimes you have to stand back and look at things to get the real perspective on what it is.
Sure.
And sometimes you look back at marriage. So when was it invented? Like 2000 BC, roughly. And the life expectancy of humans back then was 18 years old.
Yeah.
And marriage was created for
land ownership
and things like that.
Yeah.
And if you're going to die in your early 20s or whatever, then getting married at 16, 18 makes sense.
Well, I think there's a distinction that has to be made between pair bonds and marriage, right? Marriage is a government concept. Marriage is a contract. Marriage is a legal status.
Can we react to some fix fearless men?
How's it going, bro?
What's up, man? How's it
I suppose we can. Thanks for the donation, Red Pill Gains.
going, dude?
I'm pretty good. Where you calling from?
Los Angeles.
Okay, how can I help you?
Yeah, so I've just had some online dating success. Let me start over. I work from home, so I don't really go out a lot anymore. I'm 39. I used to go to clubs and bars and stuff like that, but I kind of reeled it in. I work from home a lot, so I use the apps. I can get dates, I can get communication with girls, but I feel like I get a couple dates in, and then they reject me for whatever reason. It's just kind of weird to me. I don't really know, like, you know.
You get a couple of dates.
What I'm doing.
So you get a couple of dates in, and then they reject you. Meaning you take them on 2 dates, and then you stop hearing from them.
Yeah, correct. Well, the most.
There can only be a few things going on in situations like this. Either it takes about that long for them to figure out he's kind of an annoying weirdo, or he's dating a certain type of woman where either they're figuring out he wants something different, like he wants kind of a casual relationship, they don't, or it's the other way around where they want a casual relationship, he doesn't, and then he's not like making a move fast enough. It's like probably something like that. He is in LA, maybe they just figure out he's not rich or something. He took me out on 2 coffee dates. CDG donate $2. Hope your stomach gets better. Out of curiosity, have your arms gotten any more muscle mass since 10 years ago? Watch your old workout vlogs and you were curling 60 pounds for 4 reps. Can you beat that now? Also, I realize you're much larger overall. My arms have gotten bigger, but they've actually gotten smaller. Or sorry, my arms have gotten bigger, but they've gotten weaker. Big part of that is just a few injuries that have popped up. So right now I can't really lift anything, especially with my left arm. Chin-ups aren't really aggravating my like bicep tendon too much right now, but yeah, the only exercise that I can really do consistently for my arms at the moment is just chin-ups. Dumbbell curls tend to aggravate my elbow and bicep tendon. Same with barbell curls. Same with like practically everything. So I'm probably going to do another cycle of peptides pretty soon and then see if that helps it heal. If that doesn't work, I'm probably just going to go on steroids. Like, I have issues with my knees and shit too, and it's making leg training pretty difficult, and you know, just to keep progressing with training and get some of the physicals I want, just going on steroids is going to make it much easier, because rather than having to focus on, like, using as much weight as I possibly can, I can kind of just do lighter weight, higher reps, and still grow. And not have to, like, fuck up my joints anymore, so probably gonna find a way to do that. I'm gonna go to, like, a TRT clinic or some shit, and then fake having low testosterone. I just won't, like, sleep for 2 days straight or something. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Most recent one, I went on 3 dates with her. We hung out. She kind of like railed against premarital sex, and then on the 3rd date we had sex, which was like unexpected. But I finished like
every single chick who... It's always like the Christian girls and shit who are like, I'm saving myself before marriage. I think it's bad to have premarital sex. They're always the biggest freaks. Always. Always without fail.
I finished like super. I know, bro. Like bad. So I finished like super quick. I wasn't expecting it. It was real awkward. Yeah, it was bad. And so she like immediately ghosted after that. And she was like my ideal. So I really fucked that up bad.
Oh my! What do I tell you, motherfuckers, about fucking these girls right? The moment she gave you some coochie, you busted in 2 minutes.
Yep.
How long did it take you for you to bust? How long did it take you to bust?
Bro, literally like immediately, bro. Like I put it in and just like over, bro. It was bad.
That's very unusual. If that's a consistent problem for him, he should probably go on an SSRI.
And
CDG, don't need tellers, understood. I feel like your arms are bigger, but not much because they were already huge. You look like you got bigger everywhere else. So have you ever curled more than 60-pound dumbbells for ups? Yeah, I've done 70s. What happened to your elbows? Didn't you have a crash? Yeah, I broke, I think it was my... Can't remember if it was my left or right. But I broke one of my elbows, and I also, it was a small tear in the tricep tendon, and I actually ended up getting a pretty bad strain in the other tricep tendon, too. But my left elbow's the one that's really fucked. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
It's not like I'm dry for like super long periods,
Hold up, Ronnie. You put your wee-wee in, and then you came immediately.
Yeah, bro. It was bad, dude.
How is that possible?
I don't know, dude. The first 2 dates that we hung out, like the first 2 days prior, were, doing everything, making out, rubbing, getting all, but just shy of sex. So I think I was like built up, and I kind of like, you know what I mean? I don't know, bro. It was bad, though. It was my chance, and I ruined it.
Hold up. We got a lot to talk about. Let me just make an interjection.
Street Vegan donated $6.66.
I waited 3 weeks. Come here. I waited 3 weeks. I called at least 9 times. I got so excited.
I am Megatron, leader of the Decepticons.
That's cool. That is so cool. Okay, let's try this out. Hey, Megatron.
What's wrong?
Transform. Okay, hold on.
Can you replace Jasmine emote to a pizza cat? I need to be able to spam pizza. Cat every day. All hail pizza. Cat. Hey chat, can I get a pizza cat in chat?
Why this air vent is actually genius.
There's just something about old war tactics that's very morbid, and this is just another example that perfectly fits that. So this video that I found on Reddit shows a guy holding a fake grenade and tossing it into this hole, but instead of staying inside this hole, the grenade pops out on the bottom, falling to the ground, and this indicates if you were to do this in real life, it would have a really bad ending. Now for context, what we're looking at here is an air vent that leads into a bunker in Normandy, except there's a little bit of a strategic advantage for this air vent. The outer portion of the air vent is built so that grenades and explosives can't make their way inside, and all the while you're still able to get fresh air inside of the bunker. And while I will admit this is completely genius, and I would probably fall for this if I were in this situation in Normandy, this is absolutely terrifying, and it just goes to show you how smart the Germans were with their engineering.
That's interesting. Yeah, I'll replace some of the emotes. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Oh my goodness. I genuinely don't know what other commands he has. Wait a minute. Oh, that is so cool. Oh. limited edition make.
Yeah, those are really cool.
I don't remember what video it was, but Bald Omni Man called you out in the comment section and said your vegan diet is the reason why you hurt your tendons and ligaments all the time. I think it was the NH video, I am not sure.
Has nothing to do with the vegan diet. I was actually talking to Dr. Avi about this. Apparently, what are they called? Chloroquinones or something? No, not chloroquine. What are they? It's something quinone? Quinolones? Yeah, there's some class of antibiotics that absolutely fuck up your tendons. And I was on 3 different antibiotics for an E. coli infection in my knee, and 2 of them were this class of antibiotic that's known to damage tendons. It's possible that I'm more prone to tendon ruptures because of that. But yeah, it has nothing to do with a vegan diet. If he's going to make a claim like that, he ought to support it with research. There's nothing suggesting vegans are more prone to tendon ruptures. What a dickhead. Thanks for the donation, Helmet. Retard donators Trump's new official presidential portrait. Yeah, that's pretty gay. Thanks for the donation, retard. CDG donators, dude, if you start juicing, you're going to make workout vlogs and streams, right? It behooves you. Yeah, thanks for the donation, CDG.
Yeah. When FedEx Phillips say, get your wee-wee, train your junk, grow your dick, be prepared sexually. Guys are like, oh man,
I don't masturbate. I don't masturbate, so I try to just be.
You have to be training you. Listen, this is all practice. If you don't have good sexual performance, women are gonna disappear. The moment she gave you some ass, you didn't perform right. You were touching butts. They call you touching butts. The moment you jump in there, you out of there. So that means
I know.
You're not. Hold up, Ronnie. Hold up. That means you're not used to getting laid. And then you said something like a minute ago. You said that was my chance.
No. Premature ejaculation is not necessarily caused by not being used to getting laid. Some people just have oversensitivity. So the typical treatment for this is SSRIs. So SSRIs are normally used to treat depression, but they also have the effect in decreasing genital sensitivity. It happens with both men and women. So it makes it harder for women to orgasm, also makes it harder for men to orgasm. So because of that effect, they're typically used to treat premature ejaculation.
That is a very loserish mindset to have. Why in the world is you sleeping with a girl such a big opportunity for you? That tells me you're not getting other girls.
Yeah. I see what you're saying.
So was she the only girl you were dating in that period?
No, I was dating like 3 or 4 other girls at the time.
But you weren't fucking any of them.
And what? I'm sorry?
You were not having sex with any of them, though.
Correct.
Okay. So, we got to walk through this because this is, I get your pain. I feel your pain, right? This is what happens with women. Okay. If you don't have options, you tend to not.
CDG donators, had that happen before because I was really excited and it's not a big deal. I just did her again in 10 minutes and lasted normally. Well, like, I don't know who these girls are that he's dating, but like if you're dating women who are, in their mid-20s, they've probably had, at least 2 or 3 boyfriends by then. And they're going to kind of learn that these things happen. You know, like, a dude isn't going to be able to fuck like a porn star every single fucking time they have sex, you know? So, I don't know if, like, they're dating some, like, fucking 19-year-old chick who's, like, weird or something, but... Or maybe just some crazy fucking women, but it's like... It's just hard for me to imagine going on a date with a chick... premature ejaculating or something, and then she, like, literally immediately walks out on you and won't give you the time of day. It's just really weird. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
You never have options because you don't have options. Because the moment you finally get some ass, you over here nothing in instant touch. So the way you get options is to create it. You have to put in the seeds of and create some kind of foundation. All right. But you can't be taking these girls on 2 or 3 dates, wasting your time, and then hoping to get some pussy.
Yeah.
So,
like, by the way, it's not exactly normal to start fucking by the 2nd or 3rd date. So, like, the types of women you're going to end up meeting where you're fucking on the first date, if you want that to be a normal thing, they're probably not going to be the girls that you want to have a long-term relationship with.
You meet them where? You meet them on the apps. You only meet them in apps. It's a very dangerous game to play. So then you take them where? Where do you take them exactly?
This girl, we just went to the movies once, and then we just hung out. She had to go shopping for something at a grocery store. We hung out in the parking lot, made out. And then we went to the movies again on the 3rd date. And then after the movie, she wanted to hook up in the car, and it kind of surprised me because she was trying to say, "Oh, I'm Catholic, and I don't want premarital sex and all this and that." So I was pretty surprised.
Yep, always Catholics.
Fuck in the car? Hold up. She let you fuck in the car?
Yeah, I was in the car, bro.
Why didn't you go back to your spot?
I think I asked her previously if she wanted to go to my house, and she said no. So I feel like she was just kind of like, she wasn't really into me from the beginning, and she kind of just,
Yeah, that's what it was. She wasn't that.
I don't know. That was a weird one. I'm 39. She was a lot younger. She was 25. So for me, I was like, damn, this is like.
Okay, so
this makes a little more sense.
Say what you about to say. Say exactly what you about to say.
So for me, that was like my optimal, like, early 20s, mid 20s, beautiful girl, smart, funny, blah, blah, blah. So for me, I was like, oh, I'm locked in.
Oh,
I feel like I should have
get some ass. I finally got a chance to get some ass. She's so special. She's so you see how
it wasn't just any ass.
Go ahead.
It wasn't just any ass. I've hooked up before and I've had sex with other women and stuff like that. But for me, it's like the ones that I really want, I fuck it up somehow, and the other ones I can get and I can have sex, but it doesn't really do that much for me.
So that's why I always push back with you guys and I say, "Oh, you guys really having the date night that you guys want?" Because if you can't get the girls that you like, then what the fuck are you talking about? How are you guys say, "Oh, I'm not doing this bad. I'm not doing it," but you're not.
Dodo Nutellers, they're defending Red Note. There are literally gay and trans Chinese people on the Red Note app. There aren't. The guy is just homophobic and transphobic, just like the right-wing people. The CCP has effectively outlawed transgenderism and homosexuality, particularly with men. Again, the Chinese government is very, very similar to the Nazi Party. Hitler really liked, Nietzsche's idea of the Übermensch. Hitler also really liked... Yeah, Arno Brecker. He really liked the guy Arno Brecker. And he's the guy, I'm sure if you've ever come across like these, alpha male videos on YouTube, you've seen some of his sculptures. I don't know if some of these people aren't aware that the sculpture was Adolf Hitler's favorite sculptor, and that's why they're using these sculptures in some of their alpha male videos, or if they just appreciate, the sculpture and they have no idea about the Hitler connection. But Hitler was super into this artist, Arno Brecker, because he would make these idealized male sculptures where there's these like really alpha male dudes, chiseled jawline, extremely fit and muscular. And
what do you think your ancestors did for you to inherit psycho genes, lol?
I think I got it from my dad. My dad seems to exhibit symptoms of like narcissism and shit. Because he thinks he's right all the time and tries to kind of, he's a bit of a Karen, but yeah, he's sort of controlling and shit. So I think I probably got it from my dad if I got it from anyone. It's a genetic thing. It's not a how I was raised thing. Thanks for the donation, Hazelnut Job. So Hitler was really obsessed with this artist, Arno Brenner, who made these sculptures of like really jacked dudes who like, you know, were the ideal male form and crap. And again, he was obsessed with this idea that Nietzsche made of the Übermensch, like some dude who's just like alpha male, does what he wants, conquers everything. The Chinese Communist Party are promoting the same kind of idea.
Do you think Hitler was gay since he made these kind of suck pictures?
Well, I don't think he was gay, but he was really into art. Like, he was an artist, and pretty decent artist, actually. He wanted to go into art school, but he ended up getting denied. Apparently, his art was just considered kind of too bland at the time, and he never got accepted into art school, so he's just kind of an artsy-fartsy kind of guy. I haven't seen any indication that he was gay. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. So the Chinese Communist Party is doing the exact same thing that Hitler did. They're kind of getting obsessed with this like alpha male Übermensch thing where, again, they've effectively outlawed homosexuality, transgenderism, cross-dressing, shit like that. They're actually arresting people and locking them up for appearing too feminine. So a lot of like men who make cross-dressing content, are trans, dress kind of feminine or metrosexual in some kind of way, they're either getting banned from a lot of these Chinese apps, they're lowering their social credit score, or they're literally locking them up for being gay and like torturing them and shit, and then threatening them to be more masculine and shit. There's actually, they actually have school programs now in China where they teach men how to be more masculine. China, China masculinity training.
In a bizarre suggestion, China's education policy has been updated to include courses to make boys more manly. Last week, the Chinese Education Ministry
Yeah, this guy, Winnie the Pooh.
introduced a note titled "The Proposal to Prevent the Feminization of Male Adolescents," and this has caused an uproar on social media, with users accusing the government of being sexist. The so-called feminization of boys has apparently been a concern for the communist regime for some time, and it has signaled before that most male role models in the country are not what it considers ideal.
Yeah, a lot of these, there have been some high-profile male models and celebrities that have literally disappeared out of nowhere, and they haven't been heard of again, and some of them have been, like, blacklisted. So they were getting, like, modeling contracts, TV gigs, and then they've actually been blacklisted by the Chinese Communist Party. They've told all of these agencies to not employ them anymore because they're too feminine. So China's literally like a Nazi regime, and then here's these fucking idiots who don't know anything about that, and they're saying, oh, that's not what China actually is. No, that's what China actually is. Xi Jinping is telling everybody to stop being a sissy faggot and become more masculine, and they're banning feminine male content and telling everybody to be more homophobic. Crazy how Chinese people are so comfortable calling black people slaves, blah, blah, blah. These are Chinese people calling black people slaves on Red Note. Yeah. Again, China's run by what is essentially a Nazi regime. What do you expect? Like, nobody knows any of this. It's fucking crazy. Like, there should be a fucking course in school. I don't know why they don't do this. There should be, like, a current events or, like, foreign culture, like, course that's mandatory in school. So you can learn about what other cultures actually are like and what's going on, you know, with current world events. So you don't have these ignorant ass fucking kids who end up just gorging on Chinese fucking propaganda. All white people stop using Red Note. You bring pervert and slut behavior to Red Note. No good, yeah. That's China. Yep, China. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Hitler was so gay, here is proof.
Alright, thanks for the donation, Wandering Mason.
Good God, when did China suddenly become a modern-day Nazi Germany?
They've been supporting ethno-nationalism since their economy's slowly been going downhill. And they've really been pushing for it hard once Xi Jinping really committed to invading Taiwan. So I would say this has been going on roughly since early 2010s, where they were heavily promoting like ethno-nationalism and shit. It's all a part of a strategy to make the country more manly, more toxic, more pro-China, so that they can get away with invading other countries, and they'd have like enough, you know, manly men and shit to, you know, fight and die for their military. And they're deliberately trying to create like more patriotism to get more war support. Because again, they're going to have to do that if they're planning on invading Taiwan. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Is this based?
Hey, fatty! This is how you lose 30 pounds in 30 days, calorie restricting like a bastard! Crash down!
I hate that guy and I can't listen to him for more than 5 seconds, but yes, the only way you're going to lose weight quickly is by being in a substantial caloric deficit. Thanks for the donation, dude.
In 1933. Rare early footage provides new insights into the true nature of Hitler and his inner circle.
Ho, Hitler!
Himmler, Goebbels, hi-oh!
Hi-oh!
So, tell me about the party then. How's it going?
Well, now, we thought that Nuremberg. Great columns of lights pointing straight up into the sky. Swathes of chiffon rippling in the breeze.
Lots of Wagner, remember?
What do you think?
Oh, I like it.
Not too camp.
No. So.
It's not really funny.
If China is so evil, then why do SJWs defend and support them?
Well, as we've learned, a lot of them are pro-fascist. So, like Hassan, he claims to support all these progressive ideals, but then when you ask him about Russia, he's kind of friendly with Putin, and he likes the idea of Russia invading Ukraine. He supported China's invasion of Tibet, and for the most part, he seems to be in support of the Chinese Communist Party. They're not actual progressives. They're just pro-fascists. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Not getting the kind of girls that you want. And then when you get the kind of girls you want, you can't even keep them. So your dating life sucks.
Yeah.
Okay, first of all, we need to figure out, we need to change your mindset. Your mindset is the first thing that needs to be changed. You have to stop pedestalizing women, guys. This is the biggest issue. I don't give a fuck how much of your type she is. That pedestalization will make you act out of character. It will make you weak. Because when you get with this girl, you're gonna subconsciously put her on a pedestal, and you're gonna now create too much anxiety for yourself to where you're trying to force yourself to perform a certain way. That's why you came so quickly.
And I got two in my head, and it was exactly that. You're right. Yep.
So when you make her human, when you humanize a damn girl, right? Look at her flaws because she has some. You won't act like she's so special. And you'll be able to be in them guts, and you treat her like any other girl.
Yep.
But it starts with here. It starts with I'm good enough to be able to attract the kind of girls that I want. I'm tired of women flaking on me. I'm tired of women leading me on. I'm tired of women ghosting me. Right? I'm gonna demand more from girls.
Yeah.
So okay, what do you do for work, bro?
I'm in tech, so I work from home.
Okay, so you guys in tech, of course, you guys in tech need to know how to create some kind of soul. You guys don't have no social awareness. Y'all's IQ are very high, but your EQ is very low. Like you can't sit at home and expect yourself to be a social being, and then when you get around a girl, you expect to perform well. When all you do is sit at home, you gotta learn. You have to force yourself to be more social, and then you can't just rely on meeting girls on the apps. Known that she was trying to get fucked before marriage. She was a bunch of bullshit, and that proved it.
For sure. Yeah. Yep.
All right. So
no, I never believe what they say anymore. Yep.
don't be angry at women. Just be aware. That's what I'm trying to say. Be aware. All right. Yeah. And next thing I want to talk about is the movie dates. Stop going on movie dates. That's probably why she put.
Then why have they been clamming to fight for progress since the mid-2010s then?
I don't know what you mean by that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Bro, I found the video. Just check the comments there, you see Bald Omni-Man's comment. He covertly implies your diet causes you to snap things up even with low weight. What an asshole.
Remember when he tore his adductor squatting baby weight? The adductor tear was a weird... Okay, so you know that thing Alien Gains? I actually just recently discovered I had this. What is it called? Yeah, it's literally called a rippling muscle disease. I actually just recently discovered I have rippling muscle disease. I only have it in my lower body though. So when I like flex my quad, I've gotten lean enough where I can actually see it. My muscles ripple on their own. I think that's what caused the adductor tear. I had like a weird muscle ripply spasm thing in my adductor when I was squatting, and it just tensed up like fucking crazy, and then it ripped off the bone. What a dickhead. Oh my god, dude. Watch this guy, like, tear his bicep, you know, doing something, you know, like that's just nothing. Like, oh, I'm gonna try boxing and just punching the heavy bag for fun. Watch this guy tear his bicep and just be like, well, I wasn't used to it and should have taken it slower. Like, fuck you, dude. Yeah, injuries happen. Like, suck my fucking cock. Yeah, let's blame veganism for everything. Oh, the reason you sneezed is because you're vegan. The reason you fell on your bike is because you're vegan.
I am referring to the SJWS.
I don't think they ever made that claim, but thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo, $22. I don't think most of these SJWs are pro-fascist. I just think they're useful idiots and have extreme distrust in the US because of things like the Iraq War and are indoctrinated easily, so they have a hard time criticizing other countries. I don't think so. if you go to any of these college campuses where, they're protesting, free Palestine and shit, almost universally, they're all pro-Russia and pro-China. There's no fucking way that's a coincidence. I think this, social justice warrior thing, this whole, woke movement, if you want to call it, I think it's a pro-fascism movement. And I suspect a lot of this is literally like Kremlin and Chinese propaganda that's come over from there into the US, and that's what created this whole stupid social justice warrior movement thing. It's beyond coincidence that all of these blue-haired fucking hairy armpit lesbians who are, protesting free Palestine, all these retarded cucks who are trying to ban free speech on college campuses and, all the other retarded shit they're doing. It's beyond coincidental that they all support Russia and China. So it has to be, like Chinese Russian propaganda. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Put you in the friend zone.
I don't like dates at all. I want them to come over and like chill and like let's fuck. Like you know what I mean? But I don't do the dates. I don't go on. I don't suggest it. I don't plan. I don't give a fuck really. I just want to.
You want to get some ass.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, that's how you do it. This is how you do it, Ronnie. You need to stop playing the game to play and start playing the game to win. This is what you guys love to do. You guys just play to play. So if I want to get laid, why am I going to movies that I don't even want to do? That's pedestalization. Right. That's my point. You're doing shit because you want the girl to look at you in a certain way instead of doing what you want. And in order for you to do what you want, you have to create value for yourself. So women look at you as being attractive and you're a guy that they want to go out with and they want to follow your lead. Yeah. You guys have all these demands. I want this, and this, but you do the opposite. So okay, let's see what your physique looks like. Let's see what your body looks like. I'm man for 39. You look pretty good. You're lean and you're ripped.
Yeah.
Dodo donators, they are pro-Russia, pro-China because they don't learn history and they think of the U.S. as imperialist, and now anything about China and Russia. They only know that China and Russia support Palestine, that's it. It's just ignorance, not pro-fascist. No, they're pro-fascist. If you look at what people like Hassan are saying, if you ask them about this in any detail, like they'll literally recite Chinese and Russian propaganda. Oh, the Donbass region is all ethnic Russians. They all speak Russian. So, like, why doesn't Ukraine just give up the Donbass? NATO encroachment is why Russia invaded. It's NATO's fault and, like, American imperialism. Same with a lot of the China shit. They'll go on about how the Chinese economy is better, they have higher GDP, free healthcare, their infrastructure is improving at a way faster rate. Like, they'll make all these claims about, Chinese infrastructure being superior when it's clearly not. And their GDP numbers are completely fucking fabricated. And even when you go by their GDP numbers that are completely false, they've actually been in a recession in all likelihood for several years now. Their per capita GDP is 1/10 that of the US. And that's if you go off their GDP numbers, which again are completely fucking falsified. So their GDP per capita is probably closer to like 1/15 that of like an American. So, no, they're pro-fascist, and they literally just gobble up Chinese and Russian propaganda. Thanks for the donation, though, dude. Dodo donators, tell you what, let's settle this once and for all. Go to a college campus in Ottawa, interview students, asking them questions about China, Russia, Israel. See how much they know, ask if they know China invaded Tibet, etc., and record, obviously. Well, they might not know China invaded Tibet, but if I were to ask somebody who knows that and is a lefty, I'd imagine they'd give me a similar answer to Hassan, where Hassan said, oh yeah, well, China should have invaded Tibet. you know, Tibetan culture is kind of like not very good, and China is this great country, and China's actually helping Tibet, and, you know. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Dude, no bullshit. I thought I was the only one who thought all this SJW shit to have the US fight and tear each other apart was part of the Chinese or Russians. It's a genius plan, and they saw how PC people were that they exploited it, and just wait.
There was a guy who claimed to be a Russian spy who defected to the US. Apparently it's never been verified if he was actually a Russian spy. But he claimed since the Soviet era, Russia has been trying to put the social justice warrior propaganda into the US. So it hasn't actually been verified, but there is a guy who claims to be a former KGB agent who said this. Thanks for the donation, Brahmin.
You seen some of these motherfuckers that come on here, 21,
yeah,
looking like a teddy bear. So your body looks nice. Your hair.
What's that? My hair? Yeah, it's just like a slick back fade.
I can't really see that.
Oh yeah, sorry. No, it's just like a fade.
Okay. So maybe listen. Could you possibly put the hair in front of your forehead? Is it
Yeah, I can. I can. Oh yeah. I mean, it's all.
No. Okay. So
yeah, it looks. Yeah. No, I just got a big ass forehead, but I don't have a receding hairline. But it's just a big ass forehead.
Okay. All right. So your look is not bad. I think you're just not doing what you need to do in terms.
Pair bonds, right? Two people go in it together, you know, saying, hey, there's 7.3 billion people in the world, and the two of us, we're gonna lock up together, and we're gonna try to hold hands.
Yeah,
and
Yuri Bezmenov.
Well, until whatever, you know. I mean, what's interesting is, first of all marriages end. They end in death or divorce, but they all end. Like every marriage ends. So it's one of the only things that you go, wow, I really hope this ends in us dying. You know, most things, that's not the desired outcome. But in marriage, you hope marriage will end in death. You hope that you will be together until one or both of you die. You know, but all marriages end.
But
so
as a guy, as a provider, if you knew it was going to end and you were going to have to give away half your money, you might think twice about doing it.
Well, I think that's what makes being a divorce lawyer interesting, is that it's a lot of what a court has to do is disregard what happened in the marriage. Because A, the truth is at the bottom of a bottomless pit.
Stop spreading neoliberalism lies. Just look at Chinese airports versus American airports. American infrastructure according to GDP should be otherworldly, but it is third world level.
It's not third world level. Dude, no one in China can afford to use a fucking airport. I've actually honestly never seen a Chinese airport. Yeah, I'm assuming these are the more wealthy provinces. Hong Kong doesn't count. Ganzhou looks nice. Xianzheng looks nice, but they're not actually good. There's so much corruption in all of these building projects in China that they're never built to specifications. So they might build a building that is supposed to be able to withstand a certain magnitude earthquake, but then they just literally will not build like concrete slabs that are supposed to be in there, or they won't have like, you know, a certain amount of like steel reinforcements and shit, and they'll cut costs so that they can pocket money. And then when an earthquake happens, it just topples over. That is widespread in all communist countries where there's just massive corruption like that. Dodo Donatello, seeing as how some like 25-30% of the Democratic Party voter base are these very SJWs we are talking about that believe Chinese and Russian propaganda, how exactly does the Democratic Party win elections moving forward, even if Trump bungles his term? They're just going to have to rely on normies voting for them. So, yeah, just having a larger moderate voter base. There's a very, like, by the way, there's a very easy solution to this. If the Democratic Party wants to win more elections, be pro-2A. legalize machine guns, expand firearms rights, make it impossible for anyone to impose like an assault weapon ban, machine gun ban, magazine capacity ban, make it illegal, what California's doing on the federal level for states to institute these gay-ass policies with like detachable magazines and shit. Democrats would, like, almost without fail, always win an election. So that's the easiest way for them to just ensure that they'd win. Like Kamala could have very realistically won the election if she had committed to reversing the machine gun ban and like made mandates for California where they can't ban like detachable magazines and shit. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
I was joking, BTW. Fuck communism and fascism. Fuck China and Russia.
I agree. Thanks for the donation, Mao. Sadie N-word donated $2. Someone in the comments of Red Note asked me if we really had to pay for an ambulance in America or if it was just their government's propaganda. Depending on what province in China you live in, and depending on your like social credit score and shit, you may need to pay for an ambulance in China. They kind of have the concept of universal healthcare, but it works sort of like on a class-based system. So if you're rich, you kind of don't have to pay if you're part of like the oligarch class. But if you're a brokey, especially living in one of the poorer provinces, you have to pay and you can't afford it.
Okay, take your money. Take it. Whatever you take. Nobody. Take money. No, my brother, no money. Here, take whatever. Take. Which money? Nobody. No.
Yeah, if you see a group of black kids waiting for your Uber, keep the doors locked. Maybe wait, 30 seconds and see what happens.
I give everything. What's the pin for phone? I give everything. What's the pin for phone? No, my
What's the pin? What's the pin for the phone?
6413.
And what is in the boot?
Take it. Check.
What is open the boot? Open it.
I'm gonna open it.
You wanna fucking die?
No, don't.
What do you have in your pockets?
Nothing.
Say.
If I have, I give you. I have.
Say.
My brother, if I have.
Let me see.
Nothing. Check. Take everything.
Salam. You Muslim?
Yeah.
So you Salam.
What the fuck?
No stress, my guy, man.
What fucking country is this? Bro, I would run those kids over after they leave the car. Does he run him over? Yeah. Run him over after they leave. How to get a girlfriend. Want to breed? What the fuck? WikiHow? What in the fuck is happening there? Shit. Thanks for the donation, Sadie.
I find it funny these SJWS always say conservatives just accept what they hear when SJWS are the exact same way.
Yeah. They're just separate heads of the same coin, really. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Like, you're never going to get there. Yeah, well, he's fucking his secretary. Right, because you were not sleeping with me anymore. I have a client whose wife acknowledges she didn't sleep with him for 6 years. What did you think was going on if you didn't sleep with him for 6 years? So, okay, delegate. You've delegated that responsibility. If you don't want to have sex with him, that's okay. No one should force you to have sex with this person. Let him go have sex with someone else. You don't want to do the laundry, hire someone to do the laundry. If you don't want to mow your own lawn, hire someone to mow the lawn. Delegate that responsibility. And this guy wasn't even sleeping around. He was going to those handjob places, you know, where you get a massage and get a hand. The most pathetic thing in the world, the most innocuous thing in the world. He didn't have a girlfriend. There was no love involved. He was getting jacked off for $50. Like, that's sad. Like, I mean, first of all, hand jobs, like, that's an outdated technology. That's like a Betamax. You know, like, who even does that anymore? But he was doing this, and he just thought, okay, that's fine. She had the indignation to say, he is not a...
Yo, what's up, man? Is this Aussie dude speaking facts or BS?
Can't watch this video without logging in, apparently. And I'm obviously not going to log into TikTok. Thanks for the donation, Henrique Rodriguez. Dude, women who refuse to have sex in the marriage and then even go as far as, like, tell their husband they can't watch porn because they call it cheating, they are out of their fucking minds, dude. I really don't know if they're doing this intentionally, so that they can actually deliberately get their husbands to cheat, and then they find out about it, and then they can use that as a reason for divorce, and it just gives them more leverage in the divorce proceedings. Like, it's just so insane. Why in the fuck else would you do that? Like,
shouldn't be a custodial parent. He's a terrible person because he's doing this. And I was like, wait, how is that much different than going to a strip club? How is that much more different?
Sadie N-word donate $2. Let me see. Yeah. That's basically the progress made in the Muslim world. That's a good one. All white people are racist. PayPal me. What the fuck? Oh my god.
The right-wing of party leader Weidel bitch literally does the same tactic Trump did, just use insults and social media max to sip people into voting. Yeah, there is a migrant crisis, but you can't blame every problem on migrants. I am brown, by the way.
Some of the immigration stuff is a little overblown. I'd say especially in Canada. So in Canada, the whole, mass increase in immigration, that was largely due to COVID. So there was a huge reduction in the supply of workers due to COVID. So they had to let in more temporary residents and foreign workers and shit as a response to that. Now, you can... There's upsides and downsides to doing that. So if you let in all these foreign workers, you can maintain GDP growth, which, you know, GDP is barely increased in Canada at all. It's been like 1.4% year over year or some shit like that. It's like nothing. But if we didn't let in any of these foreign workers, we very likely would have been in a recession. The downside to that is Canada has a huge issue with housing supply. So we have like no houses to go around, and even apartments are pretty difficult to find, especially affordable ones. So that created a huge issue there. But foreign labor is kind of a solution to the housing supply issue, because a lot of foreign workers are working in construction. So if you allow for construction to happen, you need foreign workers. So immigration in the short term might increase housing slightly, but in the long term, it reduces it because you're able to build more fucking houses and rental units and shit. And a lot of the immigrants we're letting in, they're just fucking Indian. Like, they're not even, like, fucking crazy whack jobs from Pakistan and shit. So, the whole immigration issue in Canada is a little overblown. In the UK, I wouldn't say it's overblown because, again, they're letting in all the fucking crazies. Like, the UK just doesn't give a fuck. Germany, similar sort of issue. Germany really loves bringing in crazy fucking Muslims who end up stabbing people in fucking public for some reason. But yeah, these far-right parties, they don't actually care about any kind of sensible immigration policies. They're just crazy racist ideologues, and then they make every fucking problem about immigration because they just hate brown people. Thanks for the donation, Sasuke. Sadie N-word donated $2. Oh wait, we already watched those. Never mind. Oh. Transgender girl was stabbed 9 times at a roller skating party in revenge for lying about her gender before performing a sex act on a boy. That's fucking... Like, bro... She's cute. Who cares if she has a wee-wee? Like, if you enjoyed the blowjob, what the fuck do you have to be mad about? Fuck those people. Yeah, hopefully he gets life and is never let out. Generate an image of a Viking. Those are, not what Vikings generally looked like. Especially the Asian. Alright, well thanks for the donation, Sadie. Enrique Rodriguez donated $2, let me see.
The really interesting thing about the birth control pill, a lot of people don't realize this either, is it'll cause women to mate select completely differently.
It does not. That whole theory has been thoroughly debunked. So the idea is when women aren't ovulating, their mate selection preferences are men who are more feminine and caring and will provide for them and their baby. And then when they are ovulating, they're looking for somebody with ideal male strong genes. So they're going to go for like some BBC Giga Chad Tyrone type. That theory is being completely debunked. So women who go on and off birth control, they do not have a higher propensity to leave their current partner. They do not have differences with their dating habits. They don't end up like having increased like more sex with more partners. And the theory doesn't even make sense to begin with because women aren't constantly ovulating. So this is just total horseshit.
Then when they're not on the
and
birth
when they
control
get off it, they're like, "Who is this beta cuck that I've married?"
Yeah.
Yes.
And then they get divorced. They get married. They get off the. She gets off the pill to have a kid with the guy.
Literally not supported by any research whatsoever.
And then she realizes she's not attracted to him anymore, and she divorces his ass. It's like, I would love to know. I mean, there's probably no way to find this out, but I'd love to know what percentage of like divorces are due to a girl getting off birth control.
You could say, or you could do a correlation, but you could not prove causation.
Yeah.
But you and I would know different, right? Just like I would like to see a study of testosterone levels of men in their 50s who committed suicide. I could not prove a correlation.
Well, we already know the link between low testosterone and depression is causal.
But I know because I've had low testosterone and high. I know the difference. I would know what that.
Yeah, they don't know what they're talking about. Thanks for the donation, Rodriguez.
Why do all these people of color these days act like white people are the only race that can be racist, and yet are racist themselves to other people of color, like how some blacks are being extremely racist to Asians these days?
Well, it's, it's just dumb people. Dumb people be dumb. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
That Sterling Cooper guy you reacted to is completely stupid. He thinks soy reduces testosterone because rodent research. He is a pseudoscience wizard wannabe alpha bald day HT wizard cuck.
I wouldn't be surprised. Thanks for the donation, Sasuke.
Because we just, he was like, well, should I deny it? And I was like, is it true? And he's like, well, yeah. I said, no, we should own it. Let's go in and say, yeah, you know what? Yeah, it's pathetic. It's really pathetic. My wife didn't sleep with me for 6 years, and I'm human, and I wanted to have sex still. I didn't want to blow up my life. I didn't want to screw up my kids and have my kids have divorced parents. So I thought, all right, she's clearly not interested in me anymore. I'm not going to have a girlfriend and get caught up in all the things where people could get hurt and there's feelings.
You were right about Mehdi Hassan. I did some digging and found that he is an Islamic jihadist who admitted that he believed Muhammad flew to heaven on a winged horse and split the moon in two. He now conceals these beliefs when in US media.
Yep. Yeah, he's an insane, crazy whack job. I wonder if Destiny's online. No, it's not. Yeah, the dude's crazy. One really revealing thing happened when he was debating a Jewish guy on the Gazan hostages and shit. He got called out on the spot, and his debate opponent gave him a hostage return pin. And Mehdi was just making this big whole spiel about how he thinks the October 7th attack was horrible, and he wants to see the hostages returned. So his Jewish debate opponent walked to the other side of the stage, gave him a hostage return pin, and said, okay, if you want to see the hostages returned and you support, the hostages that were kidnapped by Hamas, put on the hostage return pin. Refused to do it. Wouldn't do it. This guy wants as many Jews as possible to die. He wants non-Muslims to get killed. He supports Hamas and any jihadist regime, and he's a complete fucking psychotic whack job. Thanks for the donation, Majin Buu.
And fatal attraction and stuff. I'm just going to go. It'll be transactional, like going to a strip club or anything else. And is it a little pathetic that I'm a guy who makes $1 million a year in finance and I'm paying someone?
Niggeritis, donate $2. Yo, fuck chat, bunch of noobs. Can you do a garage stream where you tinker on the bikes and drink a few Cherry Coke Zero with the animals? Did you let Jasmine keep the car that you paid for? Bruh, fuck chat, fuck all Wally Blue. Well, the car was being financed, and Jasmine was actually technically paying for the financing. So she's just paying for the financing right now. So I didn't really pay for the car. And no, I'm not going to do any garage streams anytime soon because it's like negative 15 degrees out and it's cold as shit. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
$150 to jack me off? Yeah, that's kind of pathetic, but you know what? I figured out. But to suggest that means I'm a bad parent, that has nothing to do with my parenting at all, period. So, and thankfully the judge agreed with me on that one. But I really do think that the idea, I don't think, if you break it down fundamentally, 56% of marriages end in divorce. Like, think about, that's the ones that end in divorce. So how many people, what percentage stay together for the kids? Or because they don't want to give away half their shit. Another 10%? That's conservative.
Conservative.
But let's say 20% then, okay?
That's at least right.
You now have a technology that fails 76% of the time. That's insane. That's insane. That's more likely than not. 76%. If I told you there's a 76% chance when you walk out the door today you're going to get hit in the head with a bowling ball, you would not go out, or you'd wear a helmet for sure. But people just continue to get married. Not only do they continue to get married, there's a presumption that you should get married. And if you don't get married, there's something wrong with you. So if you've got a girlfriend and you've been with her for 5 years, and you say to someone, we're getting married, they go, oh, that's great. They don't go, why? You're happy. Why would you get married? Like, everything's going fine. Why would you put yourself through that? Why would you run that risk? If you say to someone, we've been together 5 years and we've decided we're not going to.
Yeah, marriage is stupid. So stupid.
Get married. We're gonna move in together, but we're not gonna get married. Ooh, what's wrong? You have
Yes, I played the original Doom and I liked it.
issues? What's your problem? Meanwhile, 56% end in divorce. It's literally fits the legal definition of negligence. It's a negligent behavior. The way you define negligence in law school is when what you lose by not doing something, okay, is lower than the risk of harm. It's what's called a BPL analysis. So the burden of not doing a thing is lower than the likelihood, the probability of harm. So BPL is a burden, probability, and loss. Marriage is an inherently negligent activity. It's like owning a lion. Like the likelihood of someone getting hurt seriously by this is very, very high. No one ever says it to you. Because why? Because, and I would say something, I've been doing this for over 20 years, and I still get misty-eyed at weddings. Like I still really, there's something in me that goes like, maybe it'll work out for these two.
You still believe in love?
Sweet. I absolutely believe in love. I think love is wonderful. But love and marriage have very little to do with each other. I don't think there's much of a correlation there. And I think that's where we got off track. Like I believe in pair bonds. I don't think I can learn everything I need to know about myself from myself. I think having someone around me who sees my blind spots, and that doesn't have to be a romantic partner. That could be a friend. That could be any number of things. But there is something wonderful about romantic connection. We know that. I mean, the other statistic is 56% of marriages end in divorce, but 84% of people who get divorced are remarried within 5 years of their divorce.
Really?
Just think about that. So now you've done it and failed and felt the pain of the loss, and within 5 years, 84% are remarried.
So when you fall in love, and you're with a partner who's in love with you,
Sure.
it's like hard to put the brakes on and say, you know what, that's as far as I'm going to go.
Well, I think whoever discovered water, it wasn't a fish. And I think when we're in a thing, we don't see it. And so, I mean, and this is true of any
there
of
must
us.
be some endorphins, something's being released in the brain.
Listen, you want to test that theory. The next time you're out with a couple who've been together for a while, and it like seems like they maybe got in a fight, or they're just like kind of being impatient with each other at the table, when you go like a group thing. Just say to them, so tell me about how you met. Tell me the story of how you met. And everything on them changes. Like they go back to that place. And there's this like, oh yeah, and she was this. Because for that second, you go back to that place. Like you can go, someone with a horrible divorce, if you could get them to go to that place and talk to you about that time. Like I'd say something, when I was a kid, like every kid, you have the fantasy of like, if you were invisible, what would you do? You'd go to the girls' locker room, whatever. I have this fantasy that if I could be invisible, I have about 8 clients that I'd like to sneak into their house and find their wedding album. Like I know it's in the attic somewhere or something, because I would love to see what it looked like when these people loved each other, because they are weaponized against each other now, and we are trying to kill each other, and we're taking every secret, every intimacy, everything, and we're
at their ugliest.
At their ugliest, at their worst. And there's something in me that just the thought that like, you guys at some point you were like, there's 7.3 billion people in the world, and you're the one. Like you're the one I just want to
Thanks for the donation, Red-Pilled Vegan Gains.
Be with and smell and touch and like that feeling. We all know that feeling of like just the electricity of another person, And I think I'm a romantic at heart in the sense that I really get it. Like I really get why we do this. I felt it, I know it, I understand it. But tying that to the technology of marriage to me makes almost no sense whatsoever. And I actually think it's almost antagonistic to that connection with another person, because there's so much expectation that comes with marriage culturally. We've created so much stuff around it. Like when you marry someone, they're supposed to be, at least in the modern Western model, your best friend, best roommate, best co-parent, best travel partner, best roommate, best everything, best activity partner. Like how would one person be all of those things? That's insane. Like if I was interviewing for a job and said, I want you to be the best typist, and I also want you to be best on the phone, and I also want you to be great at that, and I ran down a list of dissimilar things, like, or if I went to an amazing chef and I said, I know you're a great chef, but can you farm? Like, well, that has to do with food, but they're not the same thing. Like, what are you talking? So I think why do we put on people this idea, like whoever came up with the word soulmate, really we should be paying, like divorce lawyers should be paying that person dividends. Because we've convinced people that if this person isn't meeting every one of your needs, checking all of these boxes, they're not your soulmate. Your soulmate would know exactly what to do, exactly what to say at exactly the right time. I can go off on this stuff.
Yeah. What do you think the secret is to keeping a marriage vital, keeping it alive?
I think people get unhappy in marriages the way that people go bankrupt, which is very slowly and then all at once. I think it's very slow, and then it just goes off a cliff. So everybody will say, well, we divorced because he was cheating or she was cheating, or we divorced because he had an alcohol issue or a drug issue, which lately we're seeing more like alcohol and drugs is a big, big thing, especially post-pandemic. There's a tremendous amount of substance abuse stuff that's causing a lot of issues in marriages. And certainly like social media has increased the accessibility of adultery and connections to other people and reconnections with people from your past who remind you of a version of yourself that you felt more excited about because you were younger. So it's, it used to be if you like ran into the girl you banged in high school, it was like once every 10 years at reunion, or if you lived in the same town as you grew up in, you might run into the person at the Walmart. But now it's like on Facebook, you have all these excuses to be able to chit chat with someone, and all these benign entry points, of like, oh, I saw your pictures from vacation. Where did you stay in Miami? And then it becomes, oh yeah, well, you looked great. I mean, boy, you look fantastic in a bikini. And then all of a sudden we're off to the races and we're chatting with each other. So if we were going to invent like an infidelity machine, you couldn't do better than Facebook and Instagram. I mean, that's about as good as it gets. But I genuinely think that the secret to staying happy in a marriage is probably the same secret to maintaining a healthy weight. You know, don't wait till you get super fat and then try to lose the weight. Don't wait until you get really sick. Like my sister's a dentist, and she always says, if you have a toothache, there's nothing I can do really. Like I can pull the tooth, I can give you a root canal, but like I can prevent you from getting a toothache. If you just come see me regularly and you just floss and you just brush your teeth, you'll never get a toothache. By the time your tooth hurts, something is already seriously wrong. By the time you're in a divorce lawyer's office, you're fucked. The whole thing's fucked at that point. Like you'd be better off just, you know, figuring out the preventative maintenance, right? Like change the oil in your car. Like, so what I try to, if you reverse engineer divorce, like most people, the marriage killer, you know, the cheating or the gambling or the whatever, that's the symptom. Like the problem is these little disconnections, you know? One of the best stories I have is I had a client who I did her divorce, and we'd spend a lot of time together because you do. When you're a divorce lawyer, you spend a lot of time with people and you get to know them very well. I mean, people will lie to their therapist. They won't lie to their divorce lawyer because A, there's no reason to, and B, you know, I need to know everything, and it's all attorney-client privilege. And this woman, we were sitting outside the courtroom waiting on a break in testimony, and she was a young woman in her probably like late 30s, you know, very attractive. And we were just chit-chatting, and I said to her, you know, was there a moment when you realized the marriage is over? You know, like, was there a moment? And she said, yeah. And I said, when was it? And she said, there was this granola that I like. She said, they only sold it at like this particular grocery store, and I like to put it in my yogurt. And she said, he used to always, whenever I'd be running low on it, I would just open the thing one day and a new bag would be there. She's like, and she's like, it made me feel so loved. Like I didn't have to ask. He didn't want credit for it. Like he didn't go like, oh, did you see? I got your granola that you wanted. You know, like he just would do this thing, you know? And she said it was just something that like, it always made me smile. She said every time the granola was running low and there was a new bag of granola, I just felt very loved, you know? And she said one day the granola ran out. And I thought, oh, that's weird. You know, maybe he didn't see it. She's like, so I left the bag in there because I thought, well, at some point he'll notice. And he didn't notice. She goes, so I took the bag out and I waited and he didn't get a new bag. And I thought, okay, this thing's going down. And I thought to myself, wow, that's like, you know, that's such a small thing, like granola. Like you just, but these are the things. Like these are the little things that make us feel loved and that are gestures of love. And when I said to her, was there anything like that for you with him? And she said, yeah, blowjobs. And I almost spit out my coffee. And she goes, no. She goes, when we were first dating and even first married, she's like, I used to give blowjobs a lot. She's like, you know, do it in the morning, took 2 minutes. And he was like super happy the rest of the day, you know? She's like, the rest of the day, he would like call me or text me and be like, oh, I'm so good this morning. You know, I had such pep in my step now. And she's like, it was just like, what did it really take out of my life to do that? You know, and it made him feel good. She's like, and then I got to a point where I was like, well, you know what? No, I'll wait. And then tonight we can have sex and we'll both enjoy that. Like, what do I owe him a blowjob? Like, no, you know, like I don't owe him that, you know? And then she said, I got to a point where it was like, I look back and I'm like, yeah, I guess I didn't do that as often, hardly ever really, you know?
Which came first?
You know, I said that to her, and she said, I couldn't tell you. She said, but I think it's the same thing.
The same thing.
And I do think it's the same thing. Yeah. And I'm not saying blowjobs and granola is all you need to know, but, and I'm not, by the way, I'm not saying that a blowjob is a small thing. I don't think I have any right to. I've never given one. But it seems like a phenomenal feat, and I'm grateful for every one I've ever received. But I don't think it's a massive investment, right? Just like buying someone's granola is not a massive. Just like
when you love somebody, you love doing things for them.
Right. Their pleasure pleases you. Their joy pleases you. Like their happiness makes you happy.
Exactly.
And somewhere along the line,
Mateus Wise Code and Utilizar has no copyright claim since there's no music label keeping this out of the Creative Commons search filter.
Versus level 100 mafia boss bros flexing on the no skins pro use mods deluxe it goes skill based matchmaking after one good match bro smurfing logo purchase the starter pack shouldn't feed the wall like pro starter kids we got African kids feeding each other before GTA says shut it.
That last one was good. We got African kids feeding each other before GTA 6. Thanks for the donation, Mateus.
And it happens a lot in marriage. It becomes, well, I'm not happy. Why should you be happy? You know? And then that creates a spiral. And I really believe that that spiral could go in the other direction. Like if he did the granola, I think the blowjobs would have come, you know, and if the, and if the blowjobs were there, I bet he'd have bought the granola. Like I can't prove that. There's no control group, you know, I can't run that research, but it feels to me like those little things, like leaving a note, you know, I've said to some of my friends, you know, when they say to me, like, you know, as a divorce lawyer, you know, you see all this misery, like, how do I stay out of your office? And I'll often say, I'm like, it's dumb little things, man. I'm like, just leave her a note. I'm like, leave her a note in the morning. Just leave a little note, says, hey, beautiful, you know, so it was so fun watching that movie with you last night. So glad we got to have a date. I'll be thinking of you today. Love you. Like, what does that take? That takes like a minute, not even. Like, and look what you can do. Like, look at how that makes this person feel. And even if right away it doesn't give like that, but if you're not giving like that, and then you're not getting back either, well, I'm not surprised. You know, that's how you end up in my office, is this death spiral of everyone like, well, I'm not buying the granola. She's not giving me blowjobs. Well, I'm not giving him blowjobs. He's mean to me. Okay, well, everybody's just has an equal right to be fucking miserable then.
I think if you're happy with yourself, like truly happy with who you are at that point in your life, or whatever the situation is, I think it's easier for you to be happy with your partner.
Yeah, but I would argue that
if
you're not happy with yourself, having someone happy with you is certainly not going to hurt your feeling of who you are, right? Like I don't need someone to tell me I'm handsome for me to have a nice day, but I can't think of anybody telling me I was handsome that it ruined my day. You know, most of the time you're like, oh, that's nice. You know, I got that going for me. So yeah, I think self-love, of course, is the most important love, and to be secure in who you are and to not allow your self-definition to be easily swayed or pulled. Like if you believe the good reviews, you got to believe the bad ones too. I get that. But I just don't think kindness, like it's just such an easy, like especially if it's easy. Like it's easy stuff. Like just telling someone that they're beautiful or handsome or that you're cheering for. It just, to me with marriage or pair bonds, I shouldn't even say marriage. Like the world is trying to kill you all the time, you know? Like people are criticizing you all the time. You feel like a failure a lot of the time. If you compare yourself to other people, you'll constantly be, you know, comparison's the thief of joy. So why not have like one person who's just cheering for you? You know, like constructive criticism is criticism. It's still just criticism. So if your spouse is just sitting around criticizing you and telling you all the things you could do to improve yourself, instead of just being a fan and just saying, you know what, I know who you are and you're beautiful. I know who you are and your heart is good. And betting on the best parts of a person, I think that there's very little downside to that. You know, I think it would put guys like me out of business if people really leveraged that the right way.
I asked you earlier if you believe in love, but you said you do. Do you believe in marriage?
I mean, I believe people believe in marriage.
No, but do you?
Yeah. Do I believe in marriage? I don't. I don't think it's a useful technology. I understand culturally why people do it, but I don't think people should need it. I know I certainly don't need marriage. I don't think marriage, I was married. I was married before I really ever thought about what does that mean. You know, I married my college sweetheart. You know, I got married because that's what you do. You get married, you know. But I hadn't thought about it as a technology and why it's there. I didn't understand it the way I do now. You know, there's a line from a Joseph Brodsky poem that he wrote when his wife died, where he says, I wish I knew no astronomy when stars appear. And I feel that way as a divorce lawyer. Like, I wish I knew no astronomy when stars appear. I wish I didn't know what the end of so many marriages looks like, because I think I would have a more optimistic and unrealistic view of it. Yeah,
but you'd be divorced and giving away half your...
I'd be foolish. Yeah, I'd be as foolish. But I don't know that it's always good to know, right? Sometimes there's tremendous joy to be had, and like falling feels like flying for a little while, you know? So you hit the ground. Yeah. It feels really good.
But as I said earlier, you know, now that the life expectancy of man is around the 80s or something,
yeah,
then it's like, so you're going to do this from your 20s or 30s until 80?
Well, marriage is a technology that was designed for when women died in childbirth and when men died in their 40s if they were lucky. You know, 50s if they were super lucky. Like if you were in your 50s or 60s, you were an elder. You know, that was pretty amazing. And most women died in childbirth. Like childbirth is traumatic. It's a traumatic thing, and before modern medicine and before we understood antibiotics. So marriage is I don't think anyone ever planned that it was going to be, okay, we're going to do this forever. You know, we're going to do this till we're till we're 100. I mean, but I think that's part of a bigger problem. You know, I don't remember who said it, but I remember someone saying, I can't remember who it was, but we are prehistoric creatures, right? Like we are biological creatures living in medieval institutions like education, work, with godlike technology. How do you think that ends? Like you think that ends in happily ever after? Like that's insane. Like marriage was not designed. I mean, think about even the early days of marriage. Think about every Rodgers and Hammerstein musical. You know, think about Oklahoma. You know, where you'd have there's the 3 people in town that aren't married. You know, and you sort of pick which of the 3. 50-50. That's it. Yours, mine, ours. And then you have to have ongoing conversations throughout the marriage.
Tangerine.
Well, thank you for the donation, Raw Vegan Cowboy. Appreciate it.
About, you know, hey, I got this bonus at work. Do I put it in my account? Do I put it in the joint account?
If the husband owns a house that's worth, whatever, $2 million, and he marries a woman, the house is his still?
Well, they have to have a conversation. Do I owe you a house?
That's an awkward conversation.
Okay. You know what's a more awkward conversation? A conversation 10 years later with a lawyer about the fact that you have to give half of this house away to someone. Isn't it better to have that conversation when you still why would you learn how to fight in a fight?
But won't that undermine the love that each person feels?
Why? You're going to die. Does that undermine your life? Or does it make you conscious of the fact that this is finite and that you should be out there? Like, I think having a conversation with your partner about, look, I love you. You love me. We want to do this thing together. But the numbers are against us and the world is antagonistic to it. And I hope we'll be together forever. But if we split up, what do we owe each other? What do you expect from me? Because I have to tell you something, I'm a fair person. I'm a fair person. If you say to me, you know, Jim, if I'm not going to work as hard because you make a good living. So if we split up, I'm going to need help for a couple of years because I'm not going to pay attention to my career. Okay? Is that unreasonable? That's totally reasonable. You know, if I say, hey, listen, I have this house and I bought it, you know, but I'm buying it with money that I made really before we were together. So if we split up, I don't really think you deserve half of it. I think that if we bought things for it together, that, okay, those things you can half of, but the house itself, like that's money I had before I met you. And why can't you have that conversation? Why not? Instead, I mean, you buy a house. You do a HUD-1, a lead paint disclosure. You got to sign all these things that this is how much the interest is going to be, and this is you get married and get a fucking pamphlet. You don't get anything. You just did the most legally significant thing you're ever going to do other than die, and no one has explained any of it to you. People come into my office and they go, "Well, my retirement account, that's in my name," and I'm like, "Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's in your name. Okay, was it acquired during the marriage? Okay, she's got half of it. Well, I have this bank account, but it's in my sole name. It's money that I inherited from my mom." I'm like, "Okay, and it's in your name. Yeah, but you inherited that money during the marriage. And did you put money that you earned during the marriage in that account also? Yeah, okay, that's commingled and transmuted. That's now marital property." So they don't know that. Why? Because no one tells them that. Does better or would feel better, like, and you're not going to ask them that in the heat of battle, you know. So why? Look at celebrities. You don't even need to look at the people you know. Look at celebrities. Before they do it is with.
What does he mean by we are prehistoric creatures? We humans have only been on Earth for 1 million years.
Yes, humans have existed prehistory. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Great sadness that we advised that we're going to be moving in separate directions and consciously uncoupling and like.
Sadie N-word donated $2. Let me see. Italy moves towards legalizing chemical castration for rapists and pedophiles. That's already a thing in some U.S. states. Especially for crimes like pedophilia. I'm definitely not against it. But yeah, that's already a thing in U.S. states. I'm not necessarily against that. Amazing self-report. Of course, they always need to include the BBC fetish. Okay. Racism is never okay. Fuck white people. Black people can't be racist. Yep. Those are the type. These people are genuinely delusional. I can understand wanting to gender transition, but like, if you have not done anything to transition, you actually expect people to call you she, her. Thanks for the donation, Sadie.
That right before that, it's like, oh no, we're happy, we're great, we're phenomenal. You know, we're constantly advertising how wonderful our relationships are while they're on fire. You know, and then wondering why everyone's miserable in their relationship because they're comparing it to something fake. It's like comparing your body to a Photoshop. To keep a roof over your head, to raise your children, and now it's very much, are you self-actualized? Are you happy? Do you have 8-pack? Like, it would never have occurred to my father, did he have an 8-pack? It would never have been something he thought of, you know, it's just not. It just wasn't on his radar, you know, and I don't think my mother would have ever been like, oh, you know, he doesn't have an 8-pack. Like, that wouldn't, because again, it's not constantly being advertised to him, you know. I think that, how many women did he interact with in a day? You know, how many women do I interact with in a day, visually? Or personally in some fashion, or you know, in a curated, mediated way. And again, those are curated women, by the way. So they're photoshopped, they're airbrushed, they've got filters on them. So again, you know, how does marriage survive in that setting? It had a hard enough time surviving without all of that. What do we do with them? Well, we have to live in a civilized society. So civilization, it's discontent. So we have to suppress certain things.
If marriage was outlawed or just abolished, it would just be a free-for-all?
I don't know that that's true. I mean, I think people would like us to believe that's true. You know, I don't know that for a father is completely the reason we got divorced. Because we've known them since we were in college. And we went to Disney with them, with their kids and our kids when all the kids were little. And we were going to go on a ride with our kids and their kids. And they were going to, like, you know, we'll take the kids on the ride and you guys can go. And my friend was like, oh, good, we're just going to go walk and hold hands. And they walked away and like holding hands. And we looked at them. And we didn't say anything to each other. But like 5 years later when we got divorced, I said, you know, when I saw the two of them together, I thought, I don't feel like that about her. Like, and she said, oh my God, I remember that exact moment. I felt the same way. So I think they make people uncomfortable. Like when you see someone who's got it right, like this guy just loves her. He loves her. They've been married 25 years, and dude, it's like he's talking about a girl he met yesterday. And she's the same way about him. Like,
Vac donated $2. This guy sounds familiar. Haven't we seen him before?
My previous video, in which I objectively demonstrate that there's no particular sound quality to vinyl apart from surface noise, triggered an avalanche of butthurt evangelical vinyl.
I can take a look at that. Thanks for the donation, Vac. People who claim vinyl sounds better are just fucking out of their minds.
Fanatics to attack me in the comments. Fortunately, I'm impervious to low-tier name-calling from analog pure.
Oh my god. It's Foot Soldier. I gotta send this to fucking Isaac. Holy shit. Dude, he has such a distinctive voice. How in the fuck would he think nobody would figure out that's him? What a retard. That's funny. Thanks for the donation, Whack. Sadie N-word donated $2. Let me see. I'm going to guess this dude is Black Hebrew Israelite, because only they'd have like ridiculous shit like that. Elementary teachers, high school teachers. Kind of. Looking back, a lot of my elementary school teachers were in really good fucking shape. Like, they worked out all the time and shit. I remember I had a French teacher in grade 7, and she was actually really muscular. There's a lot of teachers like that. And then high school, they're all like fat and ugly. When the fire crew starts asking about all the child skeletons found under the ashes of celebrities' houses. I mean, they're probably not going to find anything like that. Entire HR team fired after manager uses his own resume to prove their system is auto-rejecting all candidates. His discovery raises the question of how often this happens at other companies and how ill-suited tech is to recruiting. Huh. That's interesting. Thanks for the donation, Sadie.
Audiophiles who claim that vinyl sounds better than digital. Anyone who makes the claim that vinyl sounds better than digital is either ignorant, delusional, or both. There's many reasons why this common audiophile claim is completely wrong, but I'm just going to focus on the top 3 reasons. High-end digital equipment, whether it's old or new, but the focus here is on high-quality, high-end digital equipment, it doesn't have a sound. You can't hear it. It's transparent. That's the point of it, and that's why it became popular originally back in the late 70s, because of its more transparent nature than the traditional analog methods at the time. Anyone who's engineered at a high-quality recording studio will tell you you can't really hear the difference between the monitors past. So when people were playing out in the live roaming, listen directly back from the microphones over the console, and then you you flick to the tape returns, if it's 2496 and you've got a low buffer size, so there's not really much delay, or if you do like ABX test where you mute it in between, it's really basically impossible to tell the difference. The only way that you can tell the difference if there's like a noisy tape return or something broken and giving it away, or if you can really hear the difference, you're not sitting in a high quality studio. If you're sitting in a high quality studio, you can do ABX tests all day long and you'll find it almost impossible to tell the difference between what's coming into the desk from the mics directly live as the musicians play it and listening back to the tape returns. It's almost indistinguishable, if not indistinguishable to almost all people who's going to hear that. So I know the truth is highly triggering to analog purist hi-fi enthusiasts.
My king, something is stirring across the land.
We were in the middle of our tournament when my friend John said he found a body in the bushes over there. I ran over there because I'm a healing monk to try and help, but obviously my magic wasn't strong enough because the dude's body was missing a head. So my friend decided to try and use a necromancer spell, which didn't work, which I knew it wouldn't. And apparently we contaminated the crime scene because that spell uses a lot of glitter.
No way that's real. No fucking way, dude. That has to be it, dude. Come on. No way. Is that actually real? Oh man, I hope so. That's hilarious. Fucking autistic LARPing retards found a dead body? Oh god, that's good. Thanks for the donation, Street Vegan.
VG, I recognized the voice but I couldn't remember who it was. Now we finally know what he looks like. Do you remember he went on Joey Carbstrong's channel to argue that promoting plant-based meat is wrong? That guy is something else.
Dude, he's one of the biggest fucking retards I've ever fucking come across. I think this is one of the few topics I'd agree with him on. But, yeah, he's a fucking moron. Good riddance. Thanks for the donation, Riley. W donated $2. Absolutely love that all the comments in the thumbnail are calling him an absolute idiot. I've never liked Foot Soldier, total moron. Did you ever see his mockumentary called Cult of Sugar Mountain where he made fun of Hannah Chloe's boyfriend? No, I don't think I did. I know he denied the rape allegations. Like, again, he's a fucking retard. I think he ended up deleting a bunch of videos he made about it after Norwegian published that final video where he pretty much had absolute fucking proof. Like, the circumstantial evidence was just so fucking overwhelming, and I think he deleted a bunch of those videos. He's an absolute cunt, dude. Thanks for the donation, W.
And I'm going to get loads more hate comments in the comment section down below. But sorry, I'm not part of your delusional little club. I'm supposed to be a professional audio engineering channel. I'm not part of the consumer hi-fi scene. And just because YouTube pumped my last video out to the hi-fi crowd, it doesn't mean that I have to start believing in Flat Earth or the Tooth Fairy. I always found it a bit odd that these hi-fi audiophile types will spend thousands of euros on cables and stuff that doesn't really matter in their pursuit to get the closest to the original sound of the recording possible, like it sounded in the control room as it was recorded. But they've never set foot in a recording studio and listened to how it sounds in the recording studio. And the fact that the studios where their favourite records were recorded use long lines of bog standard copper wire over a rusty old patch bay that was pulled out of a telephone exchange. You know, they're called post office jacks for a reason, you know. As well as the fact that the hi-fis are set up in their living room with zero acoustic treatment. But anyway, the second reason why it may be very silly to claim that vinyl sounds better than digital, especially for records the late 70s and onwards, is because many records had an overt digital production stage. Like this one, for example, Donald Fagen's most highly acclaimed record. This got nominated for 7 Grammy Awards, and many people use this as a reference, a benchmark album. Many audiophiles absolutely love listening to this record on vinyl, and there's a big vinyl player on the cover just saying how vinyl analog is so superior, the best format to listen on, but it was recorded completely digitally. So if you say that vinyl sounds better than digital and Donald Fagen is in there somewhere, well, that's completely stupid because he recorded this album digitally. A lot of Stevie Wonder's records were recorded completely digitally, and if it wasn't recorded digitally, many records were edited with digital tools. Even from the late 70s, a lot of classical recordings, most most classical recordings
Somebody
throughout the
just
80s,
sent
in
me
fact,
this.
were recorded completely digitally because the dynamic range is the superior. And if you've got an orchestral recording, you need a big dynamic range. And the most suitable format for a large dynamic range is digital. But perhaps most importantly, from the late 70s onwards, mastering studios started to adopt digital delay lines in their cutting racks. Ampex released the ADD-1 in 1979, and it was marketed for that exact purpose. And pretty much after that, everyone just started adopting digital delays in their cutting racks. So why is that? Why do you need delay to cut records anyway? This is going to require a bit of explanation, so I'll draw it out here. So normally you cut the grooves, and if they run into each other, obviously that is bad. You don't want that because the record's going to skip. It's not going to work. Instead, you can come along and just say, okay, well, I'm just going to define the maximum groove width that is possible. It's X groove width, and you can't exceed that, and everything's just going to fit inside these predefined zones. So everything's safe. The grooves aren't going to run into each other because they can't. This is called fixed pitch, and this is how the original lathes work. But notice if we cut silence, it's just wasting space. We've got a whole bunch of space, but we're just not using it. And so we can improve upon that using a variable pitch method. So we've got loud sound, quiet sound, loud sound, and then the next groove could be silent or very quiet, and it doesn't take up a lot of space because it can be just sat right next to the previous groove. And if something goes loud, look, we can just move it out of the way and make it really loud and then go back.
Riley donated $2. Are you going to leave a comment and expose him? Who cares? Thanks for the donation, Riley.
Watch latest Jake Bro video. Putin's been doing dark voodoo with Russia's finances and it has condemned the Russian people.
Yeah, I was planning on watching that. I saw that he uploaded that video. Thanks for the donation, retard. China's doing the same thing right now, pretty much. Just not to as much of an extreme degree. Hey, Gum Gum. But, yeah. Give it up. Just die already. These people are just fucking delusional. Thanks for the donation, retard. Sadie N-word donated $2. Oh my god, Gum Gum. Gum Gum, come here. Come here, Gum Gum. Gum Gum. Come here, Gum Gum. No, Gum Gum, come here. Oh, he's lying down on the desk. Let me see. More or less. Yeah, it's how things are probably gonna go. If black dudes didn't think gymnastics was gay, we would dominate. I've seen a nigga flip over a fence with no hands running from the cops. Damn, now imagine the success you guys would have if black dudes thought crime was gay. Hey, Gummy. Oh, yes. Yes, Gum Gum. Oh, there's my sweet kitty. Yeah, come here, Gum Gum. That's a good boy. Oh, my Gum Gum. Look at my Gum Gum. Oh, I love my Gum Gum. Look how handsome he is. Oh, my sweetie. Oh, he is my big Gum Gum and I love him. Oh, I love you so much, baby. Yeah, you're my Gum Gum. He is the best kitty. Oh, I love him so much. He was lying on me all day. Oh, I love him so much. Gummy, oh my god, the back of your head looks amazing. Criminals, blacks, whites. Yeah. Man shoots friend over LeBron Jordan debate. To be fair, I can only really imagine black dudes shooting each other over an argument about basketball. White people shoot each other over whose crystal meth pipe is whose and whatnot. Thanks for the donation, Sadie.
This is far superior because we can cut quiet and loud grooves and utilize the maximum possible space on the record. We have a really massively loud sound and we have really quiet sounds, and we're utilizing the maximum possible space. With variable pitch cutting, you can cut way louder, fit way more on the record. Obviously, everyone wants variable pitch and no one wants fixed pitch. But the way it works is, let's say that you've got a sound normally. People normally think of a transient sound like that. That's not how it works on the vinyl. Because just imagine the previous groove. You're just going to completely collide with it. You can't do that. So what you have to do is go along and then move out of the way for the loud sound, to anticipate the loud sound, and then play the loud sound after you've moved out the way. So there's a moment that needs to be anticipated there, and that can be anticipated incredibly quickly, but if it's done too quickly, you cause distortion. And if it's done too slowly, then you're just going to waste space on the record. So the vinyl lathe needs to peek into the future to know when the loud sound is coming. And although the average audiophile might be gullible enough to believe in time travel, unfortunately lathes can't do that. We need a way to say, hey, look lathe, there's a loud sound coming up, move out the way, ready for this sound, in anticipation. How do we do that? Well, we send the direct signal to the preview of the lathe so it knows what's coming up, and then we delay the signal which is going to be cut through the cutting head. And what kind of processing is used to delay the signal? Well, I'm very sorry, my analog purist audiophile friends, but unfortunately for you, it's a digital delay. Since the introduction of the Ampex ADD-1 in 1979, basically everyone switched. Mastering studios were one of the first places for widespread adoption of digital technology, especially in that part of the chain. And why is that? Well, if we read the advertising, Ampex's system with the digital delay allows for a superior...
I don't even know why this is still a debate in the audiophile community. Like, the sound ends up being analog either way. It doesn't matter if the source is fucking digital. It makes no fucking difference. And then, yeah, with analog, you have all these other fucking issues where you can end up getting distortion and shit in the track because of, like, degradation of the tape, the record, like, what have you, the way it's mastered. These people are just fucking retarded.
Signal to noise ratio, it saves time and money when compared to the traditional methods, and it has a greater performance value per dollar than any mastering system currently available. So pretty much most records since the 80s have had at least a digital process, even if they're recorded on analog tape, mastered to analog tape, and then cut to vinyl. Well, there's that cheeky delay.
Also, why did he call himself vegan foot soldier? I mean, he was against police intervention when there was a school shooting, and against stopping Nazis. It doesn't make any sense. Or is that the point? It isn't supposed to make sense anyway?
I think he's a narcissist, and he didn't really think through any of these ideas he had. And when he faced criticism that just made his position look absolutely stupid, in his mind, he can't ever be wrong. So he just doubled down and maintained a stupid position. And the reason I think that, like, that's his reasoning is because he made a follow-up video after the debate we had where he lied about the entire conversation and said I asked him a question that was completely different from the question I asked, and he made his position sound more reasonable. So I asked him if he'd be okay with killing a single Nazi to save 6 million Jews. He said no. Then in his follow-up video, he said, I asked him if he'd be okay in traveling back in time to kill Hitler when he was an innocent baby to save 6 million Jews, which completely changes the scenario. And even then, I'd still think it's okay to kill baby Hitler. Like, who cares? You know ahead of time what's going to happen, but that creates a different ethical dilemma, right? So I'm pretty sure he's just a narcissist who can't admit he's wrong. The only other plausible explanation is he's like a weird emotional retard and he just can't think clearly, but again, that doesn't really explain his deliberate lying. Thanks for the donation though, Riley.
All hail Emperor Richard, the true emperor of the world.
No, Gum Gum is the emperor. My sweet little Gum Gum is the emperor of the world. Gum Gum is the one who's the emperor. This is my sweet little kitty. He's the emperor. He's the one who makes all the decisions. That's my sweet little Gum Gum. His first decree is to make everyone have balls of yarn and string. And also, it's always num-num time whenever you want. There's no breakfast time, no lunch time, no dinner time. It's always num-num time. So anytime you want num-nums, it's num-num time, and you can always have num-nums. Those are his first demands as Emperor of the World. Unlimited balls of string and yarn, and always num-num time.
Thanks for the donation, Benedict Arnold. Sadie N-word donated $2. Let me see. Police fire 96 shots in 41 seconds, killing black man during traffic stop. Turns out he shot at them first.
Rob, Chicago police fired 96 shots before the incident with Dexter Reed ended, and it only took 41 seconds for all those shots to be fired. 23 body-worn cameras vividly.
To be fair, with a full capacity Glock, I could do that with a, single gun.
Portray a violent and deadly incident for motorist Reed. The 26-year-old man shot by police and killed on March 21st in East Garfield Park after police stopped Reed for not wearing a seatbelt, and he opened fire on them.
I don't understand how it's a preferable outcome to shoot at police because you were stopped driving without a seatbelt versus just accepting the traffic ticket. And dude, even if these guys are like riding dirty, like they know they're gonna run their plates and like the car shows up stolen and shit, like why don't these people ever think to like, okay, I'm gonna wear my seatbelt, I'm going to make sure I stop at all stop signs. I'm not going to run a red light. I'm going to drive super carefully, just so you're not noticed. They deserve to get shot and killed. Like, they're just that fucking stupid and crazy.
Wounding one officer in the wrist. We've blurred some of the video you are about to see.
Roll that one down, too. Hey, don't roll the window up. Don't roll the window up.
Reed at first lowers his vehicle window for police, but then quickly closes it. A few seconds later, gunshots are heard and seen coming from inside the vehicle, and officers outside the SUV run for cover. One officer shot in the wrist and wounded during that initial round of gunfire by Reed, according to COPA investigators. In this disturbingly violent video, a Chicago police tactical officer takes a firing position and squeezes off dozens of rounds of ammo.
Like, by the way, a lot of people are confused why the police have to fire so many shots. They have to be able to confirm the kill. Handguns especially are not very ballistically efficient. That's why you hear so many stories of people getting shot like 15 times and surviving. Like, handgun rounds are just not that great at killing people, and when you have somebody who's shooting at you, you have to make sure they're dead. So that's why they, like, absolutely dump and empty their mags.
Dexter Reed attempts to leave the vehicle, but is hit by the steady stream of police fire. He then rolls out of the vehicle, still moving, the police still firing. Once Reed stops moving, the body cam video appears to show an officer firing 3 more shots. Total time police are shooting, 41 seconds, 96 rounds.
Within less than a minute, an exchange of gunfire occurred, leaving Mr. Reed dead, and an officer shot.
Yeah, good riddance. I'm sure the stupid Black Lives Matter idiots are complaining about this. Like, bro, this guy got stopped for not wearing a seatbelt, and then he shoots at the fucking police. Like, it's just fucking crazy. We do not need people like that in society.
Shot in the forearm. Preliminary information and available evidence appears to confirm that Mr. Reed...
Like, if you're gonna be a criminal, at least be a decent criminal. I don't have a problem with somebody, like, selling drugs and crystal meth and shit. Like, if you're so fucking stupid and crazy that if you're, like, selling meth or stealing shit and you cannot be stopped by police or else you're gonna get, like, a 10-year sentence, drive with a fucking seatbelt. Like, have the plates on your car updated. You know, have a license. Don't run stop signs, you know?
Fired first, striking one officer. The same information also confirms that 4 different officers returned fire approximately by the Illinois State's.
Yeah, good riddance. We need more of these fuckers getting shot. The 4 horsemen of no clear motive. Yeah. For real.
$23 a day.
Can you explain what an incel is?
So an incel is just like someone who is involuntarily celibate. That
There's no way this chick is physically capable of having sex. There's just no way. Can she? Like, I don't think she can reach her own vagina without having one of those, like, fat people sticks where you can put, like, a sponge or something on the end.
loser sitting on Reddit. Them.
She's describing herself.
And it just has a real stank smell that is involved with these people.
She's describing herself.
I'm just gonna paint you an image, and like the fedora's a little crusty, and the beard, the neck beard is strong, but the facial hair is weak, and there's a bald spot in the back, and you can just see the fedora just hanging on for dear life, and he's sitting there muttering under his breath about how like Jessica Alba's ugly,
right?
You know,
literally,
like
yeah.
that.
Yeah, femcells. Thanks for the donation, Sadie.
All hail Gum Gum, the ultimate cat.
Yes. He is king of all the cats and all of humanity. I love Gum Gum. He's just being a sweet little boy hanging out on my lap. I love Gum Gum.
Thanks for the donation, Benedict Arnold. AAI donate $2. Did you ever watch Twin Peaks, the original, especially the 2017 revival series? Absolute peak television. Nope. Never seen Twin Peaks ever. Thanks for the donation, dude.
They're hidden in the vinyl cutting process. Now, that's not to say it's not possible to do it all analog. Of course you can. You can do it with the tape machine. You just need the preview deck modification. Then you've got multiple.
Hey VG, here is the Christian live stream you can join to debate.
Having evidence doesn't mean it's conclusive.
Yeah, not falling for that again. Thanks for the donation, Majin Buu.
Playback heads, and the time that it takes for the tape to physically travel from one of the playback heads to the next playback head is your delay. However, there's very few people actually preserving this all analog way of doing it. They're normally very specialist, small studios, like for example Salt Mastering, where Paul Gold spent 15 years building his own custom vinyl mastering console.
So yes, I built, this took me approximately 15 years to build.
Whoa!
The purpose of the A/B path console is for mastering directly from open reel tape to the lacquer master record without going into the computer. This is from the early 70s. It's an extremely rare deck. It's the only one I've ever seen. You load the tape here, and that's the preview head. Oh. That's the playback head. So you load the tape there, and then you pull the tape, and you can see that that's for 7.5 IPS 33, 7.5 IPS 45, 15 IPS 45, and
I've been in a lot of
33.
mastering places. I've never seen that ever.
But this is the only 1-inch preview deck ever made.
So it's not like it doesn't exist, but the vast majority of all records from the 80s onwards have been cut with the digital process. And that obviously includes all of the re-releases that were recut of the older stuff before that. So you could record an album through a vintage Neve console, going to 2-inch analog tape and use all of the analog outboard and bounce that down to a 1/2-inch analog master tape and give that to a mastering studio, and they can use all of their analog EQ and compression and then send it straight to the Neumann VMS 70 or Neumann VMS 80 lathe that they have there. And it's all analog up until it hits the digital delay in the cutting rack, and now it's been digitized and transformed from analog to digital and then back to analog, and it's been cut. So now your analog chain has been polluted by that very last step in the cutting rack, the delay, which is necessary for getting a better cut. In my opinion, that's completely fine because the digital process is transparent. You can't really hear it. It doesn't matter. It sounds great, and you can get the best quality cut when you're using a delay. So for me, I don't really care about that. But the analog purists, now their process, their analog chain has been polluted at the very last step, and I just find that quite ironic.
The night is young and we want a debate. Join the Q Monkey.
In A being evidence and B not being evidence.
No, I'm not waiting 2 hours to get into a debate with a fucking moron who's probably just going to kick me or do what, who are those idiots? Those two black dudes that I ended up debating who are Christian. They ended up diverting the whole conversation away from the problem of evil into moral realism, and then they just kicked me because they couldn't make a fucking argument. I'm not gonna bother. I'm not gonna ruin the whole fucking stream. Thanks for the donation, Majin Buu. Sadie N-word donated $2. Let me see. Yeah, that was bad. He probably, like, dozed off or something. Jesus, dude. Some of these are bad. I stopped transitioning to have a baby. BBC taking all your women, the women. I don't even know who would. This is the way revoke their passports, send them all back home. Sweden seeks to change constitution to be able to revoke citizenships. Should only happen for the illegals, though. If they have citizenship, then they have legal status. Like, doesn't that just epitomize the whole anti-immigrant thing in the right wing? Like, this isn't about whether they're illegal or not. This is about skin color. Thanks for the donation, Sadie.
It's funny that the analog purists are listening to all of these analog records, but most of those records probably had a digital delay. So it probably went through at least one stage of analog to digital and digital to analog in that chain because of the preview of the lathe. Some people commented on the previous video, yeah, sure, maybe the format itself isn't magical, but I generally buy vinyl because it's got more dynamic range. And that's what I'm interested in. Hearing more dynamic range, it's less fatiguing, it sounds better, it's more exciting.
It does not have more dynamic range.
To listen to records with dynamic.
What people are talking about when they say that, they probably just like the patina of vinyl records. So they're just getting a certain noise out of it that has nothing to do with the actual recording.
Range. Yeah, sure, I agree, but you have to understand the way that this comes about. So as a mastering engineer, I do a lot of this. So I'll do the digital master first, and I will only issue someone the vinyl files for cutting after the digital master has been approved. We first get the digital master, and then we get the vinyl master after, because I don't want to issue the vinyl master, and then there's revisions, and then I have to like issue another set of vinyl masters, and you've got all sorts of revisions on vinyl masters, and then it's confusing what goes to vinyl. That's the complete mess. So I personally don't do that. My policy is I will first say, no, we're going to get the digital masters until we're happy with those first, and then we issue the vinyl masters. That's the way that I personally work. But the digital masters are normally going to be for general consumption. They don't want to have those super quiet because if you play it against something else, they're just going to be like, yeah, it sounds weak. And that's the general thing that people say. It sounds feeble or weak in comparison to other things that they've listened to. So you have to get the digital masters to a reasonable level so that people, the customers, the clients don't complain about it sounding weak and feeble. But then when it goes to vinyl, obviously you take all of that limiting and stuff off because it doesn't matter. The limiting doesn't affect the vinyl. It's not like you're going to have a louder cut because you've limited it more. That's not how it works on vinyl, because even just the RIAA equalization throws a massive spanner in the works. Like all of these advocates of clipping, for example, if you clip, you're not going to make it louder going to vinyl. You're just going to make it sound worse. So the way that you have a louder cut on vinyl is just taking more space up. You need more space on the grooves. So that's why people have double vinyl or even triple vinyl so that they can have a louder cut with better signal to noise ratio, less surface noise relative to the signal. Because if you try and stuff less music on each side, you can make it louder because the grooves can be wider. So that's how you make a louder cut on vinyl, by making it physically louder. Just limiting it on vinyl doesn't actually do anything. So it's completely stupid limiting to try and make it louder to go to vinyl. So that's why you just take the limiters off to go to vinyl, because it's stupid. So that results in a state of affairs where the digital masters are always slammed and the vinyl is always way more dynamic. It's just the way that it works in the industry. Now, my personal suggestion of a way out of this predicament is not just to buy the vinyl because it sounds more dynamic. It doesn't sound more dynamic. It sounds identical in its dynamics to the vinyl.
Fuck chat, donate $2. Why are you lacking? Why don't you got forearms or hands like this. You, this nigga foot soldier, on my lord, can you fucking believe it, mate? Bloody hell, look at him in his glory. Thought he was Sneak.
This is gonna be 45 pounds to bend it. Let's see if you got it. Easy. This is level 2.
Well, that guy has some weird genetic thing, so there's not really any kind of training I can do to get Popeye hands.
And it requires 90 pounds of force to bend. Easy. Let's go to level 3, 140 pounds of force. Oh my gosh.
That was not bad.
This is level 4. 175 pounds, most people can't even bend it. So
they can't bend it a little bit?
So let's see if you can do the whole thing. Oh, okay, I saw your hands touch. I'm terrified standing here because if it flicks out of his hands, it could be over for me. Now this is level 5, 220 pounds of force to bend. I'm not getting close to bending this even just a little bit.
Fucking beta.
No way. No way. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that guy has to be pretty strong. I remember Eddie Hall had a hard time with that. Thanks for the donation, fuck chat.
Files that were supplied for the cut. The thing is, you want to get the non-slammed high-resolution WAV files. That's what you want. So my personal suggestion is, okay, you can just release the slammed version to Spotify so people can put the music on in the background whilst they're doing the hoovering. That's fine for the general consumption. But then on Bandcamp, release higher quality, non-slammed masters without limiters at all, or the limiting like turned out like 6 dB or something. You can definitely do that, and you can just say on Bandcamp, yeah, these are the high-res, non-lim versions of the album, and people would massively appreciate that. I think I'm going to do that myself. I haven't done that. I don't know why. I've actually talked about that to people I've made music with in the past and said, let's issue high-resolution, no-lim versions on Bandcamp. And it's just like, yeah, it's confusing because people don't know what one to get, and they'll listen to it and think it sounds too quiet and broken. But no, I think people nowadays get it. They get that they want the dynamic one. People who know what they're talking about want the dynamic one, and people who know what they're talking about are probably going to go to Bandcamp rather than just listening on Spotify. Now, one last thing before I wrap this video up. On my previous video, a lot of people said in the comments that I was hating on vinyl and I didn't understand the reasons why people listen to vinyl as an experience. And they obviously didn't read the description of that video, because I actually say in the description that vinyl is my favorite format and I love vinyl for these certain reasons. And I always write description under my video to give more context, additional information, and I think it's valuable to read those descriptions because it's what I'm thinking as I'm uploading the video, some maybe things I left out of the video or other things I want to mention. And so if you are interested in my thoughts there, maybe you can read the description. I know not everyone's got time to read that, but anyone who's interested in my videos, there's more information in the descriptions that I write on every single video under the links the sleeve, or I can look at any additional insert plastic groove.
Let's see.
To reach up to 70 miles per hour.
6 different wildfires raging right now.
Damage is already estimated in the hundreds of billions.
Several of the state's largest insurers either stopped or limited new policies.
These wildfires could be one of the most expensive.
What the fuck, donate $2. Is this guy even vegan anymore? I'm assuming he is. What is his purpose now, and how did you ID him as Vegan Foot Soldier? Well, somebody sent me a link to his channel, and I immediately recognized the voice. Thanks for the donation, WTF. Elias donated $2. Let me see. I think somebody already... Yeah, we already saw that. I don't really want to watch this. Yeah, it's just gross. Don't send me shit like this. I don't want to see people abusing animals. Those are some nice monkeys. Yeah, those are nice monkeys. Thanks for the donation, dude. Sadie N-word donated $2. Let me see. Someone help me. Okay, you got a license for this rape? That's pretty much the British police. I made this. You made this. Civilization. I made this. Burns. What? Why? You did this. We was kings. It's not exactly how that happened. Sent me something with sensitive content. Here, kitty. Here's your cat. Something safe and sound. Black people aren't eating cats. The real reason Trump won more of the black vote than any other Republican in years. Trump is even more of an N-word candidate now. Gold-plated everything with his name on it. Multiple baby mamas. Mugshot. 34 felonies. Didn't do nothing. Got shot. Worked at McDonald's for a day and quit. They might be onto something. Thanks for the donation, Sadie.
Expensive natural disasters in U.S. history.
The deepening home insurance crisis.
Insurance crisis. Insurance crisis.
Insurance crisis. We are witnessing the most expensive natural disaster in the history of the United States as 5 active wildfires burn in Los Angeles County, and it's an insurance nightmare. The Palisades fire alone has consumed about 42 square miles, nearly the size of the entire city of San Francisco. The scene in Pacific Palisades is apocalyptic. The fire incinerated at least 1,000 structures in the community located about 20 miles west of downtown Los Angeles. The before and after photos of this neighborhood are heartbreaking. You can see from this video from CBS correspondent Jonathan Vigliotti, that's the Palisades Village Starbucks, originally constructed in 1924, which now looks like someone dropped a bomb on it. And this is only a few city blocks from Santa Monica. Historic locations like the Will Rogers Ranch House and the Topanga Ranch Hotel.
Holy fuck, dude. That is just wrecked.
By newspaper tycoon William Randolph Hearst are gone. And on the other side of the city, the Eaton Fire is only 10 miles northeast of downtown LA. This fire burned more than 10,000 acres and has burned an estimated 7,000 structures in and around Altadena. It seems like the entire community of Altadena is just gone. The iconic Rose Bowl has been repurposed as an evacuation shelter for large animals. And near the center of the metro area, the Sunset Fire got within a few hundred feet of Sunset Boulevard, forcing motorists to abandon their vehicles and run for their lives. And before you write jokes about LA traffic being the death of us in the comment section, you should know that in strong winds like there are in Southern California right now, the searing heat from the wildfires can suddenly burst outwards at the speed of Olympic sprinters and suddenly trigger sudden ignition. Not to mention the embers can travel up to 2 miles. And that's why the fires have forced at least 180,000 people to evacuate and an additional 200,000 people who are under evacuation warnings. Statewide, over 1.5 million people don't have power, and the wildfires have caused at least 24 deaths and a high number of significant injuries. Thousands of firefighters are struggling to keep up as 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts are literally fanning the flames, reducing entire neighborhoods to ash. And for the moment, while we can't stop the fire, we can talk about all of the legal implications, because there are a lot of them. Now, the first is who pays for the wildfires. In 2020, we talked about who's liable for wildfires started by arson, negligence, and gender reveal parties. Yes, you heard that right. The El Dorado wildfire started when a couple set off a smoke bomb during a photo shoot for their gender reveal party. As a result of their negligence, the fire burned 36 square miles of land in San Bernardino.
Dude.
And killed a firefighter from the U.S. Forest Service. Refugio Jimenez Jr. set off the device in dry grass on a scorching hot day, and he eventually pleaded guilty to manslaughter. Obviously, Jimenez did not have enough money to foot the bill for all the damage, but sometimes the perpetrator does have deep pockets. For example, in 2018, a wildfire known as the Camp Fire destroyed the town of Paradise, California, and decimated large swaths of Butte County. State investigators determined that a major utility company, Pacific Gas and Electric, was responsible for the blaze. At the time, California was in the midst of a drought, and PG&E failed to maintain faulty equipment and didn't repair downed power lines, so when downed trees came into contact with PG&E property, it started.
By the way, that situation was insanely fucked. And there's a ton of corporate corruption going on with Gavin Newsom. There is, I think there's only one power company in that area, maybe 2. And what's ended up happening is when there's no competition in the market, these companies try to reduce costs as much as possible, charge people as much as they can to maximize profits because they can just fucking do that. And apparently this power company actually got money from the government to update their infrastructure. They didn't do it. They literally pocketed the money. They were using equipment that was literally 100 years old, and it ended up malfunctioning, starting the fucking fires. And they literally got a fucking slap on the wrist. And because they ended up paying huge amounts of money for Gavin Newsom's campaign, he didn't end up really doing anything about it. Like, people literally should have, gotten decades in fucking prison over that.
Fire. The Camp Fire was the costliest wildfire in California history. It killed 84 people, destroyed over 14,000 structures, and led to industry losses over $14 billion. Approximately 70,000 people suffered extensive losses to their homes, property, and businesses. Now, PG&E should have known that its equipment could be dangerous to the community, especially in light of the drought conditions, but also PG&E has been saddled with equipment that's sometimes 100 years old. So sometimes they're doing the best with what they have. But PG&E filed for bankruptcy and eventually settled with plaintiffs for a record-breaking $13.5 billion. The company's Chapter 11 reorganization plan established the PG&E Fire Victim Trust to represent the interests of people who suffered losses, and the trust sued 20 former PG&E officers and directors for negligence. PG&E pleaded guilty to 84 counts of involuntary manslaughter for the deaths of the people who who died in the Camp Fire. And while the PG&E Fire Victim Trust Fund was responsible for helping a lot of the victims rebuild their homes and lives, a lot of the victims were stunned when Uncle Sam sent them a big tax bill just because they collected a settlement. So what happened there? Well, you might recall the first Trump administration's Tax Cut and Jobs Act. Among the many corporate tax cuts that the TCJA included, one tax increase was that it removed attorney's fees as a tax-exempt expense. And that rule change had a big impact because it meant victims had to pay taxes on money that the lawyers collected. So if you got a settlement for $100,000, you were paying taxes on that settlement. And then you were paying taxes on the amount that your lawyers received. This effectively meant that the IRS was double.
Well, there you go. Trump's quote-unquote tax cuts affecting, the working class. Elias Donatello just found the first Muslim convert. Let me see. In 1937, a disturbing image was captured of Homer Peel kissing his wife, Geneva, just 10 years old at the time and an orphan, had been married to Homer, who was 24 years her senior. To circumvent a newly enacted law in Tennessee that made child marriage illegal, Homer lied to authorities claiming Geneva was 12. That doesn't really help much. He argued that he had rescued her from poverty and that annulling the marriage would return her to a life of destitution. I don't know why you have to have sex with a 10-year-old to just house them. The image shows the moment after Judge sided with Homer, refusing to annul the marriage and returning Geneva to her much older husband. Homer had reportedly promised her a pretty new hat for her loyalty during the 1930s. It was not uncommon for younger girls to marry significantly older men despite the growing legal efforts to stop such practices. Photograph is unsettling for many reasons, capturing a moment that reflect harsh realities of the time. Maine married until 1975 when they eventually divorced. Homer passed away in 1991 while Geneva lived until 2017, reaching the age of 92. Together they had 6 daughters, 1 son. Holy fuck, dude. Well, apparently he wasn't Muslim, but yeah, that's some fucked up shit. Thanks for the donation, Elias.
Dipping on settlement money meant for victims. However, recently President Biden signed the Federal Disaster Relief Law in December of 2024 in order to fix that problem. The law prevented disaster victims from being taxed twice on the same settlement funds. For example, if the funds were already taxed when paid into a trust, they wouldn't be taxed again when distributed to the victims. And that legislation is retroactive, meaning that the federal government will give funds to the fire victims who had already paid taxes before the law took effect. The IRS will return about $512 million in taxes back to wildfire victims and survivors. The bill also shields payment recipients from losing many of their benefits because the government interpreted payouts as windfalls under the TCJA. And that means that people who lost insurance coverage subsidies through the ACA, veterans whose copay rates went up, and students who didn't qualify for student loans will now find relief. The fires are still raging and no one knows if a corporation with deep pockets is responsible, let alone if there'll be settlement funds to compensate the victims. However, there are signs that the Eaton fire might have started near an electrical transmission tower in Eaton Canyon. Early photos and videos from residents show flames near the base of the tower before fire rapidly spread due to strong winds. SoCal Edison officials say that
Well, there you go.
They have no information indicating that their equipment started the fire, but lawyers have already sent letters demanding that they preserve evidence. And look, if it was possible to sue Mother Nature, you'd know about it already. And many people have lost everything, and naturally they'll want to rebuild. However, people who live in areas at high risk of facing natural disasters are also up against surging insurance rates. And in California in particular, home insurance companies like State Farm are pulling out of the state altogether. Now, a standard homeowner's insurance policy covers destruction and damage caused by fire, including wildfire. After fire, the insurance company will pay to rebuild or repair an insured home and remediate smoke damage. And this generally includes the outbuildings of the property. And a good policy will also provide people with a place to live by covering rent if the home is uninhabitable by a wildfire, plus additional living expenses incurred as a result. But all that depends on what's in the policy itself. And the amount of the insurance payout is determined by the terms of the policy itself.
Could be fun to watch if you're keen.
Harm to both officers. He was convicted of assaulting a police officer.
We can watch that. Why not?
And intentionally causing injury, while the 15-year-old was charged in children by the COVID-19 pandemic. On a 15-year-old, the boy quickly used a walkie-talkie to contact his neighbor, 50-year-old Stephen John Cleary, who arrived at the scene armed with a bat, ready to go toe-to-toe with the officers.
Mate, you'll be quickly. No. You go home quickly. Pick up your bag and go. No, mate, you'll be tased.
You get back now. You get back from me now.
You'll be tased. Get your hand off him. Boarding up!
Get back now or you'll be tased.
Oh, look at that. A taser not doing anything. What a surprise.
Tased. Get back. Go and get me now.
Get down now or you'll be tased.
Don't grab! Oh. Get off there!
Do police in Australia carry handguns? That sounded like Australia. Okay, they do. Am I... Yeah, Victoria. Why didn't they shoot the guy? He had a fucking baseball bat. Dude, he literally smashed the cop over the head with a fucking bat. Why didn't they shoot him? My god, police in Australia are massive fucking pussies. I didn't even realize.
Straight car north! Begin straight car north! Get! Ah! Put that down!
They sprayed the shit out of him.
Get back! Yes, call for help! 113, code 9. Mate, put your hands behind your back now. Put your hands behind your back now. Do it! Put your hands behind your back now! Do it! Put your hands behind your back! Put your hands behind your back now!
The confrontation escalated into a one-on-one fight when the 15-year-old attempted to pull one of the officer's guns. The officer facing the 50-year-old Stephen John Cleary was defeated in the altercation.
I have no idea why they wouldn't have shot him. I would have blown that fucking guy away.
And severely beaten with a bat before being rescued by a colleague. Cleary, who was later found to suffer from severe impaired mental functioning and experiencing active delusions at the time of the incident, was arrested and sentenced to only 38 months in jail, despite causing significant bodily harm.
Yeah, there you go. And that's exactly what's wrong with society. You've got a guy who beats a fucking police officer over the head with a bat, and he gets 38 months.
Harm to both officers. He was convicted of assaulting a police officer and intentionally causing injury, while the 15-year-old was charged in children's court. The next officer tried to stop a shoplifter on his own, but ended up begging for help himself. On July 18th, 2023, a Lakewood police officer working an off-duty job noticed an individual entering the grocery store he was protecting with a plastic bag. The individual grabbed some items, bypassed the point of sale, and attempted to leave without paying. This led to a confrontation with the officer, who grabbed the suspect and pulled him back inside the store. However, the situation went south for the officer when the suspect managed to take the officer to the ground and placed him in a guillotine headlock.
If only we had more, like, female police officers, and we got rid of this idea that, you know, only men can do physical things. We need more, you know, diversity and inclusion in the police force, and, you know, have it 50-50 men and women, because, you know, if only there was somebody with boobs and a vagina in this situation, it would have made it so much better.
Please, I beg your mercy! Somebody help! Help out here! I need help! I wasn't stealing!
I would have soccer kicked this guy right in the fucking face. Like, dude, that's the only situation where you can just fucking annihilate somebody's head with your fucking shoe and get away with it. Why wouldn't they just soccer kick him?
You're going now, pal. I wasn't stealing. Lay down, it's over. Lay down. Just chill. Lay down. I wasn't resisting. Put your hands behind your back. Here, on my back. I wasn't stealing. Sorry. You gotta be. I wasn't stealing. Liar. I didn't take it. Sorry.
Guillotine hold is not a good idea, bro. Poor guy's lips are purple. What are you trying to...
I wasn't...
His lips are purple. Alright.
Sir,
that was the wrong way to go.
I was trying to tell you. Stop! I'm trying to stop. Step still! My knee. I don't give a damn about your knee after all that. I didn't mean to do any of that.
Within moments, officers swarmed the store and were eventually able to subdue and arrest the extremely violent suspect.
Are you sure you're good? They said you were almost choked out. He had me in a good spot. That was doing everything he could not to let him go. You need checked out? I think probably does hurt, huh?
Your chest is all right?
My chest is all right. I got asthma. That's giving me a problem right now, but did you step in and help?
I did. Because
I'm in here a lot. I see you, so. Dude, I really appreciate it again. Thank you very much.
You guys stay safe.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your help.
I'm sorry you went through that, dude. That is scary.
You, but I don't know what's long on to him with.
Oh my God. I was fighting for keeping a hold of your gun.
The officer was fortunate, as the situation could have ended much worse if.
Alternate perspective to HLRs. No, you're joking, VG, but have you considered that women can create a lowered amount of tension and make criminals, especially males, less likely to want to harm them as well? Could it actually help to de-escalate the situation? Oh, that is adorable. Oh my God, that is so cute. Bless your heart. Oh my God, dude, you don't even fucking have any clue. Yeah, when you're dealing with reasonable fucking people who might just be having a bad day, you know, like if you got upset at a coffee shop and started arguing with somebody and then like there was a pretty cop with like nice makeup that came by and said, hey guys, let's calm down. Like, yeah, with somebody like you, that might work to help de-escalate. Bro, you're dealing with fucking criminals. If they see a woman, they think, oh, well, now I can get away with everything because I can just beat her fucking ass and steal her gun and run away. Oh my God, that is hilarious. That is the most adorable thing I've ever fucking heard. Thanks for the donation, dude. Bro, if I was if I was a fucking hardened criminal and like, I don't know, I was robbing a bank or just doing petty crime, selling drugs, stealing shit, I'd want every fucking cop to be female because then I know, oh, I can do whatever I want. As soon as like a fucking chick tries to arrest me, she's fucking dead. There's no way they can ever fucking hang with me physically. So one punch in the face, bop, they're fucking dead. And then you can go on stealing shit, robbing cars, killing people. Oh my God, that's hilarious. Thanks for the donation though, dude. Elias donated $2, some shortened Twitter links. Enjoy the vids. Let me see. Bro didn't hold back. Graduate wasn't too happy we ruined his face. I'm ripped pants, crop top. This is AI. Yeah, this is an AI video. So the one dead giveaway is it's muted. There's no audio. And you can tell there's a chick here who does not have ripped jeans. Her pants are normal. And her shirt goes down below her waist. And then when the camera moves, she just has like some top that shows her stomach and she has ripped jeans, so it's AI. The inventor of Vaseline was such a firm believer in its medicinal properties that he claimed to have eaten a spoonful of it a day. During a bout of pleurisy in his 50s, he ordered his nurse to cover him from head to toe in the substance, and soon recovered. He lived to be 96. Yeah.
Gonna want to.
Pretty sure Vaseline won't do that for you.
Wow. Gummy loves it when I kiss him. Don't you, Gum Gum? I love you.
Kiss your cat and see their reaction.
It's not that serious.
These are nice kitties. Oh, wait, that's the same video.
Wonko's Doma?
Alright, y'all already know y'all about to be weird, bro. Y'all about to be weird.
That's perfect.
Girl. Because of her parts. She had ovaries.
I don't know why it has to be that deep.
If this circle represents all of the open defecation that happens in the world, this is the fraction that happens in India. And this is the fraction that happens only in rural India. 65% of rural Indians defecate in the open. So what that means is that most of the open defecation that happens in the world happens in rural India, and most rural Indians defecate in the open. Every day, 500 million people in villages in India go in the fields rather than use a toilet or a latrine. That's bigger than the population of the United States.
Yes. Thanks for the donation, Elias.
Fucking dumbass retard saying that about woman cops LMFAO.
Peter, you have to apologize. What, because of a joke? Not just a joke, Peter. A joke that angered some bloggers.
Well, I guess this ain't the first time I got in trouble for something I said about a woman. Oh, good. We can steal.
Yeah, that's literally what criminals think. The only real use for female officers is investigators. So, like Scully, on FBI. What was the show? Scully and Mulder. What was it? Was it FBI Files? No. With the aliens. But, female investigators, they're not beat cops. They don't really have to deal with criminals like that. And you do want some female police officers just to deal with some female suspects. So if you have to do, strip searches and shit, that's really the only reason you'd want female officers. Street Vegan donated $3. Let me see.
Miss, for $1, name a woman.
Name a woman?
Yeah.
Who? Who?
No, name a woman.
Name a woman?
Yeah. The yoga bag. Name a woman.
Sorry.
No, name a woman.
Name a woman?
Yes, go.
Any?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Yes.
This is so hard.
Name a woman. Name a woman. Name a woman. No.
Well, thanks for the donation, Street Vegan.
Hey, Gum Gum. You're looking very handsome. You like sitting on my lap, little baby? You know I love you. It's my handsome kitty. Yeah, it's my handsome kitty. Anthropomorphic Gum Gum donates guns already illegal in Australia, so this is interesting. Knife crime seems to go up without guns, but they can't really ban knives too. Guns aren't illegal in Australia. They basically have the same laws as the UK, so they only really banned automatic weapons. You can still buy shotguns and stuff, but there's some like other gay-ass restrictions with licensing. The firearms ban didn't have any effect on firearms violence. It was just on a natural decline. Coles to stop selling kitchen knives after Queensland stabbing. Yeah, that makes sense. Coles is withdrawing kitchen knives from sale in supermarkets across Australia after Queensland staff member was stabbed in the back. 13-year-old boy is being charged with attempted murder over the attack in Ipswich, southwest Brisbane on Monday afternoon. Police allege the teenager obtained the knife in the Moto store and attacked the 63-year-old worker at random. In a statement, Coles said it would withdraw its entire range of kitchen knives from all Australian supermarkets in response to the increased levels of aggression and violence in stores. Dude. Australians are genuinely fucking retarded. They are one of the dumbest countries on the planet. Thanks for the donation, dude. CDG donated $2. You forgot the main reason: male police officers stress relief. Well, wouldn't really agree with that, but thanks for the donation, CDG. CDG donated $2. So, do people use sharp rocks to chop vegetables in Queensland now? Yeah, or they just try to break things apart with their hands. I guess there's a lot of squished tomatoes. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
The suspect had managed to render him unconscious and take possession of his firearm. The officer suffered from asphyxiation, redness around his neck, abrasions, and swelling. The suspect was arrested and charged with felony assault, aggravated robbery, strangulation, and resisting arrest. He later accepted a plea deal and was sentenced to 3 to 4.5 years in prison, along with 1.5 to 3 years of probation. The next cop, a female officer, was knocked unconscious when she attempted to arrest a highly dangerous felon on her own.
Yeah, there we go. Proving my point. Yep. Have more female cops so that they can get beaten to death.
On April 27, 2023, a female Oklahoma police officer responded to a building in search of 26-year-old D'Angelo Wright, who had felony warrants for kidnapping and aggravated assault, and had also...
I'm a strong, independent woman. I don't need no man. I can be a police officer just like any man can. I don't need no backup.
Get your ass beat.
Strangled the caller. Previously, the officer had arrived to find that Wright was not home. This time, after receiving reports that the suspect had returned, the officer arrived alone. However, she made a critical mistake by...
What was she thinking? Like, seriously, women, like, literally complain, the grocery bag's too heavy. Can you carry it in? Oh, can you change the car tire? You'd be way better at it. It's really hard. And I don't want to get my hands dirty. And then there's these chicks who become fucking police officers thinking they're gonna arrest, like, a dangerous fucking felon. It's hilarious. CDG donated $2. Watch the whole thing. Male officer stress relief.
A shocking 20-page report has been completed into sexual relationships at the Laverne Police Department. Some happening.
Well, I heard about this. This was the chick that was blasted online for being like a whore or whatever, right?
while officers were on duty and at work.
Doing something while you're at work, I mean, for everybody else who goes to work, you know, we're held to that same standard.
Jerry Howell says he was in disbelief when first reading the report and wants changes from city leaders. The investigation says Mayor Jason Cole got the first tip about the relationships.
It's just bad. It's like a stain, I guess.
We requested an interview with Mayor Cole, but was told he was not willing to talk on camera. Instead, he released a statement saying in part, "We will be retraining all of our employees in the rules, regulations, and expectations set forth by city leadership."
Be a wake-up call for Laverne.
People are so dumb. So the types of people who become police officers, particularly like the people who would actually be good at the job, they're going to be men, because, you know, how else are you going to arrest anybody? And they're also probably going to have psychopathic traits. So like willingness to commit harm being one of them. There's no fucking way you can get a group of men who have to hunt down criminals, possibly use deadly force, go out of their way to fight and restrain people without that, and being good at that job and not having like mental issues from it, without having some psychopathic tendencies. And again, like they're probably gonna have to be sort of manly, you know, higher testosterone, sort of macho. And then when you have like female, like just women around them, like what the fuck do you expect to happen? What do you think is gonna happen? There's no training that you can give somebody where they won't be themselves. Like, I don't know, the world's fucking stupid. Everybody wants to think, like, oh, if we just train people the right way, and, like, oh, we can teach people how to do things. Like, no, people are the way they are. There's certain personality traits and, you know, character that are right for certain jobs, and when you, like, put certain things in the mix, like, this sort of shit just happens. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Coming alone, as you will soon see.
Him? Yes. What the unsafe like a in here? No. D'Angelo? Yes. Are you D'Angelo? Yes. You know damn well you is. Done nothing. But that's all.
Myron Gaines impression.
Oh boy, Myron Gaines impression. How do I do an impression of him without getting banned? Let me think. Oh. Look, guys, the reality is that this high school chick who you're trying to pick up, who's 15 years old, you know, ideally you want to look for 15-year-old high school girls so you can groom them to be your perfect wife and slave. They're hooking up with NBA players, you know, LeBron James. They're getting flied out to Dubai to, like, fuck the entire football team. All these women are whores. All these women are whores, all right? And you got to realize the reality that when you're hooking up with 15-year-old girls, just like I am, you're hooking up with a slut, and you got to, like, up your game, all right? You got to be 7 feet tall, just like LeBron James. You got to be making, you know, $50 million a year. You got to, like, upgrade yourself to be able to date 15-year-old prostitutes that you're looking at on Facebook. There you go. There's my impression of Myron Gaines. Thanks for the donation, Majin Buu. Sadie, N-word, donate $2. Let me take a look. Owens, I'm a Christian. Kids being bombed is upsetting me. She hasn't expressed a scintilla of sympathy for the Ukrainian kids being bombed by Putin. Why are the Muslim Gazans more valuable? The answer is she's become ideologically colonized with the J-trap mentality, so she sees no evil except when being perpetrated by Jews. Yep. That is correct.
Anti-Semitic.
Go on.
Go on with what? You asked me a question, I answered it.
You said
I don't need to
not
launch into defense
anti-Semitic.
of myself because I'm just not anti-Semitic. There's nothing that I hear that I need to add. I guess today anti-Semitism, the definition keeps expanding, and now I guess it means if you don't fall over yourself every time Bibi Netanyahu speaks, they're just going to call you an anti-Semite. Nope, I'm a Christian. Kids being bombed is upsetting to me, and I have a right to say that without being called fire. And then to say that.
Yeah, again, she has no issue with Russia invading Ukraine, and not only have they targeted children's hospitals, kids' playgrounds, they're deliberately trying to kill kids. They're also kidnapping kids en masse. What was the figure? Like over 100,000 Ukrainian children have been fucking kidnapped by the Russian regime? She hasn't said anything about that. So she only cares about the shit when Jews are doing it because she hates Jews. I'm a woman, no. I'm Irish, no. I guess I'd agree. People who aren't pedophiles don't talk about fucking 15, 16-year-old women. Andrew Tate is a pedophile. Yep. Goddamn right.
I'm fucking all these 16-year-old women.
Am I remembering this correctly? Wasn't this like Candace Owens' husband or someone? This was, I remember this was like the boyfriend or husband of like Michaela Peterson or Candace Owens or some shit. Some conservative pundit chick.
Or 18-year-old women, whatever the law is in America. 18?
It's 18 usually. You get married at 16. I think.
All right, in Romania it's 16, sorry.
Yeah.
So if I'm fucking all these 18-year-old women.
Yep. So much for conservatives being against grooming. Racial equality in action. What was happening there? That looks like he was installing a lock or something. I have no idea what was going on there. That guy doesn't know how a wheelbarrow works.
Ja, sure. Waarom moeilijk doen als het makkelijk kan? Zo is het. Ja.
I guess he doesn't know what a vacuum is, or the vacuum's broken. Maybe that was just a bad day for him. Well, thanks for the donation, Sadie.
PLS, do your best impression of you doing some vegan activism, and calling non-vegans pieces of shit in an Irish accent, thanks.
So you see with that slaughterhouse footage, Animals are getting tortured and brutally murdered on a daily basis, and that's exactly what you're consuming every time you eat meat. You're paying for that kind of abuse there. And if you are paying for that abuse knowingly, well, then you're just a piece of shit, mate. There you go. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
Do the Christians who hate Jews realize Christianity is a derivative of Judaism? In order to fall under the category of Christian, it is required for you to believe absurd supernatural Jewish stories. They are retarded.
Kind of depends what Christian you're talking to. There are Christians who don't believe in the Old Testament. The New Testament does make reference to Old Testament prophecies and shit, so it's a little fuzzy there, but I know there are some Christians who argue they reject the Old Testament. Actually, one of the oldest Christian churches that became very popular in early Christianity, they actually recognized the God of the Old Testament as a completely different God to the God of the New Testament. So it sort of depends on what Christian you're talking to, but yeah, generally speaking, they're just retarded. Thanks for the donation, Majin Buu.
Let me just pat you down, make sure you ain't got. Because this is crazy, guys. This is crazy as saying stuff. Let me just pat you down, make sure you ain't got. Here, just chill. Do you live here, man? Yes. Yes, man, this is my apartment. Just chill. Put your hands behind your back. Oh my God!
I don't take showers. I only take baths.
That sounds very inconvenient. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer.
He knocked the officer unconscious and continued to strike her even after she had passed out, causing serious injuries. The suspect fled the scene, but was apprehended the following morning.
Let me guess. Men apprehended the suspect.
Hiding in the laundry room of another apartment. He was arrested and charged with aggravated assault.
Yeah, dude, as soon as criminals see a female cop, especially when they're alone, they literally think, oh good, I can do whatever I want. Grey Knight donated $2 informing literally anybody about Red Note.
Not download and use the Red Note app. And for those of you guys that don't know what the Red Note app is, you've been living under a rock. It's basically the TikTok alternative. People are scared that TikTok's going to get banned, so they're downloading the Red Note app. But Red Note is literally all Chinese. It's not even in English. And anytime you download that app and you create an account, you're giving them access to your full phone. So most people are like, oh, why would they want my information? Have you taken a picture of your passport? Have you taken a picture of your social security card number, whatever, birth certificate? All that is information on your phone. Also, have you considered that if you have any confidential information from your company on your phone, you're giving them access to that too, which is a huge issue. So if you get Red Note, they literally have access to any files that are on your phone that are potentially confidential. You also, if you're a federal agent, if you're in the military, if you have security clearance, clearly do not get this. And if you do get this on your phone, you're probably going to be reprimanded. They're going to know. So just be very wary. There is literally no point of you getting Red Note. Please pass this along. Red Note is not.
The only reason there's a bunch of people downloading Red Note, I can guarantee you, is because they've been paid. It's just not a natural migration from TikTok to... Like, TikTok... random Chinese app that nobody's ever heard of, where the site is entirely in fucking Mandarin. There's not even any English. Like, it's so retarded. And yeah, it's gonna get banned. Just give it a few months. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight. Sadie and we're donated $2. Let me see. No more raping kids. Okay, okay. Slap on the wrist, that's a child rapist. You'll rot in jail for hate speech. That's pretty much the UK. Okay. Watch him mock a young girl that he physically abused. Yeah, I saw that video. The Matrix is attacking me. This dude is a genius. Yep. Like, he can be funny sometimes in an ironic way. Like, you know, it's like laughing at a monkey. But people actually take that guy seriously. It's fucking insane. Yes, nice racist posts on Twitter. Thanks for the donation, Sadie.
Assault and battery on a law enforcement officer resulting in great bodily injury, domestic assault and battery by strangulation, and was sentenced to 35 years in prison. Next, meet a suspect who managed to drown an officer. On July 4th, 2023, Florida police officers patrolling the
That cop is kinda dumb.
beach waters were flagged down by beachgoers reporting a man who had assaulted his girlfriend, pepper sprayed 3 others, and fled on a boat. The officers gave chase, and as soon as they spotted him, the man jumped into the water.
Hey, buddy, hey, just come to the boat, man. We'll get it figured out. Just come here. Quit being stupid, man. Come on. Once you grab a piece of his clothes, rip them up. Hey, Sean, get
I don't get it. If he doesn't want to come on the boat, let him fucking drown. Let him tire himself out. You know, he can only tread water for so long. And then he'll either drown to death, which that's his choice, or he'll finally climb up and then you can easily just apprehend him because he's going to be too tired to fight back. These cops are so fucking stupid. Like, dude, I'd be the best cop ever.
Get over here. Didn't do anything. What the fuck? Dude, come on, man. Let's figure it out, dude. Come on. Come get in the boat. You don't know the okay, all right. Come on, dude. Let's figure it out. No, figure it out what? What is this? You're in the water in the middle of the Gulf, brother. It's not safe for you to be out here. Say what we need to figure out. We just need to figure out who you are, man. You're out here swimming by yourself in the middle of the Gulf. We want to hear your side, man. We got one side of it. We got your side. So tell me. There's something going on happening on the island, man. They're saying you did it. Like what? Like a fight or something, man. Is that true? No. What? Punch me in the face. And that you're a victim of. So why are you here arresting me then? Because you're a victim of a crime out in the middle of the ocean, man.
It was evident that he had no intention of cooperating with the officers, further raising suspicions about the accusations against him, because if he were innocent, he should have had no problem cooperating. As the officers closed in on him with their 2 boats in an attempt to catch him, he swam away once again. However, they managed to corner him once more, allowing one officer to reach him, but
Yeah, let him swim, let him tire himself out. If he wants to drown to death, you know, let him drown. And then if he wants to climb on, he can be nice and tired so you can arrest him easy.
as you'll soon see, this was a very bad idea.
Tell him to stand down. Just relax, man. Tell him to stand down. We don't want you running into our boat, man. Tell him to stand down. No, man, he's here for our safety and your safety. Same logo. Fuck, we got one in the water. John! John! Come here, motherfucker. You wanna fuck with my guy? You hear me, motherfucker? You wanna fuck with him? I got him. My guy, motherfucker! Oh, what the fucking over, man. You hear me? Get your head on the ground. Tell me what happened. Let me tell you what happened. Tase him. He punched me in my face, bro. I need somebody to tase this guy. Give us your arm. Give us your arm. Lay down.
Can you explain the VG versus Matt Dillahunty saga?
Yeah, basically he was talking shit about vegans, saying the ethical philosophy makes no sense, sees no reason why anybody should be vegan. I ended up debating him on his live show. And then after he couldn't make a single fucking argument and constantly contradicted himself, he kicked me, had a hissy fit, and then basically banned me from ever going on his show. And then he... and that's that. He refuses to talk about the subject ever again because he's a retard who can't make an argument or ever admit he's wrong. Thanks for the donation, Majin Buu.
On the ground. Lay down. Back up. Back up. Taser. Turn around, bro. Taser dead. Turn around, bro. Hands behind your back. Bro, look. Hand behind your back. Hand behind your back. I will do it. Hands behind your fucking back. You want the ass whooping of your fucking life? Put your hands behind your back. You hear me? I will. Swear to God, dude. Bro, let me tell you the time. I just told you I would tell you. Give me your arm. I will. Can you listen for a second? Give it to me.
The suspect managed to pull the officer who attempted to bring him on board into the water, and according to the officer's report, the suspect dragged him in head first and held him underwater, nearly causing him to nearly drown. However, the officer's colleagues intervened in time to prevent the drowning. The suspect was arrested, taken to jail, and charged with operating a vessel while impaired, battery on a law enforcement officer, resisting arrest with violence, and attempted felony murder for the near-drowning incident. The next officers were in such poor physical condition that 2 of them were overpowered by a single suspect.
No, one of them was overpowered by a single suspect. This is a woman, so they don't count. Oh, they're both women! Oh my god, they're both women! Gee, how did the suspect overpower them? Oh wait, that's a dude. Oh no, that's the woman's... Okay, yeah. Oh my god, this is hilarious.
On October 20th, 2024, Phoenix police officers were...
Why are women being asked to arrest people? Interesting consideration, $22. Is anti-Semitic a problematic term? What do you say when people argue Arabs are Semitic too? They're not. Oh my god. Term anti-Semitism was popularized by a German Jew hater. It was popularized in the context of industrialization and modernization in order to make Jew hatred sound more scientific. So, no, Semitism, so the term Semitic or Semitism is usually referred to talk about, like Arabic languages, or Middle Eastern languages. It was originally a kind of catch-all term for, like, yeah, languages of the Middle Eastern region. In some contexts, it talks about, like, just Abrahamic religions. In other contexts, it's used to describe people of a certain ethnic background. It just ended up being used as a term to describe Jewish people, but these people who are claiming, oh, Arabs are Semites too, they have the same ethnic heritage, they don't really. But, like, there were Arabic Jewish tribes, but yeah, like, there are clearly genetic ethnic differences between, you know, a lot of Jews and Arabs. But yeah, there are Arab Jews, but yeah, it's not a problematic term. I can't be anti-Semitic, I'm Semitic. Yeah, right, I love that one. I keep seeing the statement posted by non-Jews, usually of Arabic or Black descent, in response to complaints of accusations of anti-Semitism. Essentially noting that Semitic refers to people who speak either Hebrew or Arabic languages, or put another way, that it is a misnomer to define anti-Semitism as something purely affecting Jews, and further, yeah, it's just a word game. To me, it seems to be a Pedantic point that does not negate any anti-Jewish remark, but instead creates a frustrating distraction attempting to discredit by making someone reframe their view of a commonly used colloquialism. This seems to be an ever more trendy response since I first heard it used by Kyrie Kanye. That said, as a Jew, I'm not sure how do you feel about these remarks. Do we need to relabel anti-Semitism as anti-Jew? No. It's just a stupid game they play. Thanks for the donation, dude. Dodo, donate $2. You're starting to sound like Incel VG. We need women police officers and soldiers, or we wouldn't have enough. I can pretty much guarantee you, you can always find enough male police officers. Like, it's... like, no. There is not an issue with recruitment for the police where they literally cannot find enough male police officers. If they wanted to have an all-male police force, they would have no problem in doing that. For the military, that's a different story, just because the sheer amount of people they need, and it's also a very unique, shitty job that a lot of people don't want to do. But no, you can fulfill every single job that, you know, a police department needs with all men. We don't need female police officers because they can't fulfill, you know, recruitment demands. Also, have you ever been to the Canadian Shield? Also, when are you watching Sarah Payne video?
What's up with all these holes in Canada? And wherever you turn, there's another lake, eh? Some of them are even pretty great. What's with all these skinny hills or weird ridges, but not much else? What you're looking at right now is the Canadian Shield. It's a layer of exposed bedrock that covers around half of Canada. And when you look at a map of where Canadians live, this part's almost empty. Billions of years ago, ancient chunks of crust were crashing into each other and creating huge mountains on this land, some of them over 7 miles high. Then, over multiple ice ages, massive glaciers slid southward and basically shaved those mountains down. They left this land the way it is today. Mostly flat, not much soil, and a bunch of weird formations. Not to mention hundreds of thousands of lakes. But what's...
No, I've never been there. We'll watch it when we get to it, Dodo. Thanks for the donation. Sadie, donate $2. Let me see. Alex is into cross-dressers. Oh my god. He actually does watch transgender porn. He was doing a live show where he was showing the new, like, phone app that he has for InfoWars, and he accidentally opened a tab that was filled with she-male porn. So, I guess at least privately, he does not have an issue with trans women. Literal shit sandwich, something seriously wrong with Indians. Okay, for some reason that said, like, content blocked. Yeah, this is AI. Yeah, that's AI. The dead giveaway is there's no audio.
Para solucionar este gran problema con el Islam radical, tenemos que identificar y expulsar todos los musulmanes radicales, imames. Tenemos que cerrar todas las mezquitas radicales en este país.
I do not have a problem with that. Thanks for the donation, Sadie.
Were called to a business where the owners reported a man who appeared impaired was wielding a large knife and intimidating other patrons. And upon arrival, the officers quickly understood why their presence had been requested.
Oh, cool. Are you want to trespass? I think so. Think so? Okay. Did you steal anything or? No. The guy on covering up with his additional defense. Hispanic male, black hair wrapping over his head, black and white checkered shirt. Hey! Speed, police! Stop! Hey! Stop right now or you're gonna get tased. Right now.
Gummy, what the fuck are you doing? What are you doing? No, down, off my monitor. Jesus.
You got the taser? I got. Here, you want to come this way with hands? I got.
Hey, please, get your hands up now. I'm coming. Stop it!
Bro, it's over. If there were two men here, it wouldn't be an issue, but you got a woman with you, so, like, she's basically useless unless you have to shoot somebody. Like, what... I don't even understand. Like, what good are you... You're a woman. You can't take down a male suspect. What's the point? Why even try? Just call for backup, call for another man. Like, what are you even doing there?
Damn it.
Don't touch me! Fucking go down! I'm down. Stay down,
Stop grabbing my hand!
Stay down. Stop grabbing my hand! I'm gonna punch you in the fucking face!
Stop it!
I'm down, please, stop!
Give us your hand! Let go of my hand!
Yeah, and there we go. Male employee there. Looks like the security guard has to help.
Shit! Don't grab my fucking taser!
Okay. Right here, stop! I will shoot you in the fucking head! Fuck!
Why did they shoot the guy? Did they shoot him because he was holding onto the taser? Well, the prongs are inside of him, so I don't think you can really do much with that taser that's going to be of any benefit. Yeah, well... Thanks for the help, bitch. Like... Okay, so you have a male suspect resisting. Woman ends up using a taser because she has weak little bitch girl hands. The guy takes the taser from her, and then the male cop decides to shoot him dead because he has a taser that has prongs that are literally stuck inside of himself. And the only reason he got the taser in the first place was because, again, female cop has no grip.
And his female colleague, as even with the assistance of a mall security personnel, they were unable to initially subdue the man.
That seems like a completely unjustified use of force. What is he going to be able to do with that fucking taser? The prongs are stuck inside of him.
who managed to fend off all 3 of them. Medics were later called to the scene and confirmed the suspect's death. The officers sustained minor injuries, and their use of deadly force remains
Dude, cops are fucking stupid.
under investigation at the time of this video's production. The next officer was
Like, he didn't even take out a knife or anything. Like, all he did was grab the taser away from the fucking female cop. To me, it just seems like the male cop got freaked out and he was a pussy and he's not used to fighting anybody, and he just decided shooting him was the easiest way out of a situation that frightened him. That's the only reason I can figure.
pepper sprayed by the suspect and left in immense pain.
Jesus Christ! Get on the fucking ground!
On November 16th, 2023, police officers were dispatched to a Walmart store in response to reports of a male and female shoplifter. However, a single officer arrived at the scene first to confront the suspects, and based on what happened next, it was clear that this officer should not have approached alone.
Hey, partner. Come on. What? Come on. What? You're under arrest.
For what?
Because you and her.
For what? For what?
Don't pull away.
Dude.
You're under arrest.
Are you kidding me? What am I under arrest for?
You just stole that shit.
I didn't steal anything. I'm leaving the buggy there.
No, you passed.
Yes, I am.
You passed.
Bro, I'm leaving the fucking...
Wrong fucking person.
Come on. Please stop. Please stop.
Get a car up at Walmart. Car up at Walmart. I'm in a fight.
Bro, like, I've gotten into fights with random people, and I don't understand how these cops have issues fighting these tiny little weak twinks. Like when I'm twice somebody's size, they can't really do anything. How do they have such a such a problem wrestling a guy to the ground who only weighs like 140 pounds?
The officer quickly called for backup as the suspect, armed with pepper spray, used it against him. The officer responded in kind, leading to a pepper spray standoff.
Crazy, you man. Swear, I'm done. Stop, I'm done. I swear to God, I'm done. Sir, listen to me, please. Please, sir. Sir, please, I need... Can I explain something to you, please? Sir, I had no choice. Sir, I had no choice but to do...
They must have, like, no real training. It's just really weird.
Ma'am.
I was getting threatened.
Under arrest too.
Sir.
Ma'am, don't go anywhere.
Sir, please listen to me. Sir, please. Sir, come on, stop.
Hey, grocery. Outside grocery.
Oh yeah, it's a fat old dude. Yeah, big surprise.
Chick that ran off.
I didn't even steal anything.
Are you
I got him. I have a broken hand, dude. Jesus Christ. Get on the fucking ground. No. I'm trying. I have a broken foot. You understand? Oh, God.
She's going to get some water for you. Where'd the female go?
Please. I beg you. I swear to God.
Dude, he's got felonies all day long.
Radio, I got one to change. Dude, I'm so sorry.
Church, you want an ambulance?
Sorry.
Radio, start a squad.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Your night was almost over, you
Dude, I was leaving the cart there. I was leaving the cart there. I swear to God. Oh my God.
The night was over. You had to fucking do that.
Oh my God.
Now you're fucked. You're fucked.
Hey, Church, we got him.
The suspect was arrested, but the officer appeared to suffer more from the effects of the pepper spray. His colleagues had to use multiple bottles of water to help alleviate his discomfort.
Puffy coat. Man, that burns.
battery on a law enforcement officer, and petty theft. In the next case, 2 officers attempted to arrest an offending immigrant, only to be ambushed by his numerous friends. On January 27, 2024, New York City police officers attempted to disperse a group of young Spanish migrants, causing a commotion at Times Square. However, the situation escalated when the officers tried to detain one of them, resulting in a fierce street fight.
And again, people will play this clip and say, oh, see, fucking open border and all the shit, and then Trump's the one who blocked the border bill.
The suspects managed to escape after working together to attack an
Retarded.
Many policies will not cover limits beyond $1 to $2 million unless the homeowner paid for more coverage. And climate change is intensifying weather events, leading to more frequent natural disasters. And as a result, the scale of the property destruction caused by natural disasters, including hurricanes, wildfires, floods, and earthquakes, has gone up exponentially. And the insurance industry is struggling to keep up as the cost of claims rise. And as a result, homeowners and businesses are now paying higher premiums. Now, before you pull out your pickaxes against the insurance industry, remember that if they pay out more in claims than they get through premiums, then they'll go out of business. And if climate change makes it impossible to make a profit by issuing insurance, then the insurance company will just simply pay out because they can't afford it, which is what a lot of insurance companies are doing. They are increasingly pulling out from high-risk areas altogether, finding the potential for catastrophic losses unsustainable. And in the state of California, State Farm, Allstate, The Hartford, Mirstar, Unitron, Amguard, and Trans-Pacific have all refused to renew policies in the state or have closed up shop completely in 2024. This in turn reduces competition, leaving consumers with fewer options and often higher costs. Months before the disaster hit, thousands of people in Los Angeles were dropped from their home insurance policies with few reasonably priced alternatives. And obviously, it's not just California. Across the country in Florida, homeowners face some of the highest property insurance premiums in America. Rates have doubled and tripled between 2020 and 2024. And the potential for catastrophic losses from hurricanes is so great that major companies like State Farm and Allstate have reduced or completely stopped writing policies in Florida. But obviously, not everyone can afford to pay such high rates, nor bank on the goodwill of others. So what happens when homeowners can't get insurance? Well, some states like California have state-run insurers of last resort. In Florida, Citizens Property Insurance has seen a dramatic increase in policyholders as private insurers exit the market. And while this provides a safety net, it also places a heavy financial burden on the state. In California, when homeowners are rejected by 2 or more insurance companies, they can apply for a California Fair Access to Insurance Requirements Plan, or FAIR. FAIR has doubled the number of policies it issued over the past 4 years, but FAIR plans typically serve as insurers of last resort, and those plans come at a higher cost than regular home insurance in California and only offer limited coverage. And the FAIR plan's website says its exposure is at least $6 billion in Pacific Palisades alone. Now, FAIR isn't meant to be a complete insurance replacement, though. It's limited to a max of $3 million per house, and while that might sound like a lot, in West LA, that probably covers just the value of the land alone. Now, additionally, since 2018, California has also had consumer protection laws, which allow
Jania donated 260. You would make a good cop, but wouldn't you be tempted to tase every second person? Well, tasers don't do shit. No, I'd probably just, beat their ass, break a few ribs. They can complain about it later. Thanks for the donation, Jania.
Allow the state to declare a 1-year moratorium on insurance companies canceling or refusing renewal of an insurance policy in certain areas after a fire. The protection from cancellation or non-renewal lasts for 1 year from the date of the governor's emergency declaration. Governor Newsom has already declared a state of emergency and will most likely invoke this power for the 1-year moratorium. Now, if an insurance company is underpaying you or refusing to pay you altogether, whether it's for a fire, a car crash, or a personal injury, you'll want a good lawyer. But if you want a great lawyer, let my firm, the Eagle Team, help. We can represent you or help find you the right attorney. Because it's so important to talk to a lawyer right away so you can maximize your recovery. And by the way, how were you able to travel so fast? That's easy. I was crackling down a trail.
Require rescues, and we're going to
that in early 2024, unusually warm oceans led to one of the wettest storms in LA history.
Others, though, did require rescues, and we're going to show you one in about a minute. But first, I want to show you this video of the Sepulveda Basin, and the sheer volume of water there gives you an idea of how much rain has come down on the greater Los Angeles area.
Which then led to a vegetation boom, which made the region look basically like Hawaii. But the rest of the year was unfortunately one of the driest periods on record, turning LA into a tinderbox. Then, a few days ago, the seasonal Santa Ana winds began to howl, setting the stage for the perfect firestorm that we see today. Now, Donald Trump has long blamed wildfires on the government not doing enough controlled burns or removing dry vegetation, but he's half right at best. For over a century, the U.S. government has prohibited indigenous peoples in the region from doing controlled burns, which are meant to remove dry vegetation that could act like kindling. But California ended its ban on controlled burning by 2019. And California state officials started working with indigenous tribes to manage the forest. This was a positive step, but in the fall of 2024, the federal government stopped controlled burns in California. The U.S. Forestry Service feared that in such dry conditions, even a controlled burn could spiral out of control. And the warmer weather and drought severely impacted the water.
Dodo Donatellas, this black guy should make Red Note account, predict what they're gonna say before you play the video. Let's see. I have no fucking idea. It could go anyway. They might say something about TikTok spreading, you know, good information about Israel. That's why the government wants it banned. Something like that.
What you need to know. Trump pioneered this hyper aggressive posture against China in his administration. That was his doing. He pioneered this great power competition nonsense. We're like competing with China on a global stage, you know, so anti-Chinese, everything with Trump. Okay, cool. This TikTok ban was another Trump pioneering. Like he was like, oh, this is Chinese, we should ban it. Fast forward a few years, Trump becomes very popular with the tech bros. I think the Andreessen dude specifically is like heavily invested in ByteDance, TikTok's parent company. He changes his tune because of that. Then also Trump himself became popular on TikTok. And so one of his sugar daddies loves TikTok is his baby. And two, Trump himself, because we know he loves nothing more than adulate, big, all that's happened. And again, to this idea that the US state is keeping the citizens safe from their data and the Chinese amassing data, this is nonsense.
That is not nonsense. They're hoping to get TikTok on some phones of people in the US government, and they're hoping to get things like military secrets, nuclear launch sites, shit like that. That is not at all nonsense.
They have our data. Everybody has our data. It's out there if the Chinese...
No, this guy's a fucking moron.
Wanted. This is nonsense. What it really is, and what I think, you know, the reason why they just don't come out and say it, because I guess we just don't admit things that are so plainly true.
Here we go.
It's like, if we had TikTok and it had infiltrated China, we'd be working at regime change. We'd be working at sowing chaos. That's what we'd be doing, because that's what we've been doing to...
Yeah, the difference is when we do it, it makes sense because the other state is a bad actor. You fucking moron.
Countries we don't like since 1948. That's what they don't.
This is insane. This is like saying, oh, the only reason we, like, if it were World War II, oh, the only reason we're complaining about German and Russian spying is because we're hypocrites and we're doing it too. Like, it makes no fucking sense. Like, yeah, Germany and Russia are fucking bad actors. It's a problem when they're the ones doing the fucking spying. The reason we're doing the fucking spying on them is because we're good actors and we want to prevent them from doing bad acting.
Say, because that's just the plain and honest truth. If we had this capability, if we had an app that's that popular in China, we'd be using it to sow chaos over there. And the truth of the matter is, because China has the great...
So he's admitting we should ban TikTok? Like what point is he making?
Firewall, there's no Facebook. There's no Instagram, there's no YouTube, there's no Google. Hell, there's no TikTok in China. TikTok
I don't even know if that's true.
doesn't exist in China.
Is that true?
Yes.
I'm not even sure if that's true. It might be under a different name, or it might be walled off.
They have their own own Chinese version that's just obviously way more heavily censored. And that's why me personally, I do think on principle, TikTok should be banned here. If, like even things like Hollywood.
Yeah, this guy is just kind of fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Levels in Los Angeles County. And the right wing has accused LA Mayor Bass of lowering the budget.
Like, there was literally no thesis behind anything he fucking said. Nothing. It was just rambling.
For firefighters, the left wing has blamed her for sending more resources to the police. And they're both probably right. Bass's budget raised salaries for firefighters, but the overall budget decreased by about 2%. Meanwhile, the LAPD's budget went up by about 7%. But of course, natural disasters amplified by climate change are increasingly dangerous and difficult to prepare for. That's why residents and insurance companies are scrambling. Now, under the California Fair Claims Settlement Practices Act, an insurer has 15 days to acknowledge it received a notice of a claim. An insurer has 40 days to accept or deny a claim in whole or in part. If the insurer doesn't deny or accept, it has to explain what additional information the company needs from the claimant. If the insurer continues to investigate the claim after 40 days, then it must provide you with a written update on the status of the claim every 30 days. An insurer has 15 days to respond to every communication from an insured that reasonably suggests a response is necessary, and the response must include facts the insurance company is relying upon. An insurer is required to provide as complete a response as possible.
Thank you for that 9014. Excellent spam as always. Appreciate the donation, dude.
Possible. And once an insurance company and the claimant agree to pay a claim, the company has 30 days to tender the payment. And if you're in this situation, make contemporaneous notes about all your conversations that you have with an insurance adjuster, local first responders, and local government. Take video and photos of the contents of your home to make it easier to prove what you own. Obviously, you have to do that before the fire strikes. And if your photographs have been destroyed, ask friends and family for photographs they've taken inside of the home, which will help you identify the elements of the home, which should be covered under your policy if you want to rebuild. Now, look, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of finger pointing, looking to acute causes, and looking for someone to blame. But given the overall conditions, I'm not sure that there's anything anyone could have done. But, I'm just a lawyer, so don't take my word for it. I'm sure there will be new facts and new theories as things progress. But what we know for sure is that the damage is immense. AccuWeather chief meteorologist Jonathan Porter said, quote, the total damage and economic loss from this wildfire disaster could reach nearly 4% of the annual GDP of the state of California. Analysts project total economic losses of $50 billion to $150 billion, and that's going to make the wildfires the costliest fires in U.S. history, and there's no end in sight. As of right now, none of the 5 fires have been contained. Now, it goes without saying that California needs all the help that it can get, and I hope you'll join me in donating what you can to relief efforts. I've already donated to the Larry Ellison Malibu Beach Home Relief. Shocking of all are the over 1,000 prison inmates on the front lines fighting the blaze, many of whom are risking their lives for as little as $5.80 a day in a state where the minimum wage is $16.50. Now, how is that legal? Well, you can find out in the companion video to this one, which is exclusively available on today's
Congratulations,
on Nebula, you can watch all of your videos ad-free and early, because our videos always go up on Nebula first.
Let's take a look.
It'll be us. That pact, poison one. When Mao won the Chinese Civil War in 1949, it didn't end. He also spent the next 2 years not only eliminating nationalist remnants, but also conquering Xinjiang and Tibet. Tibet had been autonomous since 1911, when the last dynasty had collapsed, and Mao decides that he is going to reconquer Tibet. Tibet's an interesting place. It contains, I think, about 40% of China's mineral resources, so there's a lot of money to be made in Tibet for those with the capital to invest in big mines. If you look at this map, the Han Chinese, a preponderant group of China, they dominate as far west as the Chongqing Basin and Sichuan. China has put large armies into Tibet exactly twice. Once under the Qianlong Emperor in the late 18th century, and they didn't stay for very long, and then under Mao in 1950. And they have stayed forever and built roads so they could keep on sending more in. Between 1950 and 1957, China built a series of road systems through Tibet, and the western route there is the only one that provides year-round traffic. The problem with the other two is, well, check it out. They go through 14 or 15 mountain ranges. It means you go vertical up, vertical down, do that 14, 15 times. And then between monsoon rains and snow and mudslides are very difficult to maintain. And then the eastern one crosses the major roads, river systems of South Asia, so that's difficult. So only the western route is the really good one. And it's really important for the Chinese. If you want to conquer Tibet, you truly want that one. All right, so if you look at this, that western route provides not only the ability to control Tibet, but it also provides a pincer onto Xinjiang. If China wants to come in one way and the other way, it's a good way to get in. If you look on those two circles there, those are the disputed areas between China and India. The northern one is the Aksai Chin Plateau, which China has taken from India, and India still claims. And in the south is the Arunachal Pradesh, which India still owns, but China claims. So these are the areas that they're fighting over. But once China took Tibet...
Oh, hey, Gum Gum. Were you running around upstairs? Hey, Gummy. How's my sweet little Gum Gum? My goodness, that's a handsome kitty. Love my Gum Gum. That's a good boy. Oh.
Before, there'd been a big buffer zone between China and India, right? There's all this Tibet, and no one could really get in there. Now China's built roads, so it can get into places where India cannot deploy troops until it gets into the road races with the Chinese. And so it reduces the buffer zone between China and India to these small Himalayan kingdoms of Nepal, Bhutan, and Sikkim. So it changes things. So that's pivotal decision number one, decide to conquer Tibet. Pivotal decision number two is the United States, in order to deal with the Soviet unions under Eisenhower, did what the wits back in the day called pactomania. What is that? It's forming all sorts of bilateral relations and also regional groupings in order to counter the Soviets institutionally and wall them in that way. And part of this was what was called the Northern Tier strategy, as seen in the Baghdad Pact, Middle East. And the other thing you should look at this map before it goes away, look where Pakistan's located, where you think it is, and then go to the east, and that's East Pakistan. In the 1971 war, there's going to be a civil war, and Pakistan's going to lose East Pakistan, which is Bangladesh today. So just keep that in mind. So as part of the sweetener for Pakistan to join the Baghdad Pact, the United States allied with Pakistan and gave them a big military aid treaty. And here's Nehru, the Prime Minister of India, and he is horrified. A military pact between Pakistan and the United States changes the whole balance of power in this part of the world. It affects us most, especially the United States must realize that the reaction of India is going to be, you're arming the Pakistanis. Whom do you think they're going to shoot? It'll be us. And the Indians were just appalled that we did this. And afterwards, Eisenhower admitted it was perhaps the worst kind of plan and decision we could ever have made. It was a terrible error, but now we're stuck with it. Because what the United States is slowly discovering is that if you arm either India or Pakistan in this period, it's going to aim it at the other one. And so that pact poisoned U.S. relations with India for the...
Gum, what are you doing? Did you just have a drink of water? Oh, there's my Gum. Oh, my beautiful kitty. Oh, I love you. Oh, it's so nice having a sweet little kitty to sit on you. Oh my goodness. I love you, Gum. Yeah, I love you. Oh, I love it when a cat sits on me. Oh, you're beautiful. You are so special. His fur is so smooth and soft. Oh my God, I love you. You are a good Gum. Yeah, that's a good boy. I love you so much. I love you so much. You're such a sweetie. Oh, my baby. We spend all day together.
The duration of the Cold War and set up things in ways the United States ultimately wasn't happy with. Okay, those are two pivotal decisions. Now for a pivotal situation. It's really the devolving situation between Russia and China. Until Mao got atomic weapons in 1964, he really had to shut up. And because he needed Russian technological aid, he's been totally cut off from the West after the Korean War. He's being isolated. So he truly needs Soviet aid. And he also, if he wants nuclear weapons, he needs some of their aid to do that as well. So he has to keep his mouth shut. But once he detonates an atomic weapon, here's what he tells the Russians, and they just about lose it. There are too many places occupied by the Soviet Union. The Russians took everything they could. We have not yet presented an account of this list. Under the Tsars, the Russians took from the Chinese sphere of influence territory exceeding U.S. east of the Mississippi. Think the Chinese didn't notice? Yes, they noticed. So Mao all of a sudden is calling that, and the Russians are appalled. But Mao has other gripes against the Russians. Stalin, in the lead up to World War II, had made sure to set up the Chinese to fight Japan so that he wouldn't have to. So that leaves him just fighting Nazis, not Nazis and Japanese. And then Stalin takes Mongolia, which had formerly been a part of the Chinese sphere of influence. And in the Korean War, he's more than happy to fight to the last Chinese. And then during the Chinese Civil War, the Russians tell Mao, oh, stop, Yangtze, you need to take a little breather here. Because he wants a divided China, like the divided Germany he has, and then the divided Korea he's going to get. You want to be surrounded by these little broken states around you if you're a continental power. And then when Stalin dies and Mao wants to be senior statesman of communism, Khrushchev is appalled by that. Then Mao is appalled when Khrushchev does de-Stalinization because Mao has his own cult of personality. And then Khrushchev wants to do peaceful coexistence with the West while Mao is ramping it up in the Cultural Revolution. So there's no meeting of the minds. And then all this becomes very public when it hits the propaganda press of the communists of the Sino-Soviet split in 1960. All right, the Russians have their own gripes about the Chinese, and here's how they go. The Russians look around at the West and particularly the United States and go, wow, they got bases everywhere. The British have got bases everywhere. How come our allies won't give us bases? I mean, well, if you occupy Eastern Europe, the whole place is a base, but that's a different matter. So the Russians want the Chinese to let them keep a couple of remaining Tsarist treaty ports, essentially, and wants to expand them. And the Chinese say, forget it. And in fact, after the Korean War, when the Chinese have troops all up in Manchuria, which is where these bases were located, and there's a succession struggle going on because Stalin's just died, the Russians have to return the bases because there's just too much bad stuff happening where they live. And then what Mao does in 54 and 58, which just appalls the Russians, are these two Taiwanese these strait crises, what's going on? Mao is lobbing all kinds of ordnance on these islands that are owned by Taiwan that are very close to the People's Republic's shores. And the Russians are appalled. They are not consulted, and yet they have a friendship treaty that obligates them to join a war under certain circumstances. And the Russians are going, whoa, 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 there could be nuclear follow-on from this stuff. So the Russians then ask the Chinese if it's okay if they have a combined naval base on China's shores, and China says, forget it. The Russians are thinking, okay, well, then we're not going to give you any of the plans for the atomic weapon, and it all devolves. So there's no love lost on either side. And then what exacerbates these tensions is the Vietnam War, where China wants influence over neighbor Vietnam. That is pretty typical. But Russia wants influence over Vietnam to do a pincer on China, which China doesn't like at all. Meanwhile, both of them want to prove their revolutionary credentials by aiding the Vietnamese, North Vietnamese. So Russia's aid needs to come by train over China, lest the United States sink at the good stuff if it goes by sea. So the Chinese feel obliged to let it go through, but they're just hassling the Russians the whole time through. They take it apart, tear it apart, say that it was from China, and the Russians are just apoplectic. So their relations are getting worse and worse and worse, and the squabbling is just incessant. So it's not surprising that the Sino-Soviet border war of 1969 breaks out during the Vietnam War. And while all this is going on, this is one of the river islands. The Amur River forms much of their border, and this is one of the islands there, and there's much fighting over it. And the Russians come to us, the Americans, and say, is it okay if we nuke these people? And the United States says, no, there's no way it's okay to nuke these people. And Mao figures it out. The one that wants to nuke you, that's the primary adversary. So prior to that moment, the United States is the primary adversary of both Russia and China. Now with this, they're primary adversaries of each other. It causes a reshuffling of the allies, and I'll get to that later. So, okay, I've done the playing field of these decisions that delimited it. But now I'm going to get to the allies. And some allies are better than others. And here we got Mao and Khrushchev. Look at these lovebirds. Boy, when that divorce took place, boy, did it mess up the extended family. Never mind. For my purposes tonight, I'm going to use the word alliance really loosely. If you sign a mutual defense pact, for my purposes tonight, that makes you an alliance, allies. And if you're a political scientist, you got something that's much more complicated, but forget it. I just can't handle it. So we're going to do it this way. All right. So Stalin didn't think much of Nehru at all. He thought he was a lackey of British colonialism. But Khrushchev thought India was really important to counterbalance China. And here's Nehru thinking about it. We have to be on friendly terms with both Russia and America. But actually, he felt much more in common with Russia. Why? Because he favored Fabian socialist economic policies that were much more akin to what's going on in Russia than it was in the United States. Moreover, the United States was segregated, and which appalled Nehru. And in addition, the United States was cozying up to all the colonial powers. So Nehru thought the Russians were the better bet. While all this is going on, the Indians were non-aligned, and they treated the Chinese really generously. And I've got a whole list of generosity. So India immediately recognizes China in 1950. Countries like the United States didn't forever. And when the San Francisco Treaty, I think it's signed 1951 in the United States, ending the war with Japan, India refuses to sign because China and Russia aren't there to sign as well. And then to help China break out of its diplomatic isolation at the end of the Korean War, India signs a friendship treaty with China. And as part of that friendship treaty, it recognizes Chinese sovereignty over Tibet. Under international law, contrary to what Vladimir Putin is doing lately, under international law, if you recognize someone's sovereignty over territory, that is permanent. You cannot back out of it legally under international law. So the Chinese promise, I don't know, there's some like peaceful coexistence or whatever. They're promising the Indians, but that has no permanence under international law, whereas this thing does. And then from 1960 on, the Indians are voting to seat the People's Republic of China, not Taiwan, on the UN. Meanwhile, in the background, all this road building is going on. Those roads are being built between 1950 and 1957. And the Indians aren't going to figure out until 1958 that the roads are there. Meanwhile, roads completed. The Chinese want to complete their control over Tibet. And so they're going to send big armies up there. And Tibetan culture is much more, it's of Indian origin. It's not Chinese origin. So this repression of Tibetan culture just appalls the Indians. And then 2 days before the People's Liberation Army is going to make it into Lhasa, which is the capital of Tibet, the Dalai Lama flees. He's the spiritual leader of Tibet. He flees to India, where he's remained ever since, to the absolute horror and anger of China. So at about this time, the Chinese come to the Indians and say, look, why don't we do a swap on sovereignty? You recognize our sovereignty over that Aksai Chin Plateau where nobody lives, but it's really good for the roads, for China's western route. And then we'll recognize your sovereignty over this much more densely populated Arunachal Pradesh. And Nehru doesn't want to hear anything about it. So during the Cuban Missile Crisis, when Russia is much too busy worrying about who's going to be lobbing nukes at whom, this is when China launches. And in the 1960 Sino-Indian War, and China just plain takes the Aksai Chin Plateau. The Indians are appalled, because they don't have any roads to be able to deploy up there, whereas the Chinese do. Their defeat is just total, and they can't believe the Chinese did this to them. Here's Nehru afterwards. There are not many instances in history where one country, that is India, has gone out of her way to be friendly and cooperative with the Chinese government and people and plead their cause in the councils of the world, and then for the Chinese government to return evil for good, and even to go to the extent of committing aggression and invade our sacred land. Who does this? So I get it. The Chinese get the territory they want. That was the goal of that war. But what they have done is taken a country, India, which had its leadership terribly idealistic, not interested.
Dude, I don't know why anybody would ever trust the Chinese. The Chinese government was made up of lying fucking cowards. The they were friendly with the Chinese government in World War II. They were friendly with the U.S. They were fighting Japan. And then the fucking Chinese Communist Party just hid in the fucking mountains. And when the actual government Chinese forces were weakened after World War II, they came out of their fucking hidey holes, fucked everybody over, drove them to Taiwan, and then that's the new fucking government. They're all lying, just sack of shit fucking cowards. Why would you ever try to be friendly with people like that? Like, they're fucking retarded. Dota $20, if you had her as your social studies teacher, would you have liked school? Yeah, probably. At least that class. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Interested in becoming militarized at all and making them angry forever. India immediately doubles the size of its army within the next 10 years to up to 750,000 people, creates 10 mountain divisions useful against China, and they've never ceased being so angry. And then if you think about this, what if, instead of playing this game this way, China and India had teamed up? I would suspect we would be in a completely very different world order now if that is what they've done instead. But this is China's decision, not India's fault on this one. All right, so that wasn't great. So let's check out other possibilities. Once that happens to India, India is all of a sudden looking for Russia to counterbalance China. And you also have Pakistan wondering what to do. And what the Pakistani notice after all this, well, the Chinese are not going to be teaming up with India, right? They've just invaded the place. And so this is when Pakistan sees that China might have real possibilities as an ally. And Bhutto is going to play the China card for the nuclear chip, trying to get Chinese help for all of that. And here's what happens. So you have the 62 war, and then in 1963, Pakistan really inexplicably is ceding territory to China. Who does that? And there are various possibilities, but I'm surmising it's because it's going to be help on nuclear development. That would explain why you would give a lot of territory. But we don't know. There was supposed to be some mutual defense pact, maybe, and there's some other things going on. Anyway, you can imagine what it may or may not have been. Okay. In the case of Pakistan and China and India and Russia, they had quite a good relationship because the Pakistanis and the Chinese shared India as their problem, and the Russians and the Indians shared China as their problem, and that worked pretty well. But the United States was just a disaster from both Indian and Pakistani point of view and vice versa, because the United States wanted to befriend both of them. But if you befriend one, the other is appalled. And so the United States wound up appalling everybody. And so what the United States wanted to have happen is for India and Pakistan to put aside their differences and then combine against China and stop communism from spreading. India and Pakistan want to use the United States for maximum aid to use against the other, which is a non-starter for the United States. And then Pakistan really would like it if the United States would be nice with China as well, because Pakistan wants to have good relations with the United States and China. And that's a non-starter for the United States until 1971, when there are secret visits and things going. It's later on. Okay, so in 1962, India gets trounced in this war with China. They look like they're militarily feckless. And then in 1964, Nehru dies. Right? He'd been the head of India since independence in 1947. He'd been there a long time, so he's dead. So 1965 for Pakistan, looks like a good year to settle border problems. And so what they do is first they invade through the south. If you look way down at the bottom there, Ranakuch, and that seems to go pretty well. And then they decide they want to go for the thing they really care about, which is Kashmir. And they do that. Well, the enemy gets the vote, and the Indians invaded straight through Lahore, which isn't remotely what the Pakistanis had in mind. And then the United States does a double arms embargo on both of them for doing this. And the problem is the Pakistanis are much more dependent on U.S. military aid. The Indians were more diversified, so they just didn't have enough spare parts to continue this thing. So it's a very unhappy event for them. They lose it. And what happens, neither the United States nor Russia wants either one of them fighting that war. The Russians are thinking, we want the military aid to go to India in order to counterbalance China, not to decimate the Pakistanis. And the United States doesn't want it either. So the United States is very happy that the Soviets broker the Tashkent Declaration that ends this war. But Pakistan is worse off after this thing. It is, and India has restored its reputation for knowing what it's doing on the battlefield. So for Pakistan, the United States is really problematic because we're interested in being nice to them when we want something out of them, and then we're not so interested when we don't want something out of them because we don't share a primary enemy. So what we really wanted were listening bases. The technology of the day was such that if you want to surveil the Soviet Union, you want to send these big U-2 planes over, and given their ranges, and you're not supposed to be doing it, and so we had U-2 bases, I think Norway, West Germany, Turkey, Pakistan, and then Japan. And in addition, we had a listening base at Badabar, and these are really important things for us during this period. So we're paying the Pakistanis a lot of money to get it. Except there was one of these U-2 planes gets shot down over the Soviet Union. They finally get so they can because they fly at really high altitudes. They shoot it down. And Khrushchev is furious. He hauls in the Pakistani ambassador in Moscow and he goes, "Where is this place, Peshawar? We circled it on the map. And like, we're going to blow it off the map if you all don't wise up." And the Pakistanis are like, whoa, 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 whoa. And so between these sort of threats in 1960 about the U-2 and then the United States freezing arms in the 1965 war, which the Pakistanis believe that they lost it over that. Oh, yeah. And by the way, in that 1965 war, the United States had, when we provided arms to everybody, we said, oh, we will guarantee that no one uses it, that Pakistanis and Indians don't use it against each other. And of course, we could do nothing about that. And the 1965 war, the Pakistanis are using U.S. tanks to go after Indians in the largest tank war battle since World War II. So there are a lot of upset people in South Asia. But here is Ayub Khan, leader of Pakistan, telling the United States that the United States forgets that our security hazards and political liabilities have increased to a dangerous level due to this U-2 stuff. And we kept our part of the contract whilst the Americans betrayed us at every turn. They built up India against us. They failed to help us in the 65 war and finally stopped military aid. They think that we exist for their convenience and that our freedom is negotiable. Dream on. So when the lease came up for the listing post at Badabar in 1968, the Pakistanis canceled it. They're sick of it. Meanwhile, the Indians weren't too thrilled about the United States either. This is earlier when Franklin Delano Roosevelt was president. Here's Mahatma Gandhi telling him Allied support for freedom and democracy seems hollow so long as America has the Negro problem in her own home. Indians were appalled.
Hilarious how he's one to talk. Gandhi was an insane racist. He wrote in his diary about how much he hated black people.
By segregation. They knew exactly which end of the bus they'd be sitting on. So there are issues both ways. And in fact, Nehru and his daughter Indira Gandhi found the United States really impossible to work with. And they looked at capitalism.
Oh yeah, and on top of that, Gandhi said Jews should have committed mass suicide as protest against the Holocaust. He also sexually assaulted and raped his own family members. Like, the guy's a piece of shit. Like, yeah, he's one to talk.
As the way station to imperialism and fascism, whereas Americans looked at socialism as the way station to communism. So there's no meeting of minds on all of this. And so if you look at the alignments of primary adversaries, India and Pakistan, from most of the time, are primary adversaries. India is always Pakistan's primary enemy, but you could argue that with the 62 war, is it Pakistan or is it China who's the primary adversary of India? And then when you get to the 1971 war, which I'll discuss a little more in a second, where Bangladesh is broken off and then Pakistan has less than half the population, then you could argue that for India, China is the primary adversary. And then if you look at that reshuffling, if you also look at the 1969 war that reshuffles.
How about this? Richard Gummy is the emperor, but you are his voice and representative. So what are Emperor Gummy's plans for his new empire?
Num num time whenever you want num num time. Make sure there's always bits of string and yarn everywhere. He loves bits of string and yarn. And also, nuke China. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
The nuclear powers. So formally, Russia and China had shared the United States as their primary enemy. But after the 69 war, they're each other's primary enemy. And this gives the United States a swing position of team up with A or team up with B. And the United States teamed up with China to overextend Russia in the Cold War because I'd always felt that the Soviets were the bigger threat in those days. So anyway, as you're looking at alignments, you can apply this kind of framework to any country on the planet to try to figure out what's going on. And think about how alliances work. If I look at the World War II allies, probably one of the most effective alliances in world history, if you think about what people ultimately want, then the British want an empire in which the sun never sets, the United States wants to decolonize everybody, and Joe Stalin wants a communist wonderland. Those are mutually exclusive. But to get there, you have to go through the common way station of getting rid of Hitler. So the common existential threat can be a superglue of the most unlikely partners. But let's look at the axis. What they want at the end of the war are spheres of influence in different parts of the world. So for Italy, it's empire in the Mediterranean, Japan in the Pacific, and then Hitler, it's all over Eurasia. That's not mutually exclusive. But if you look at the primary enemy who stands in the way of those plans, it's Britain for Italy, it's Russia for the Germans, and for the Japanese, it's first China and then the United States. None of it aligns, so they fight parallel wars and allow the Allies to take them out in detail. So when you're thinking about alliances in the world today, when you're wondering what's going on with Iran or whatever, figure out who's their real primary enemy. Get it straight. Does that primary enemy is that an existential threat for them? So if you've got countries that line up on same primary enemy, existential threat for all around, the most unlikely people will cooperate. On the other hand, people who are very likely to cooperate, maybe like the fascists, they all shared this basic ideology, but if they don't have the same primary enemy and the same theater of interest, geographically the same theater, they may not cooperate very well at all. So you can apply this to anything you want to apply to. So, back to my game here. If you're looking at the cards people have to play, the United States has lousy cards because we don't share primary enemies with anybody, so it's a stalemate. You help India, the Pakistanis hate you. You help Pakistanis, the Indians hate you. It's no win. But if you look at India, India and Russia share a China problem. That's good. They can cooperate on that. And then you have Pakistan and China. They share an India problem. They can make things happen over that. So there are cards for them to play and zero for the United States to play. It's just the way it is. So the name of the game and strategy is to get the outcome that you want to have happen. And it's like, how do you play this game of 5-person, 5-country cutthroat billiards to get remotely what you want out of it? So for the English majors among you, I have a metaphor. For the rest of you, you can just bear with us. Imagine a game in which every ball can be a cue ball, and players can take turns, come, leave, do whatever at will. Sometimes they'll cooperate some of the time, but they don't necessarily want to put the same ball in the same pocket. And so if that's the case, there's going to be no enduring cooperation. And understand that you want to have, your goal is going to be the ultimate shot you want to take, but as you're taking the intervening shots, people are going to try to disrupt it. How on earth do you get through this game? So this is what the next section is all about. So if you look at this map and where Pakistan's located, it's this very strategic location in the center of, not quite center, but of Eurasia, the center of the Soviets' boundary there. And I'll give you a map. This is from Halford Mackinder. He's one of the most famous people to publish on geopolitics. This is his 1904 map. It's actually quite famous. And he talked about how Russia occupies the heartland. In his day, was all these railway systems. He thought that was the prime piece of real estate in the world. And then it's surrounded by this intermarginal crescent. You look where Pakistan's located. It's right in the center there, right up by Russia. And it's a really crucial location for before satellite imagery is available to put listening posts on Russia. Russia's huge. So you got to have a bunch of listening posts to track their missiles and things. And then if you want access to Afghanistan, which when the Russians go there, we want access. And of course, when we go there, we really want access. So it's a strategic location. For the Pakistanis, the United States was so frustrating to deal with because we'd be on and off interested in them because we don't align.
Rudy Giuliani has reached a settlement with 2 Georgia election workers over their defamation ruling against him. Giuliani has been ordered to satisfy a nearly $150 million judgment. The settlement will allow him to keep all of his personal belongings, including his New York co-op and Florida condo. But the statement does not reveal how Giuliani will pay off the damages.
That guy is broke.
On a primary enemy. So pre-satellite imagery, we really wanted to cozy up the Pakistanis, so we have U-2 bases. But then there's different technology changes. And before we get facilities in Iran, we want this listening post in Badabar. But technology will eventually change. And then for a while, we truly want the Pakistanis to get the mail through to China when we're trying to break China out of diplomatic isolation and then cooperate against the Soviet Union. And Pakistan delivers the mail. But then we set up an alternate setup in Paris to go through our embassies. To insurgents to cause the Russians trouble. And then, of course, when we're in Afghanistan, we really want to cooperate with the Pakistanis, and that works until we cap Osama bin Laden without telling Pakistanis in their territory, Abbottabad, and then relations are really not so great. And so it's a very bumpy ride. And in these periods when we really need the Pakistanis, we don't pay attention to human rights or the really big one, nuclear proliferation. And so the proliferation is pretty steady. So if you look at after the United States having trouble negotiating all this so that whatever you do in the short term doesn't wreck you in the long term, but in order to get to the long term, of course, you've got to go through the short term. So after the U-2 crash in Russia or gets shot down and the Pakistanis are having a heart attack about that, that's when the Pakistanis look to cultivating better relations with China because the U.S. relationship is just too potentially costly and the Americans cut off the military aid. And then when the Pakistanis are being very nice about delivering the mail for Richard Nixon and Henry Kissinger to line up invitations in Beijing, the United States is ignoring a humanitarian nightmare because all of this, that coincides with the 1971 Bangladeshi War for Independence. So let me explain what that is to you. So Pakistan was holding presidential elections. The dominant ethnic group in Pakistan are Punjabis. Sometimes the Sindhis, like the Bhutto family, I think they're Sindhi. But anyway, generally speaking, particularly the army, the Punjabis dominate. Bengalis live in Bangladesh. They won the election. And the Punjabis are furious.
Dude, Punjabi samosas are fucking dope.
So they send the army to start butchering people in East Pakistan to overturn the election. So there are refugees pouring into India. So this is the backdrop of what is going on there. And for anyone who wasn't in the know, the United States is saying nothing about this. The United States, there's this massive humanitarian crisis. The United States got nothing to say. The United States has something to say about everything. But it had to do with, this is the moment that Nixon is trying to get himself invited to Beijing so that he can talk to Mao about cooperating with the Chinese to overextend the Soviets in the Cold War, which is ultimately what we do. And it's very important to win the Cold War. And this is integral to this. But everyone else is looking, going, what on earth is going on? So you have Nixon's doing the mediation in the background. We got refugees flying all over the place. India comes to the United States and says, look, you need to tell the Chinese not to intervene in this thing. And the Indians also say, you need to bring this up at the UN, the human rights stuff, because India is literally getting millions of refugees trying to flee this mess. And the United States won't do any of it. It gets even better. The United States has the gall to blame the Indians for the war. Dream on. So Indira Gandhi is just furious at this one. And so the United States had wished that India would cease being non-aligned and aligned with the West. Oh, well, they cease being non-aligned, all right. They signed a military pact with Russia. over this. And then they upgrade their relationship with Vietnam, which totally upsets the United States. And it gets even better. They shut down Indians. They won't give scholars any visas to come to India to study India. So you wonder why U.S. universities didn't have any Indian studies programs. It's all about this. So that explains what's going on with all of that. Total mess. Meanwhile, but for Pakistan, as all this is going on, the Shah of Iran falls in, I think it's like February 1979, and then the Russians raid Afghanistan in December 1979, and suddenly Pakistan is totally essential once again. And the Pakistanis are really getting sick of being kicked around. So when outgoing President Jimmy Carter offers them, I don't know, $400 million or something, this is Zia here going peanuts to the peanut farmer. And the incoming Reagan administration then ups it to $3.2 billion. And that money gets funneled through the Inter-Service Intelligence Directorate. It's like the CIA +++ in Pakistan. And when you put that kind of money into that kind of bureaucracy, you're going to make them incredibly powerful. And then they're the ones who decide how they're going to allocate money to insurgents in Afghanistan. And I got it, there weren't any great choices, but they're arming some really anti-Western folks in there. Probably some guy named Osama, last name Bin Laden. But anyway, I'm not sure of the details on that one.
What do you respond to people who say stupid shit like Facebook or IG is worse than Red Note, or the US has me stealing data from us all the time?
So, data collection on sites like Facebook or Instagram, at least when it comes to US citizens, it's entirely for marketing purposes. So they're just looking how they can sell you shit and optimize like search engine results and crap like that, so you buy things. Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Google, they don't really have any political alliances. So it's not like they're trying to make you left-wing or right-wing or vote for one president over the other. It's pretty neutral. The platforms are really just set up in a way to maximize revenue and like retention time and stuff like that. Like if you look at any of the most popular like political channels on YouTube, for instance, they're all right-wing. Like Joe Rogan, right-wing, Daily Wire, right-wing. Like most of them are right-wing. So, like, and Google is a company based out in California. Most of their employees are probably left-wing, and despite all that, they're clearly not optimizing their algorithms to promote left-wing content. None of these companies operate in China, and I'm not even sure if they are able to operate in Russia. I'm pretty sure YouTube at this point is banned in Russia, so is Instagram. Since Facebook owns Instagram, I think Facebook is also banned in Russia. I think. So I would imagine US intelligence services would use Facebook and Instagram to spy on foreign actors, but they don't have the same kind of relationship with Facebook or Mark Zuckerberg as the Chinese Communist Party has a relationship with ByteDance and TikTok. So the kind of spying that would go on would be fundamentally different, and the way these sites can operate would be fundamentally different. So no, Facebook, IG is not worse than Red Note. They're just fucking retarded. Thanks for the donation, Will Mage.
What do you respond to people?
That played twice for some reason. Dodo Donny Tellers, would you rather have CCP not exist today, liberal democracy in China, but Soviet Union still existing, or the current status quo, no Soviet Union, but yes, CCP China? I would rather have the Soviet Union still existing. It would just be way easier to collapse the Soviet Union. They're destined to fail, like, no matter what. So their military is so much more incompetent, as demonstrated by the current war in Ukraine. And they've deliberately kept their military incompetent to prevent a coup. So they're just easier to deal with. And also in terms of technology, Soviets would never, ever be able to catch up to the US. If China was a liberal democracy, Soviet Union still existed, we wouldn't be having this discussion about whether Russia will beat us to artificial superintelligence. Like, it just wouldn't be an issue. But with China, it is a possibility. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Behold the insane athleticism of the Belgian Malinois. I wish I had one of these dogs. I think it would be really fun to run sprints with them and play tug of war.
The jumping ability of this Belgian Malinois is simply astonishing. After running a short distance, it nimbly steps onto a large jar and skillfully climbs up the brick wall. Then it leaps into the air, gracefully spins, and precisely grabs the hanging sandbag with its mouth before dropping vertically.
Wow.
Trusting its owner to catch it securely.
Oh my
Their
goodness.
mutual trust and cooperation are truly admirable.
Wow, such a handsome boy. Thanks for the donation, nigga. Is it true you gave your grandpa mouth-to-mouth before he passed? Nope. If you go to any... I was trained in CPR. If you go to any CPR training course, they don't... Mouth-to-mouth isn't a thing anymore. So, no, I only did chest compressions. I'm pretty sure I broke, like, all of his ribs doing chest compression.
But it is going to have 9/11 follow-on effects. And also, the Pakistani...
Sadie and we're donating $2.
What are you going to be using the money for at the moment, Ben?
Well, our three flagship projects, the Mammoth, the Thylacine, and the Dodo, are all on track. And the Thylacine is actually ahead of schedule. So we're doubling down right now on the existing species. We're doubling down on some of our newer technologies, like our multiplex editing genome engineering tools, as well as our artificial womb work. And then we're also looking at ways that we can accelerate some of those technologies into conservation.
I'll get to conservation in a minute, but you're, of course, renowned for using CRISPR technology to get us there, but also to be birthing animals ex utero. I mean, are they the next steps, and how would actually we functionally get to a mammoth, for example?
Yeah, so where we are in the process of the Mammoth and the Thylacine is actually we're in the editing phase. We've collected all the ancient genomes. We've done all the ancient DNA assembly. We've done all the comparative genomics to the closest living relatives, which we also had to go build those genomes because they didn't exist in some server somewhere. And now we're using those targets from our systems and our AI to actually go make those edits. We're still a little bit further away on the Dodo, but since we're in the editing phase, we now feel that we could also devote more attention to the artificial womb side.
The US didn't collapse the Japanese economy. The Japanese economy collapsed itself. They were just doing stupid things, and there was huge corporate corruption, and basically these big corporations were able to do like dumb shit that made no money, and they just pocketed government assistance, and that's really all there is to the story. The US didn't do any intervening to like prevent the Japanese from taking over.
All of our first species will be born through surrogacy, so that means through another animal, through a surrogate animal. But long term, we hope that not only our extinct species, but hopefully critically endangered other species can be born ex utero using these artificial wombs. So we have a 17-person team working on the artificial womb work right now. And I think that hopefully if we're successful in the next 2 years, we'll be able to birth the first animal that's ever been born fully ex utero, which will be...
Bring back the dodo. That's what we need. Imagine having a dodo. Wouldn't you like a dodo, Gum Gum? Wouldn't your dodo friend be nice? Imagine a big dodo for you to play around with. You'd love a dodo. Yeah, Gum Gum would love a dodo. He's my little baby. Gum Gum loves dodos. Oh, Gum Gum, I love you. You know you're my baby. I love you so much, Gum Gum. This is my Gum Gum. This is Lord Emperor Gum Gum. I love you, Gummy Gum Gum. Oh, you're such a good boy.
Much smaller than a mammoth, right? It'll be something from a lab like a mouse or a marsupial.
435 million is what you've raised so far, though. That's a lot for a 17-person team. Where is that money ultimately having to be best placed? I'm sure expenses are huge, but is it labs? Where is the real expense here?
Yeah, so we actually have 170 scientists full-time at Colossal, 17 specifically on just that new artificial womb team. But then we also fund 40 academic postdocs from 17 of the top universities around the world. We have 90 plus academic advisors and partners around the world. And then we fund research in academic labs. So when you add all that up, it's about 220 people that are actively working in kind of this global consortium toward this project. And then Colossal has 2 labs in Dallas, a lab in Melbourne, Australia, and a lab in Boston, Massachusetts, that's all working on that. All of it needs the latest and greatest infrastructure and technology, both through genetics and engineering, and then also things like robotics.
Look, I'm going to ask a pointed question. Roll with me here. But you're a man who's made his name in AI applications that's so hot right now, in space in particular, so hot right now. We're literally seeing, you said, you're
also taking some of that money and putting it into Kashmir, which is going to have real problems for India later on. So there are real ramifications for all of this, of needing Pakistan, but actually what is happening anyway. And then throughout, there is the Pakistanis are getting closer and closer to building the bomb. So when the Russians go piling into Afghanistan, here's Zbigniew Brzezinski, Carter's national security advisor, telling him, our security policy cannot be dictated by our non-proliferation policy. Really? I thought that was our security policy. And the problem with proliferation is it tends to be a one-way street, whereas Afghanistan...
Yeah, dude, it's... Jimmy Carter was such an idiot, and all of a sudden, he's now being talked about like a fucking hero because he didn't like AIPAC. Like, if all of his other decisions were so fucking stupid... Oh, but he was right about one thing, right?
Has been anything but. And then here, Deng Xiaoping was in town, and he told Carter, we applaud your decision to basically toss all these proliferation human rights considerations for Pakistan and just arming them. No kidding, because the Chinese are providing the nuclear spare parts. So the United States isn't the only country to have trouble navigating this cutthroat billiards. The Pakistanis have their share of boomerangs. Just look how the wars work. So wars create incredible costs. So the 1965 war, the Pakistanis get exactly nothing. And the United States, Pakistan had been the largest aid recipient of the... I'm not sure if I got that right. But anyway, they're a huge aid recipient from the United States. Well, after this war, we're not so interested.
Gummy is in love with you. Joey doesn't even let me hold him that way.
Oh my goodness, so I'm really lucky. Yeah, Gummy is a really sweet, cuddly kitty. He's pretty good with getting his nails trimmed. Like, he bites me a little bit, but he's pretty good. He's not quite as good with Prisma, like as Prisma with nail trims, but he's pretty damn good. He's not, a very aggressive cat. He'll, play bite a fair bit, you know, when he wants to, but usually if you have to handle him or anything, he doesn't really bite. Thanks for the donation, Ethan, though.
So that's a lot of money down the tubes. And then in the 1971 war, great guys, you lose Bangladesh, which, by the way, has over half your population. So the Pakistan is no longer the most populous Muslim country. Indonesia is. And if you look at the Kargil War in 1999, this is when Pakistan tries to again go below the line of control in Kashmir to try to take some more of Kashmir back. Pakistan has to cross right back, and then it gets sanctioned for all of this. So none of these wars have actually worked out very well for Pakistan. And then if you think about it, India and Pakistan are natural trade partners. So if you take all these wars and just add up all the costs, and then think of the opportunity costs, if Pakistan had been able to take this money and spend it on road systems, on education, and then all the lost trade, it gives you a sense of the real cost of all of this. Okay, well, those are Pakistan's problems. India has its own problems. Here you've got Indira Gandhi and Richard Nixon. They really didn't like each other. I mean, look at her. She looks as if she's just been fed bad fish, and he looks like he served it up. And they cannot abide by each other. So in the 1940s, when Kashmir is erupting, Indira Gandhi thinks, well, no, it's neighbor, her dad, thinks that the United States should be supporting India because it's secular and it's democracy. And the United States is appalled during the Korean War.
Let's get vegan with it. Donatillers, is Deem Stars paid by China? You said everyone who switches to Red Note from TikTok is getting paid. I'm not clicking on that link. Deem Stars. I'm assuming they're just stupid, and they're figuring all the TikTokers are going to Red Note, so they're going over. But all the big TikTokers, I can guarantee you, they're either getting messages in their like email saying TikTok might be banned in your country or something, switch to this app. But I can guarantee you there are people being told that if they create a new account on Red Note, they're going to get payments through there. Guaranteed. Thanks for the donation, dude. Sadie, N-word, donatillers. If Colossal Bro Sciences project successful in reviving extinct species.
Stupid clone dodo.
Ah, the dodo. Rhaphus cucullatus. These magnificent creatures would still be around today if not for the bloodthirsty Dutch hunting them to extinction in 1662.
Is my little dodo hungry?
Darren!
It's okay. You just have to be strong, remember?
Shut up! Get away from me!
Yeah. I really liked that episode of American Dad. That dodo was hilarious.
This could come into play with what's going on in my life. Come on, boy. Who wants a carrot? Why are you so mean to me? Well, all I want to do is ride you to McDonald's.
Thanks for the donation, Sadie.
If Wes Watson pulled up you in public and tried to fight you, would you fight him or try to de-escalate?
I'd fight him. I'd beat his ass. He can't fight. That guy who apparently was mentally disabled, apparently he had, like, autism, he was retarded like Jason Genova, he couldn't even fight him. He got, like, 5 or 6 of his friends to beat up on him. His one, dipshit buddy went up from behind and hit him over the head with a fucking dumbbell. 3 of his other friends were kicking him when he was on the fucking ground, and then Wes Watson, like a little bitch, piled on him and soccer kicked him in the head. Wes Watson can't fight for fucking shit, and he knows it. That's why he had his buddies around to, you know, back him up, because he can't fucking fight anybody. Thanks for the donation, Rabbi Burgess.
When India remains non-aligned instead of supporting the United States because it's secular and democratic. And the Pakistanis are totally outraged because they're looking at this and go, okay, these Indians are non-aligned. We're aligned. We're taking these risks for at Peshawar and stuff with the U-2s. And you're helping these people who are about to ally with the Soviet Union? Who are you kidding? So it's a total mess. So the Indians have their own self-inflicted blows. Nehru and his very controversial but his devoted advisor, Krishna Menon, and his daughter Indira Gandhi were really good at making these totally insulting remarks to American VIPs. Okay, it hits the target without a doubt. But the ego that has just been hit is huge. And like an elephant is not about to forget. And meanwhile, Pakistan, in contrast, is just being this welcoming host. So the United States is going, India and Pakistan is better. And it makes really bad trend lines for India because in the 1962 war, the United States supported India. In the 1965 war, it's neutral. In the 1971 war, it supports Pakistan. That's not great. And then India's own very heavy-handed treatment of solutions to the insurgency of Kashmir doesn't make that thing go away. It just gets worse. So they have their own problems. China also has its problems with the interaction. It's complicated. So on the one hand, on the Sino-Indian war, absolutely, China gets the territory. But at what cost? You've got this permanent enemy forever. And as opposed to teaming up with them, if they teamed up, they actually would have had incredible leverage for what the global order is going to look like. But that's just not to be. And moreover, if you look at the 1971 war, after the United States won't help with China, India's going, okay, I think we need nuclear weapons because then we'll be able to protect ourselves against China. And after that war, when Pakistan's lost over half its population and has to deal with Indian population and territorial just overwhelming superiority, the Pakistanis go, I think we need nuclear weapons in order to solve this problem. So it has to be proliferation all over the place. But as a result of the 1971 war, where Pakistan tries to overturn the elections. Here you have an Indian defense analyst, Subramaniam, saying, the Pakistani decision to overturn its elections by deploying the army to East Pakistan gave India an opportunity the like of which will never come again. And what they did is they armed insurgents in East Pakistan, then sent the conventional army in. And that was it for Pakistan in East Pakistan over. The interaction for Russia works a little better. For Russia and India, it's really quite a good relationship. What Russia offers to India, not only military and economic aid, but also very useful vetoes on the UN Security Council. India does not want plebiscites in Kashmir that it might lose, so it gets the Soviet Union to veto those things, so there are no plebiscites. And then as India is trouncing Pakistan in the 1971 war, and the United States wants them to halt, India, no way. India wants to finish the job, so it gets the Soviet Union to veto that one, and India does indeed finish the job. And meanwhile, for Russia, India's really useful. It's a good counterbalance for China. So theirs is rather a beautiful relationship. They have very cordial relations. Okay. So I think I've now covered the playing field, right? And I've covered the players and teams and their problems with interacting. That's very difficult. Now for some of the plays and the instruments of national power. And here's the menu of choices. You can start with the light items, diplomacy, public support, and denial of public support. You can move into more expensive things down the menu. Okay, for one of the things you can do is help negotiate a really useful treaty, which the United States did. It brokered this Indus Water Treaty of 1960. It's the only time I think that I know of, maybe you all know of something, where India and Pakistan have signed an agreement to the massive benefit of both of them. What does this agreement do? You can see it's a really dense river system. Both India and Pakistan need to irrigate. To do that efficiently, you need dams.
Look at my gum-gum. Look how handsome he is. This is him. This is Gum Gum sitting on me. That's him right now sitting on me. Isn't he amazing? Oh, look at his little cute little pink kitty nose. Look at his little kitty paws. Look at him. Don't you just love him? He's such a good boy.
Dams, and both of them were poor and didn't have the dams. They were going to cost $1 billion. The United States was willing to kick in half that money if they would both sign the treaty, and no terrorist event or anything derailed it. So they signed it, and this treaty has been operating some of these dams ever since, to enormous benefit of both countries. Does the United States get any enduring gratitude from either one for doing this? No, zip. Okay. Next one is the United States tried to exercise diplomacy and to convince the Pakistanis and Indians to settle their differences, and it was a total flop. And because if you're going to try to befriend both India and Pakistan, you wind up becoming the enemy of one or the other. And the United States diplomacy was based on certain false assumptions, which are, one, that India and Pakistan could be cajoled into settling their differences. And their idea is anyone who's so stupid as to think that.
Censorship does prevent misinformation. You're fucking retarded, dude.
It's crazy. And if you're going, well, what are the origins of these differences? Partition was brutal. So the British colonized the Indian subcontinent, and then they left in 1947, and they left really rapidly, so that there was no time to set up any institutional framework. And also, you're talking millions of people. And so Pakistan's going to be one thing, and then India's going to be the other. And so Hindus are just fleeing, and Sikhs are fleeing out of Pakistan, and Muslims are fleeing out of India, going back and forth, and millions are killed while this is going on. So this is the origin, at least the modern origin, of why Pakistanis and Indians are so bitter. In addition, the United States thought, well, surely the China threat is going to make the Indians come around and realize this non-aligned stuff's nonsense. Not quite. When India aligns, it aligns with Russia, not the United States. So that doesn't remotely work out the way the United States wanted. And then the United States thought, well, hey, we in the West were rich. We give Indians and Pakistanis all this aid. This will force them to be nice to us and be less nice to the communists. Wrong. India and Pakistan are really astute, and they get lots of aid from everybody. So when the great powers do align, Russia, China, us, or at least two of those align, then you can actually get stuff done. So that's when you get the Tashkent Agreement for the 1965 war. There's the United States and Russia both want India and Pakistan to cease and desist and stop pulling each other off the map. And also in the Kargil conflict, when Pakistan is yet again trying to resolve Kashmir by invading and then gets itself into trouble. And this guy, Nawaz Sharif, who was the head of Pakistan, he all of a sudden gets on a plane with his family. It looks like he's coming into exile, and he's trying to fly into the United States. The United States go, whoa, 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 what do you think you're doing? And says, you're not coming in here until you admit that you crossed the line of control, and then you need to get right back. And so he agrees to sign the Washington Agreement to go right back. But it's absolutely humiliating for the Pakistanis to go, oh, yeah, we went south of the line of control. And then, well, that didn't work out. So now we have to go right back. He had gone to China already and pleaded his case to the Chinese. And they told him to get right back because there was a lot of nuclear saber rattling going on. And the Chinese were not interested in a nuclear war over this. So Pakistan had the choice of, OK, fight India by your lonesome, or cross back. So they cross back. And there were other cases in the inter-Cold War period when the great powers cooperated and tamped things down, like terrorist incidents.
In theory, it can prevent it, but in reality, it never works. Yeah, so are you against the idea of peer review or journal editors? If censorship didn't work to prevent the spread of misinformation, then are you telling me there's absolutely no utility in the peer review process or journal editors for preventing bad research from getting published and getting like disinformation and misinformation put out into, the public? Like, it's retarded. The idea that censorship does nothing is just fucking idiotic.
In New Delhi and in Mumbai, that didn't go anywhere because the great powers told the Indians and the Pakistanis to just dial it back. All right, another thing you can do is to publicly support someone. And this is what goes on with Goa, which was a Portuguese colony. The Indians wanted it back. The Portuguese said, no way, you cannot have it back. And the Indians took it back, and the United States supported Portugal.
Yeah, I saw the gameplay trailer for I completely lost interest with Street Fighter. It's just fucking stupid. The drive impact system ruined the fucking game. And there's some top tier characters that are just so fucked it kind of makes competitive play a joke. If they didn't have the drive impact system, I would actually still be interested in the game, but yeah, they ruined the game with that mechanic. I'm just really looking forward to Virtua Fighter 6. If they keep it, as traditional Virtua Fighter, I think that's probably going to be my favorite modern fighting game. It's probably not going to have any comeback mechanics, special moves, bullshit like that. It's just going to be nice straight up fighting like it should be. So I'm looking forward to that.
Portugal, why? It's a NATO ally, and we have very important bases in Portugal. So we kept the bases, but we made the Indians really angry. And there are other areas of public support or not criticizing people publicly. For instance, in the 1971 Bangladesh war, when the United States refuses to support India by telling China, don't enter this place. But of course, it was December, so the road system would have been a little rough to even try that. But it made the Indians mad. Or if you think during the Cold War, so with Nehru, it's the 1956 Hungarian crisis where the Russians sent tanks into Hungary. The Indians don't say anything about that. There's a Berlin crisis in 1961 where the Russians are pretty rough, and the Indians don't say anything about that. And then Indira Gandhi comes in, and when the Russians send tanks into Czechoslovakia in 1968, the Indians say nothing. And then when the Russians invade Afghanistan in 79, again, the Indians say nothing. So this is one way that you make your allies feel better about things. Another thing is, if you're one of the 5 veto holders at the UN Security Council, you can do your public support that way. And I've already mentioned these Russian vetoes on Kashmiri plebiscites that the Indians truly didn't want to have happen, or short-circuiting the Indian offensive in Bangladesh. So this is what Russia did for India, and it was a very valuable thing for them. You can also put money where your mouth is, economic aid. And it's interesting, the United States provided far more economic aid than either the Russians or the Chinese, but still both Pakistanis and Indians preferred China and Russia, respectively. And some of this aid was really important. During the Bihar famine in 1967, the United States sent 20% of its wheat crop to India. It was worth $1.5 billion. That's not something to be sneezed at. For, I don't know, was it 90 million people? There's a lot of people who might have starved to death. And that didn't work out well at all because Johnson at that point, President Johnson at that point, was so mad at the Indians because from his point of view, they were cuddling up to the North Vietnamese, and the Vietnam War wasn't going well for Johnson. So he was furious. So he provided the aid, but he did it.
Dodo $8. Quick Elon Musk meltdown break. Let me see. Chinese alter ego. Am I going to comment on the Chinese driver of my Path of Exile account? Yes, his name is Yilong Ma. I rely on men for everything.
So one of the questions was, am I going to comment on the Chinese driver of my Path of Exile account? Yes, his name is Yilong Ma, and he's amazing. I rely on him for everything.
Yep. He's slowly making everyone realize he's an idiot and a fraud. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
always at the last minute, ship to mouth. And Indira Gandhi was furious. She said, I don't ever want us
Yeah, I'll
ever
probably
have
get
to
the
beg for food
MBC
again."
collection eventually.
And she never did. So the United States got no gratitude for or enduring anything. Oh, and a whole other piece of it is India is not subject to famines anymore. And part of it's from the Green Revolution. And who does that? It's the Ford and Rockefeller Foundations who figure out the different strains of grains that you want to grow. And does the United States get any credit for that? No. Zip. And here is Krishna Menon, who is Nehru's controversial advisor, saying, well, we want to encourage a little competition between the donors. And they did. And India even Indira Gandhi, who hates Nixon, she's racking up the aid. Your Secretary of State John Foster Dulles saying, well, concerning India and Pakistan, it's difficult to help one without making the enemy of the other. And of course, the United States tried to help both and angered both of them. Amazing. So another instrument of national power is military aid. It is even more difficult to calibrate than the economic aid. So you can see with the Pactomania event, where Eisenhower is building these bilateral relations and treaty organizations to contain the Russians. Formerly, there'd been no Cold War in South Asia. But once Eisenhower allies with Pakistan, all of a sudden the Russians are in there too. So that's a bit of a boomerang. Another one, so when the United States provides military aid to Pakistan, that just drives India to seeking an alliance with Russia, which isn't exactly what the United States wanted. And then when the United States helps India right after the 1962 war with China, that alienates the Pakistanis, and then they try to buddy-buddy with China, not remotely what the United States wanted to happen. And then when the United States provides aid through the ISI, the Inter-Services Intelligence Directorate, which is the Pakistanis and are funding things to get the Russians out up, and it's remained heated ever since. And then you wind up with China providing nuclear help to the Pakistanis. So it's difficult with these things. You get a short-term thing, but then the long-term thing that winds up may not be what you want at all. The other instrument of national power, if you got one, is carrier battle group. You can send one of those around, which is what the United States did. Here's Enterprise. It was the United States' first nuclear-propelled aircraft carrier. And so during the 1971 war, the United States sent this into the Bay of Bengal. The Russians sent some naval assets. Had no effect on that war. Pakistan lost, right? The Indians were furious. They just regarded this as an absolute threat. And how dare we do this anyway? And maybe it would have been better to have left Enterprise in their home port rather than doing this. And then, of course, there's sanctions and embargoes. The United States does this all the time. And if you look at the list of the times we're embargoing stuff, so at partition, we're embargoing everybody. And then during the 65 war, we're embargoing everybody. And then as various people are making nuclear progress and different things, there are these embargoes that come and go. And Pakistan's really mad because India does a test, an atomic test in 1974, and Pakistan doesn't do anything until much later. And it's looking like, why are you sanctioning us on this nuclear stuff? The Indians have actually done this. We haven't. And so if you look at this chart, you can see where the ups and downs of these sanctions go. And clearly they didn't stop proliferation, because in 1998 you have these tit-for-tat nuclear atomic tests by both. And when the United States tries sanctioning, but then it's just too late. They've already tested the stuff. And so the United States basically gives up. And then after 9/11, of course, we desperately need Pakistan again to deal with Afghanistan. So it's a complicated world out there. All right. So another instrument of national power is you can trade off your territory if you really want to. Most people don't.
Yeah, I watched The Mandalorian. I think I missed the last season. I liked The Mandalorian, though.
But the Pakistanis clearly did that in 1963.
First season especially was pretty great.
I mean, my hunch would be something to do with nuclear things. But hey, it's not as if this information is out there in the public. It isn't. Oh, another thing you can do is GoFundMe insurgency. So you can, and this is done by the United States, Russia, China, India, Pakistan. Think if you've got a country that you don't like that has some minority people that want to secede, and so they're fighting there. Well, you can go fund that insurgency, and then the one you don't like is pinned because they're going to be paying attention to that insurgency. And while they're pinned there, they can't probably decided, let's help the Tibetans. And so the CIA is helping them between 57 and 61. But look at the dates. We did the road system. The road system in Tibet's completed by 1957. It's too late. So all you do is get these people killed because the Chinese have got the road system all set up in there. So that doesn't exactly work. But after the 62 war, all the way until 1979, when Deng Xiaoping calls it off, the Chinese are funding insurgencies of, the Mizos, the Manipuri, and the Naga people. All don't like different aspects of Indian rule, and the Chinese are more than happy to stir that pot. And the really big pot to stir are the Naxalites. It's up. And by the way, these Naxalites are still there in India. They have not gone away. It's a serious part of India.
No, I haven't watched
And then, of course,
Banshee
Pakistan's
yet.
location right next to Kashmir means they can stir that forever. And the tragedy of these, what they become are frozen conflicts, is the outside power, if they are playing their cards right, their amoral cards right, they're not bearing any of the costs. They're pinning someone they don't particularly like. All the costs are borne by the local population, who are suffering horrendous deaths, lack of economic growth, you're fearing warfare where you live. What a total disaster. So that's how it works. Another two can play at this game. So the Indians, according to the Pakistanis, have funded the Baloch people. They straddle Iran and Pakistan, don't particularly like being told what to do. So apparently India's supposed to have put its finger on that scale. The other thing the Pakistanis accuse Indians of doing is encouraging a Pashtun insurgency up north, and that would be a way of diverting Pakistani attentions from Kashmir. If they're totally busy with Pashtuns, they can do less in Kashmir. But the result of these things is people are becoming more and more bitter. The hatreds just spike. The economic growth isn't happening, poverty everywhere, and it makes these problems more intractable, not less. So when I think about these frozen conflicts, there are a number of ones that you know about. Besides Kashmir, there's Korea, there's Palestine. So if you look at Kashmir, if I've got it right, so you fund that thing, and then what's great from China's point of view, if Pakistan is doing that, India is frozen, that it can't do other things because it's constantly paying attention to what's going on in Kashmir, as opposed to go, China, I don't know about this. Or in the Korean War back in the day, if things are all stirred up in Korea, China has to really pay attention to that, and it and then you can play this game and think about how it works in Palestine. And I'm no expert in that part of the world, but
let's get vegan with it, Donny Tillers. You don't know Deem Stars. He's always shitting on you about your stance on Israel and calling you an Islamophobe. I thought you probably knew him. George Martin, Carnism Debunked, hates him too and always trolls him. Is he a black guy? Does he have an Instagram? Well, he's retarded. Thanks for the donation. Let's get vegan with it.
But I think this frozen conflict veto player works, that there are these veto players who are vetoing peace very easily. All you have to do is send a certain number of package bombs and peace is not going to happen. So, cutthroat billiards. What can you take away from all this? Well, common enemies cannot be conjured. So check out the alignments of who these common enemies are before you leave the parking lot. And figure it out for all possible players who might want to crash the party. Like, what's their primary objective? Who's their primary adversary? What primary theory? Early and often to see if your assumptions are correct. And don't worry about changing your mind. Some people get really hung up about being wrong. Don't worry. Reassessing is a sign of strength. It's like, I got more information, I've changed my mind. Good thing. Don't double down on bad information. And then if you're looking into areas of the world that are ethnically diverse, where people have been at odds for a long time, expect veto players and real difficulty in settling that matter out. And part of good strategy is recognizing some problems it's not feasible to solve. And then we all have scarce resources. You can't do everything. Focus on those things where you think you can solve. And but if the great powers align, things can happen. And the story's even better than that. Are far, their aggregate wealth exceeds any one great power. So if the smaller powers agree on what they're up to, then the big powers have to pay attention, and that's a positive thing.
Before we move on to the interview, I just want to say a quick thank you to today's sponsor, Scale AI. The AI race is the Manhattan Project for the modern age. Whoever wins reshapes the balance of global.
I want to better understand why the Soviet Union was such a charismatic example for countries that were decolonizing, like India.
I think go back and put yourself as a generation of what your life experience was. If your life experience was World War I, the total butchery of it, so you're telling young men your age, you're in a trench. I want you to go up and over the edge into oncoming machine gun fire. We know what's going to happen when what happens, right? And they're literally in battles like the Somme, they're losing hundreds of thousands of people. How many casualties? I mean, dead. And so, and then you have the Great Depression afterwards. And then add to it, India's been colonized by a bunch of really opinionated white people, right? And transferring a lot of wealth out of India to England. And so you look at Marxism and boy, it sounds plausible, right? It sounds like these evil capitalists, they're just wasting lives. And surely this is the explanation. Now, the technicalities of Marx's labor theory of value don't actually turn out to be accurate. It's not just labor that produces value. Like Silicon Valley, you understand it's what comes up here produces a tremendous amount of value. And the Marxist theory doesn't recognize that. And so there are massive flaws in theory. And then when you put communism into practice, if you want to have equality, which is what they wanted, if you're going to have equality, you're not going to have any liberty, right? Because in order to make it equal, you just expropriate and then you divvy it out to everybody, and there's no liberty in that, right? And another piece about but in dictatorships it doesn't, right? So you compare the seamy sides of some democracies that aren't doing that well, and to the public, the PR thing that the dictatorships are presenting. So you can picture Nehru of his generation. He's sick of British, right? And so Fabian socialism, he's not for killing lots of people to impose socialism. He has a much lighter touch than Stalin.
One thing I was thinking about while you were mentioning the Gandhi and Nehru had a big problem with American segregation is at the same time, in the 50s, by that point, over 10% of the Soviet population had at some point been in the gulags or are currently in the gulags. And segregation is very bad. Gulags are even worse. And it's the same proportion of the population that's in the gulags. Maybe people just didn't know about the gulags back then.
I don't think communists let you know those things. 88, 89 academic year. And that's early Gorbachev before everything totally falls apart and there's no food. So there wasn't much food, but there was some food. And it was just as the Russians were suddenly being able to read in a fairly free press about the thing.
Grogu is so cute. Feel like they should have made a movie expanding on the existing storyline instead of writing new stories. Like a movie series about Darth Plagueis. Grogu. Grogu. Rogu. Grogu. Rogu. Thought you were talking about American Dad for a second. Star Wars has an issue with having an extremely small universe. So there's only like 10 fucking characters in all of Star Wars. There's only like 3 or 4 fucking planets. If Disney wants Star Wars to keep planets, just more things happening. And even the games have that problem, sort of. Like, they would go, like, they always go back in time. So it wasn't so much of an issue with the new, like, the first Jedi... Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. With Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, they were kind of doing something where they were making a separate story, but it took place in between, what was it, episode 2 and 3 or something? But then when they moved on to Jedi Survivor, they had the bright idea of, like, having Darth Vader. Gee, I wonder if he's gonna die now. Like, that was stupid. They had some cool ideas with some, like, lost Jedi temples and shit like that, but they keep getting stuck in, like, the older universe, and they can't, like, progress the story any fucking further. Some of the games are kind of breaking free of that, like the new Ubisoft game kind of did that a little bit, but like the new movies and everything, like, oh my god, they bring back Han Solo, they brought back, what's her fucking name, and then she ended up dying, so they can't have her in anymore. They brought back Palpatine, they can't just keep going forward, and even if they're not going to go forward and they're going to stick with you know, that certain time frame between episode 1 and episode whatever, besides the Empire, you know, supposedly this is a universe that has, like, so many fucking galaxies, so many planets, you know, billions and billions or trillions and trillions of humans and different aliens. It would be so easy to make, you know, some sort of story that doesn't really have anything to do with the overarching plot. And they kind of did that a little with The Mandalorian, and they did a really good... like, really shitty female executives and writers that want, like, this dumb DEI bullshit. Everybody has to be Chinese and black and gay, and, like, they're not actually writing any fucking real stories. So they have 2 big problems right now. One, they can't get out of, like, they can't expand the universe, and then when they try to, they have, like, boring, awful fucking stories. But yeah, just get some like good male fucking writers, good male directors, write like a cool badass story with an interesting main character like a Mandalorian, and just have them do fucking badass Star Wars shit. But they don't want to do that. They want to have like a fucking gay, lesbian, half Asian, half black chick doing random fucking like girl shit, like wondering about random fucking people for no reason and not brutally murdering anybody.
Things that had happened, and they were appalled about what had gone on under Stalin, and they just hadn't realized all of it.
One of the reasons that socialism was appealing to these decolonizing countries was because in the preceding decades, from the 20s to 40s, the Soviet Union actually had pretty good growth rates. In those 20 years, their GDP went from 8% to 18% of world production. Was that just catch-up growth? What was going on at that time?
Russia?
Yeah, dude, it's pretty rare that you ever find women who are able to write you could maybe argue like Harry Potter, sort of. Like, she was able to make that into a huge franchise. I didn't like Harry Potter for the most part. I think it's overrated as fuck. Only the first 3 books were really any good. What's another example? You can also tell, like, you can usually tell when a woman's writing a story, too, by the way they write male characters. Like, when women write male characters, they're always, like, a pussy. Harry Potter was a fucking pussy-ass bitch. Never hit on Hermione Granger. Like, never, you know, try male characters. Usually the way the relationship progresses, it, like, unless it's an erotic fantasy novel, usually the way the relationship progresses is, oh, they have, like, they're in a friend circle, and then like, oh, they just get closer and closer. They never take a chance. They never, like, take risks. They never go out of their way to, like, you know, shoot their shot, see what happens. To that, and, like, kept pushing and, you know, see where it went. It's only erotic fantasy novels where you get these horny women who, like, actually know what they want, and they have, like, you know, some kind of rape fantasy where they get kidnapped by a pirate, you know? The one example I know of where there's a really good female writer was Dorohedoro. Dorohedoro was... That's an extremely good story, and it was a woman who wrote it. I was actually kind of surprised. But that's an extremely brutal, really weird, trippy story behind, like, Dorohedoro is really worth reading. It's also worth watching. The anime was actually pretty fantastic. But, yeah, that's one of the few examples where and I mean, on top of that, when women write stories as well, they don't understand male sexuality. They also don't understand male violence. Like, if you were a young kid and you were given, like, magical powers, first thing you'd think of, oh, how can I kill people with this? Again, Harry Potter. I'm gonna, like, try avoiding hurting anybody. Like, dude, first thing I do with a magic wand, try to see if I can blow up somebody's head. Like, again, nobody in Harry Potter ever thought about just, like, blowing somebody the fuck up with a magic wand, you know. But, yeah, like, I mean, compare that with, you know, Kentora, Miura, you know, Berserk. Is a chick gonna write a story like that? No fucking chance in hell you're gonna find a chick to write a story like that. Sade N-word donated $2. Let me see.
But Mrs. Kennedy, Bambi's a baby deer.
Baby deer, put a chicken in, make her gay.
There
She's
you
at
are, Miss
Spago
Kennedy,
in
the
LA.
linguine and clam sauce.
Excuse me, I believe I asked you to put a chicken in this and make her gay. Chicken the linguine and make her f***ing gay! Where the f*** is Bob Iger?
Mr. Iger just had to take some of the others to a screening.
I think that things are being kept from me. And if you're going to keep things from me, then you'd better put a chicken in and make it f***ing gay.
That literally is what's going on. For real. Any movie franchise, the biggest problem with that is Star Wars. And it's because of Disney. So, yeah, the put a chickener and make her gay thing, no franchise is being fucked over by that philosophy more than Star Wars. Babylon the Fuck donated $2. Have you seen You TV series about an obsessive, misguided, romantic stalker, serial killer guy with a intense, interesting, shits on Dexter. Books written by female, but show made by male. Not sure. Let me see. You TV show. Oh, this is a piece of shit. Yeah, this is a stupid, gay, retarded fucking show. I remember Jasmine got into this, and I started watching some of it with her. This is one of the most boring, shitty, lame-ass fucking TV shows I've ever seen. This guy is a cuck bitch faggot. They can't even write serial killers good. Like it's insane. Dexter's way fucking better. Are you fucking out of your mind? Yeah, I didn't know the show name, but I was watching some of this with Jasmine. This guy is a loser-ass fucking simp. I couldn't stand that fucking TV show. Thanks for the donation, Babylon. I think you're just fucking retarded. Anybody who'd watch that and likes it is either a girl or a retarded gay dude. Riley donated $2. Kind of agree, VG. But instead they want to write about stupid shit. Also, where did the prequels go wrong? Did you think Palpatine was a good character? Well, Palpatine really never had a character in the original series. He was just like this big, weird, evil, bad guy that you didn't really know anything about, and there was just mystery behind him. The third movie wasn't really very good. They really fucked up the ending. Like, there was obviously no motivation for Luke to join the dark side, and Palpatine taking a huge risk like that, having Luke on board, it just didn't really make any fucking sense. And the way he died was kind of lame. Like, again, this is supposed to be a guy who's this insane genius. Like, first two movies were great, but yeah, the final movie in the trilogy, not great. Funny story. George Lucas is insane. He is a crazy person. and he has no fucking idea what he's talking about. And by the time the prequels were being made, he was such a dickhead and had so... You know that scene where Palpatine fights the Jedi and Mace Windu in episode 3? Episode 3, Palpatine fight. So, you know how this fight scene looked really stiff and awkward? So, they had originally planned to get a stunt double to do all this lightsaber fighting shit. And then they were just going to digitally superimpose the actor's head onto the stunt double, you know, that whole thing. The reason this fight looks so stiff and awkward, especially some of these, like, final scenes... Yeah, like this, like this weird shit. It's because George had the bright idea of having the actual actor do some of the choreography. For some reason, he thought, it'll make it more real, and he'll put his own, like, emotion into it, which a stunt double can't do. And then they were like, are you sure, George? And he's like, yeah. What do you mean? And then they're like, oh, yeah, okay, George. Because George Lucas had the bright idea of getting this actual actor, and I think this is... I don't think this is the theatrical version. I swear there's some scenes added here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this isn't part of the theatrical release. So, they got this old fucking dude who can barely move. The, like, so why is, like, you know, episode 4, 5, 6, why were they terrible? Because George Lucas directed them. He's a stupid, crazy person, and on the previous films, he had other people working with him that would actually question his decision-making. A lot of people don't know this. The first Star Wars film went through extensive... It was such a huge gamble because the original script and the original, cut of the movie was fucking garbage. George ended up listening to a lot of the people he was working with, including his... I don't know if he was married to her at the time, but he ended up marrying his editor, and he listened to the editor, and he ended up doing... He didn't. Everything he said went, and it ended up being, like, just a giant pile of shit. And then with the new movies, it's just Disney, and they had, female writers and shit, and, they just fucked it all up. And, Disney being Disney, they tried to make it less violent and crap like that. And, yeah, obviously... Oh, gotta have a main female character who's a Mary Sue, who's good at everything, and the main villain who's a man. So, yeah. Riley, donate... Oh, wait, did I answer that? Yeah, thanks for the donation, Riley. Insane guy, donate $2. This guy is insane. It's incredibly easy to provoke a man. The chat, and it's incredibly funny. Try to say something in this chat.
You picked the wrong motherfucker to argue with, you lower tier ass, regurgitating ass, trailer park trash. Don't come in this motherfucker with that shit. Don't let this accent fool you. else with it, and we'll pick another destination for the demographics. Prison population by state. Let's do that one. And as you will see once again, the highest demographic for prisons right now is Texas in 2024. But when we do it by race, let's do it by that. Let's do it by that.
Tolerant.
Trust me on that one. Trust me on that one. On this subject right here,
Dairy
I even go as
contains
far as to say it's the same
lactose.
thing in England.
Therefore,
it's the same
black
thing in Germany.
people
It's the
should
same
not
thing in
consume
France, where you're seeing
dairy.
these multitudes of white men going to jail, and most of them are going to jail for theft, robbery, and murders. That's what I always find. And where's that Mark motherfucker at? Let's get his bitch ass out of here. We could do this conversation. And picked a pimp's name. That meth smoking got their ass doing time like crack did in the 80s. And drugs is another thing. Hold on, what we know about mass shooters? Hold on 1 second. That was the same one I had before I accidentally went back. And then they think they yell it and it's supposed to make it more valid. No, I said because I'm a white man. Nigga, don't nobody give a fuck. You a low-tier white man. You a low-tier white man. Only you low-tier white men. White men of substance don't argue about shit like that. They wouldn't even bring shit like that up. You said that to make yourself feel better because you low-tier. White men jail number, increasing jail numbers.
Seems a little preoccupied. Thanks for the donation, Insane Guy. Jar Jar donators. Yeah, this vid basically about how Lucas was so out of touch with what the audience trying to push Jar Jar when fans hated him.
A famous 6.
This might be a hot take, but I wasn't really offended with Jar Jar. I didn't find him too annoying.
What'd that say right there? Huh?
I thought he was kind of a stupid character, but he wasn't, like, annoying. What I didn't like was why they let Jar Jar tag along with him for as long as they did. Like, that's what didn't make sense to me.
People admitted that jails at a higher rate than white people. Black people stay in jail longer than white people. Racial disparity is...
I don't know if I'm going to bother watching that, but thanks for the donation, Jar Jar. It's 45 minutes. CDG donate to single, you seem happier. Well, I definitely am happier.
It's higher than it's ever been. Yeah, in Texas, they had the largest...
So yeah, I'm happier now that I broke up. You know, there's no point for the relationship to go on. And yeah, it's just better not having her here where I have a bit more freedom and I get to keep all my money. Thanks for the donation, CDG. Dodo donated $2. Are you done rambling about Star Wars yet, like a 90-year-old with dementia?
So they also...
Okay, whatever.
There was tremendous rebuilding after World War II. There's another piece. It was so weird when we were...
Who was the last Soviet leader who, like, truly believed in communism?
Gorbachev was a true believer. He did not believe it was possible to take a U-turn on the road to communism, so that when he was doing his reforms, it was to improve communism, make it better. So he absolutely believed in it.
When you started your career in Soviet studies, and you're trying to figure out, like, what's going on in the Kremlin all the time, what is the key to figuring out criminology? What is the key
of the the Russo-Chinese border, when it was figured out, it was between 1858 and 1924. This is when all this territory went. And I spent the grand total of a week in India. It was a trip on the way back from Australia, and that was the amount of time we had. But we went into the Mahatma Gandhi Museum in New Delhi, and there's a whole piece of it where Chiang Kai-shek is giving him things. And it became really clear that Chiang Kai-shek had a really good relationship with India, deep respect for India, and the shared desire of, we want to be independent. We don't want Japanese running around our country. We don't want a bunch of Westerners running around. We share this with India. And so I think...
CDG Donny Taylor's glad to hear you seem more energetic for an hour, so I'm glad you're still on. Well, I might be going to bed soon, starting to fade, but thanks for the donation, CDG.
If you get Chiang Kai-shek winning the Chinese Civil War and things, you might have had them team up and had a much more productive relationship.
That's interesting because you think of, like, when you hear nationalists, you think they're the ones that are really interested in territorial disputes, but in fact, they wouldn't have cared about Tibet or something.
Well, next time you're in New Delhi, go check out the museum. But when I was there, it was like 20 years ago. But I remember being impressed. Wow, there's all. And then when Gandhi was assassinated, this is Mahatma, not the Indira, who was also assassinated, no relation. That the nationalist sense all.
I wonder if the worst thing about the non-aligned movement was that because they wouldn't fall under anyone else's nuclear umbrella, they wouldn't ally with a great power that had nukes. In order to keep up deterrence, they had to build nukes themselves. And so then you have this nuclear proliferation. And that was like, it's really important to get people allied with one great power, even if it's not you, just to prevent the nukes from going wide.
I think the 1962 war made Nehru realize that non-alignment was a non.
During the Cold War, the USSR is constantly funding these communist parties around the world. And these parties are doing like exactly their bidding. Whatever Stalin says, they'll do.
I don't know about that.
Well, yeah, feel free to clarify. But it doesn't feel like
that they did exactly what anyone wanted. What the communists have is a really powerful doctrine for
CDG Donate Taylors, please don't go to bed yet, Richard. Also, I was looking at your Instagram, didn't know you went to a gun range. I own the kind of guns you're shooting, lol. Yep, I'm really into guns. Don't have my license yet, but I went with a friend of mine who has his license, and I was shooting his guns. It's a copy of the Benelli M4. What is it, the R7 or something? Not that. Is it the R4? Yeah. Impact R4. I like that gun. It's a little picky with ammunition. You definitely need to use shells that have a smaller rim, but if you're using good cycles well. Thanks for the donation though, CDG.
or how you go from nothing to something in a failing state, how you start out with a bunch of people on some campus. Mao literally starts out as a junior librarian in Beijing University. So I don't know, he's there with the librarians, I don't know, the ladies, who knows what it is. It's probably guys in those days. And then he's turning these people into cadres and eventually to guerrillas.
I just haven't gotten around to getting my license. Just random shit has popped up. I was arrested twice, and I was on probation for a year, and then just a whole lot of random weird shit. Yep, I have a Turkish clone of the M4 Benelli. It was 500 instead of 2,000 for the M4 lol. Also, I have a Glock 19. Nice. Are you American or Canadian? Because right now there's the handgun freeze, which is gay as hell. But once the conservatives get in office, they're going to get rid of the handgun freeze, the stupid assault weapon ban, and then... Definitely getting a shotgun. I'll probably get a pump action and a semi-auto. Probably get the R4. Some sort of AR-15 probably. Hopefully they expand firearms rights so you can get something like really sick like a SIG Spear. Like, I'd put down the money for it, for a SIG. The SIG Spear. Riley donated $2. Remember Mark Hamill said that A New Hope was the goofiest piece of shit he had ever seen. but Empire was better, and only Mark George and the director knew the famous line. I feel like Palpatine could have been expanded and been way more overtly evil. They could have. They probably would have had to have made the original trilogy a quadrilogy. They probably could have had a way better storyline and ending. I've never heard Mark Hamill criticize the actual first movie. I know he said the production was a shit show. I've never heard him say anything bad about the actual final release of the movie, though. I like how Mark Hamill doesn't play this fucking game in Hollywood where he says, oh yeah, all the new movies are so inventive and amazing, and he just says it like it is. I have a lot of respect for him where he doesn't play that stupid game. Thanks for the donation, though, Riley. CDG donated $2. American, I live in California. We have pistols, shotguns, and rifles are allowed, but they have stupid mods on them to make them hard to use. Semi-auto rifles. Well, don't they have for semi-auto rifles, don't they have it so you can't use a detachable magazine? And they also make you put there's some other weird dingus that they put on the gun that literally does nothing. Oh, yeah. That thing on the grip. They make you put the stupid thing on the grip for no reason. Yes, this will stop the criminals. Oh my god. Dude, Gavin Newsom is such a bitch. Like, just an absolute useless fucktard bitch. Imagine... I know. Oh my god, just... There should be a law in the US Constitution where if a politician just thinks of anything stupid, you can fucking shoot them. Like, bro, fuck yourself. Like, actually fuck yourself. Like, and by the way, if you, like, just cut this off, that's a felony. Like, you're spending a lot of time in fucking jail for this. Like, fuck you. You could actually maybe do something to stop crime, and then somebody legally buys a gun, and then lock them in jail. But then, when somebody actually commits actual fucking crimes, oh yeah, just let them out. Theft under $5,000, oh yeah, just let them back out. Cutting this off of a gun that does nothing, oh yeah, 5 years in jail minimum. Fuck you. I absolutely hate fucking politicians. Useless fucking dumb cuck pieces of shit. Thanks for the donation, CD.
I haven't bought an R15 yet because it's gay. There's a fin they put on the handle that makes it hard to grip. That's the other mod.
At least it's not as bad as the UK. Yeah, this is the genius idea they came up with in the UK. Oh, pistols are too easy to conceal? Put this thing on them. Hide this in their jacket or you know, under their pants. We solved crime, guys. No one's ever going to be able to commit a shooting now. You like I mean, how are they allowed to stay in office? You've proven yourself that you are a useless fucktard who should not be in charge of anything. This is your That's your best idea. I just cannot fucking believe it. We live in clown world. This is the best they can come up with for stopping people from getting a handgun and shooting somebody. Thanks for the donation, CDG. CDG donate $2. You can easily mods, but obviously it's illegal. Yeah, I mean, you can also 3D print lowers, and 3D printed lowers now are actually really good. They're not garbage, like 10 or 15 years ago. There's literally no point to practically any firearms regulations at this point. Society is just gay and retarded, and it's run by gay retards. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Eventually conventional army, but they have a really good program that works the world over, and it's very effective for taking power within a broken state. It's lousy at producing prosperity thereafter, right? And you'll get the Communist Party today. They're really good at staying in power. For a while there, under Deng Xiaoping, it ran in parallel what the economic reforms needed to be to produce wealth and what the party needed in order.
If Canada became like, the UK, I'd move to the US. So, like, if Trudeau were to stay, prime minister for another term, and the status quo kind of kept going, where you have massive corporate corruption, terror, keep taking away, guns and just basic freedoms, like, oh, you can't ride that e-bike because it goes over 40 kilometers an hour. Oh, here's a ticket. If it kept... I definitely moved to the US. I can't be fucked to live here at that point. CDG donate $2. Also, if you drive a few hours across the border to another state and buy the parts for make guns shitty. It's annoying as fuck. I want to buy an Uzi. Fucking noofgasm. Well, it creates a much bigger problem because rather than actually targeting criminals and reducing gun violence, what you do is you incriminate people who are never going to commit a crime. So you want to have fun? Oh, well, 5-year jail sentence. You didn't know about this law because firearms with you? Oh, well, yeah, 5-year minimum. Now you're a criminal because you literally didn't actually break any laws. You just broke the retard law that we made. So it doesn't do anything, and it just locks up people who've literally done nothing wrong. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG. CDG donate $2. Dude, just move to Arizona so I can visit you. Arizona is free for all for guns. If I were to move to the US, I'd probably move to New Hampshire. Probably wouldn't. As a long-term thing, I don't think Arizona would probably be a great idea. So I'd probably just move to New Hampshire, like stay on the East Coast. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG. Canadian FBI donate $2. Mr. Richard Burgess, can you please state for the record why you were arrested by Canadian police on those 2 occasions which prevented you from getting a driver's license? I think you mean a firearms license. Suspicion that I was mentally ill and I was a danger to myself and others. Second time, they claimed that I was in possession of a firearm illegally, which I wasn't. They literally lied on the search warrant. And then they just searched my house, and they found a knife that they claimed could be opened with centrifugal force. So they literally found a knife that I was using as a but I don't have a criminal record. I was able to just take a plea deal where they would get rid of my criminal record if I basically just didn't break any laws for a year. So I don't have a criminal record, which is good. So I should be able to get a firearms license, technically. They can still deny my license if they look up my arrest record. No. But I probably could still get a lawyer and, fight it or whatever, but, we'll see. CDG, donate $2, but I want to take you shooting, bro, lol. Well, it's not really enough for me to decide to move to a state, but thanks for the donation, CDG.
Purposes, because for the party to maintain its monopoly, well, all these much more educated Chinese aren't going to be interested in that anymore.
I don't want to move to Arizona. It's too hot and dry. And with climate change, it's only going to get hotter and there's going to be more weather problems. So I'd preferentially stay on the East Coast.
Or develop your economic growth rate going.
Mao dies, and immediately things improve. China experiences this growth trajectory. Stalin dies, and Khrushchev's not a teddy bear, but at least you cut down the gulag system. And so it does seem like if you have an especially bad dictator, you do have this sort of regression to the mean, where the next guy's probably not as bad as the worst guy who's ever been in charge of the country. And I wonder if that implies that if you got rid of Kim Jong-un or the Ayatollah or something, the next guy probably won't be as bad.
Their wars. Stalin, by winning World War II, the Russians revered him for doing that. And they had experienced, every Russian experienced World War II. It was central to their lives to win that thing. So Stalin is canonized for doing that. And Mao, the man who puts Humpty Dumpty back together again when no one else could, and then fights the great powers, capitalist powers, to a stalemate in Korea, he's again been canonized. Whoever comes after them is not going to have that level of prestige. It's just going to devolve. That's period. And then for the successors of Stalin, they were sick of being terrified about whether they're going to be purged. He kept putting bullets in people's heads, like Vladimir Putin. You do this long enough that people are horrified and don't want to have it. They don't want to live.
That Putin is dead. Is your estimation that things are going to improve or get worse?
My estimation in that kind of system is there's going to be a leadership struggle. That's the problem with dictatorships. They're absolutely brittle, and that's what's wonderful about having elections. You just every 4 years, whatever it is, you have an election. Whoever it is going to be whatever it is. But in these dictatorships, no one knows. And so Stalin literally, I think he didn't show up at breakfast. No one wanted to open the door. And then probably they decided, let's not open the door. Let's just let that door stay shut for a few days. And then when it starts stinking, well, no, perfect. So that's Ukraine, they will probably have to call that off because they got to focus on Moscow. That's what happened with the Korean War. Why is the Korean War? And Stalin dies. Russians want it over because they got all kinds of unrest. It's various prisons in their own gulags. They're having riots. They're having, I think, some Bulgaria, maybe East Germany as well. They got problems. So they don't want to deal with the Korean War anymore. It's like, who cares? Forget about it. So you would be guaranteed that, which might be highly beneficial for Ukraine. But knowing Putin, he's an evil man. He'll probably stick around forever.
While you're studying this Cold War history, how close did we get to a nuclear bomb? Some people argue that, there were so mad work, it wasn't going to happen. Why would they risk a first strike?
Oh, it's a miracle we're all here. I think in the Cuban Missile Crisis, it came down to Soviet subcap. They had the political commissar and the military commissar. I have to reread this, but I don't know whether you needed a vote of 2 out of 3 to launch a nuclear weapon or whether one guy was senior and you have to get him to come along. I have to read the data. But basically, someone put their foot down in the Soviet sub not to launch a nuke. Okay, we lucked out of that one. And then I think under Reagan, there was an Able Archer missile test, or we were doing a war game or something. And the Russians looked at it and thought it was the real thing for a while. And edge like this. This is not going to be beneficial. So it was quite close. The advantage in the Cold War is all our leaders, all the way through Bush Sr., were all veterans of World War II. In one way or another, they'd served. Some of them on the battle line, like Bush Sr. had, and others near enough, so that they understood how dangerous it was. And like all the Soviet leaders, Brezhnev and all those people had seen all sorts of people be butchered. So they were cautious in a way I don't think Vladimir Putin is.
Going back to the lecture, if it's true that you can't get primary adversaries to be friends with each other, and if you want to be friends with one of them, you're going to make enemies of the other one. I mean, the world is full of this half-hates.
I don't. With India and Pakistan, it was so intense because of partition of so many people who died, and it was recent, right? 47, and so you wouldn't expect those animosities to die down. And also, they're new states trying to establish their legitimacy, so that was particularly difficult. I don't know that most countries in the world are necessarily want to kill all of their neighbors. And then you can look at things forever. Britain and France were going at it, and then Germany became the primary problem between World War I and World War II. So then Britain is teaming up with France, its former primary enemy, and that whole problem goes away. And then you have the allows fascists to rise all over the place. But after World War II, generosity to the Germans, it's over. Look at Europe. If you study European history, they're all trying to butcher each other for centuries, and then they realize, what a waste. Let's just trade, play by the rules.
Should we have cut off Lend-Lease aid to Stalin after 1943 when it's obvious that
bad idea?
When it's obvious that they're winning against the Germans? If you'd done that, then they would have stopped advancing as fast in Eastern Europe.
Oh, is that what you're thinking? No.
More of Europe could have been free earlier on.
No, because you're assuming that World War II was not a closely run thing. I think it's a much more closely run thing. Sure of how it's going to turn out. Everyone knows if it goes longer, it's more of my kids who are dying. So there's no way you are going to cut aid to the army that's fighting World War II. All right, here's a concept for you.
What's wrong with DEI? There's not necessarily anything wrong with DEI. It just kind of depends on how it's implemented. The common conservative criticism with DEI is rather than hiring the most qualified person, you're hiring somebody because they're black or lesbian or trans or gay or something, and then you have somebody who's less qualified. That's generally not how DEI works. What happens is you are looking for somebody with a list of qualifications. You may have a hiring pool of people who meet those qualifications, and typically with a lot of institutions, they'll preferentially choose. But with DEI initiatives, you'll hire somebody who's just as qualified as the straight white guy, only you're going to end up giving an opportunity for somebody who is black or Asian or gay or lesbian or trans. And then you're going to give people from these communities a chance to be in a position that they would be qualified for, and they should have, historically been hired, but haven't gotten that opportunity because of racism. DEI policy. An example of DEI not going well would probably be the Star Wars movies or TV shows. So the main character in the new Star Wars films, that white chick, I don't even know her name. No real fucking character, no character growth. She's just good at everything, whatever. Doesn't go through some huge character arc. Literally, the first time she picks up a lightsaber, she's able to defeat a trained Sith Jedi with zero training. Like, that's an example of DEI, where people who don't really know anything about good writing, just because she's a woman and they don't even write a good story for her, that's kind of an example of DEI being stupid. And I mean, nobody really complained about this before because it was never a problem. Like James Cameron, when he made Aliens, the Alien sequel, well, and even the first movie, James Cameron wasn't directing that. Like, the main character was Ripley. Kind of strong, interesting lead, and she was able to, you know, kind of be tough, be intelligent. She had grit, and especially with the second movie, like she just clearly had like a lot more bravery and charisma than, you know, some of these space marines or colonial marines. So no main character, because people would, you know, hire somebody like Sigourney Weaver for these leads who belonged there, and they'd write good stories for them.
Main theater in the war. How do I know what the main theater is? That's where most of the people fighting are. That's the main front, main theater. Russians fought between 2/3 and 3/4 of the Nazi army always. That makes the Eastern Front the main theater. So you all think, Pearl, that and if the Russians hadn't been doing Bagration, this big operation that coincides with Normandy, no way would we ever have gotten on to the continent, and that's in 1944. So cutting Lend-Lease aid, insane. But you're eliminating the problem of fascism until people have forgotten what fascism meant, but you're left with the problem of communism.
But by that same logic, look, the main theater in the Pacific War was in China, where most of the fighting was happening. Our Lend-Lease aid to Chiang Kai-shek was 1 to 2% of what we were sending to Stalin. In today's dollars, we send Stalin $1 trillion worth of aid. To Chiang Kai-shek and help us with the Japanese, maybe we would still be in power. We wouldn't have to fight as much.
We couldn't get it in. It's because if you want to deliver Lend-Lease aid, this is a problem in World War I. It's why did Russia fall?
Yeah, it's because they couldn't. There was issues with delivering aid. They could only like airdrop in supplies.
World War I. Why would you ever let that happen? There's no way to get the aid in because Russia hadn't built its Murmansk Railway, which goes way up north, and it hasn't completed this Trans-Siberian Railway. Doesn't do those things until Murmansk is early into 1917, and the Trans-Siberian is 1916. That's like right before the Tsar falls. And so couldn't aid Russia in World War I. It falls for lack of arms. And then the blockade. The Japanese had covered all that, and they owned all the railway systems. So the only way we could get stuff in is we're flying over the hump, the Himalayas. Okay, so you're going to fly in aviation fuel plus the airplanes, and then you're going to try to bomb Japan from China. Imagine flying in aviation fuel. It's like a non-starter. And I think the best argument you can make is on that is that rather than getting Chiang Kai-shek to do the Burma campaign, 43, 44, and he was dead against it, is let him keep all that equipment, whatever you got over the hump, instead of sending it over to Burma, which is strategically irrelevant, turns out, in this war. China, because the United States is cutting off so much of their maritime stuff. They want to be able to have railways all the way through central China. Anyway, Chiang Kai-shek gets wrecked in that. Maybe if more of the equipment had been available to him, maybe he would have been in better shape to then put on a better showing in the Civil War. Also, not look to the Chinese people as like a serial loser. And it's not his fault. It's because he's an unindustrialized country trying to deal with the Japanese, whom we found very difficult to fight. So why?
It wouldn't surprise me if anti-SJWs would call Aliens or Terminator. I don't know, though. I don't have a what-if machine. Like, I'm assuming the reason they don't talk about those movies is because there's nothing to talk about. It's just not woke. They just wrote, you know, good characters, right? So I don't know if they have the intellectual honesty to in a movie or something that doesn't automatically make it woke. The movies that they do complain about, they generally have like a point. Like, you know, the new Star Wars films and the new Star Wars series they have on Disney Plus and shit. They kind of have a point. The anti-SJW stuff when it comes to video games great example. Like, that was fucking crazy. Especially the quartering. Like, I think the quartering tries to act as though he's a bigger nerd than he really is. Like, he posted something about, like, since when was Ellie lesbian? You know, when The Last of Us 2 came out. Like, did you not play the fucking DLC for The Last of Us Part 1? So that was news to him, apparently. He said they made Batman a woman. He literally didn't know Batman he didn't know Batgirl existed. He literally heard of Batgirl and assumed they literally gender swapped Batman. So a lot of these people who complain about this woke DEI shit in movies, they don't actually have any interest in the source material. Terminator 2 were to be released today, whether they'd call it woke or not, and all they're doing is complaining about a woman being in a movie. I know with the last Terminator film that came out, a lot of people were complaining about that chick being the, human being that was sent back to protect that Mexican girl who ended up becoming the new John Connor. Again, anything the savior of mankind all of a sudden. That was kind of like, yeah, that sounds like woke DI shit, but if you actually watch the movie, the white girl who got sent back in time to protect the new John Connor character, she was actually cool. Hey, Gum Gum.
I remember lots of people made fun of this scene with the Emperor. Here is where Luke called it
I'm going
goofy.
to...
You can't. He must stand trial.
He has control of the Senate and the courts. He's too dangerous to be left alive.
I'm too weak. Oh, don't kill me, please. It's not the Jedi way. He must live. Please don't. I need him. Please don't. No.
Yeah, that was stupid. Also, here's where Luke called it goofy.
Mark Hamill, you had the granddaddy. You had, one of the biggest secrets in cinema history.
Right.
The Darth Vader.
Yeah.
And,
well, the contrast was when we did Star Wars, nobody cared. I read it and I gave it to my friend to read. I said that this is the goofiest thing I've ever read. And then he called and he said, "You're right, it is goofy. Can I give it to Meredith?" I said, "Sure." I passed it all around. Nobody cared.
Well, a film like that had never really been made before, so he's not really... And he's also talking about the original script.
The attempt on my life has left me scarred and deformed. But I assure you, my resolve has never been...
Yeah, Donald Trump. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
Why wouldn't he find them difficult?
But we kept Lend-Lease going even after Berlin had fallen, and Stalin used that aid in order to, even after the first atomic bomb is dropped, only then does Stalin break the non-aggression pact with Japan and invade Manchuria. So he basically had no moral right to Manchuria. It was the Chinese who had been doing all the fighting, and he gets Manchuria.
Yeah.
Should have stopped the Lend-Lease by then, right? Just like make sure.
I think we stopped it very rapidly at the end of the war. So yeah, the British were appalled how rapidly the Lend-Lease aid stopped because they desperately needed it because they'd been wrecked by the war. So yeah, we did. Supporting Russia until that happens.
Can I try another idea on you?
Yeah.
So it seems like one of the big achievements of modernity is that we get countries to stop caring about history. The idea is like, look, if you hear people talk about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict on both sides, they'll go back like 3,000 years about who has rights. On the Tucker Carlson interview, Putin was talking about things that happened in like
Saleslo me kasif dar vegan. Dozli tajavos dar zardon, targaya vinaya. Dober v dober ham vatan, tanarai he azadi, rishkande neslam azhat. Ajib ke pedarash as das dardan in Javandignakad.
I don't speak Spanish, but thanks for the donation, Mandalam.
500 BC. And then so the big achievement is just like, look, the past is the past. Whatever the borders are right now, we're going to enforce those. We don't care who like claims to have rights to it because of what happened in 1700s or something.
That is modern international law. And I don't know when, you'd have to be a lawyer, it's probably a lawyer who actually knows of when you decide modern international law begins. But certainly by the time you're getting through world wars, we're in modern international law. And that's the problem. Union, and then afterwards what Ukraine's borders were, and they're violating all of that. Well, have fun with it because the Chinese can play that game in reverse on Siberia, and we'll see how happily that one ends. But I think there is a realization that these disputes go back forever, and it's like musical chairs. We're now freezing. Whatever chair you're in, that's it, and that's modern international law. And it turns out that those countries that focus on territory of ripping it off from someone else, or it's negative sum. You're going to fight over it. You're going to destroy it in the process. Whatever. And the Europeans are a great example to us all of just call it a day. Luxembourg or whatever it is, and what a hassle. You want to offload their crazy domestic problems anyway and just run your transactions. This is the miracle of the rules-based order. It is the only way to have a rapid compounded growth. You go, well, how's it possible that China had this rapid growth for a while and their dictatorship? How'd that work? It's because they had the growth when they cooperated with the international order. Got from his side of the family are my 3 older brothers, and there's me and my mom felt that some names from her family ought to be dumped on me, and so since
why is that?
I don't know the answer, but I know years ago when it came out, but I didn't, so I finally read it. And if you read that, look at the level of cruelty. It's mind-blowing. It isn't simply that the prisoners are mean to each other, or that the prison guards are mean to the prisoners, or the guards are mean to each other. All that's true. And it's not simply that the civilians outside of the gulag are mean to everybody. It's family members who are mean to people who are in the gulag. The neighbors are mean to the family members who have anyone who's in the gulag. And you start looking and going, who's not being mean in this place? They're all being mean. And then you look at the then I haven't got the list of all the words, but then I was reading a lot of Russian stuff last week. Coercion in Russia. In English, strength doesn't mean coercion. It just means having power, right? But in Russian, it also means coercion. Or détente, it comes from the French, which means a relaxation of pressure. The Russian word, what it means is unloading a gun. So if you look at their language, it's so coercive. And I think probably if you're living in a really dangerous piece of real estate, which they are, no defensible boundaries, so you're always fighting people, and their answer to surviving that is to be meaner than anybody else. And they just do scorched earth. You mess with them, they kill everybody, and they just don't care. And okay, you want to? We have the modern world now, where we can deal with each other with international law. So none of that stuff is. Right? They don't allow any of them to retreat. They've got the execution battalions behind them. So any kid who turns around, they're immediately murdered by their compatriots. Who treats their own people like this? Russians do, but other people don't.
I mean, Sorensen talks in that part about this is the direct result of the communist regime's policy, where if there's somebody's an orphan because their parents went to the gulags, if you try to help the orphan, you must be a sympathizer for the criminals, and therefore you must also be sent to the gulags. And so like you have these orphans running around whose like parents
actually, the orphans, a lot of them were put into orphanages, and then they wound up being.
Trust and this threat of, getting sent to a gulag or getting tortured or murdered by the state. Everyone ends up being suspicious of one another, and they created the system where everyone reports on each other, everyone tries to scam and fuck each other over so they're not fucked over. So, and just due to communism and it creating insane poverty, it ends up creating like massive corruption where the only way to do anything that's everyone just becomes a fucking asshole.
Set up to join the KGB and other places. So they probably some of the execution battalion people. I don't know the details, but there's some of that going on. And the cruelty in Russia was remarked by Europeans who were traveling there in the, 17th century. So it goes back a long time. about the level of cruelty. Peter the Great back in the day, he tortured his son to death. Who does that? He didn't have a replacement son either. So,
unlike Stalin, right? A final question: this new project you're doing on the Cold War, is it going to be a book? Is it going to how will it come out?
Slowly. 1917. It will end in 19.
Okay, I am very tired, and so is Gum Gum. We're gonna go head to bed. Isn't that right, Gum Gum? Oh, I love my little kitty. You are so handsome. He has the biggest kitty paws. Oh my god, I love touching his kitty paws. Oh, god damn. His kitty paws are so soft and warm. Kitty, oh my goodness. Oh, I love you. But hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. I'll be on tomorrow. Saturday, there's going to be a UFC fight, so I'm probably going to do an early stream and end stream early so that I can catch the UFC fight. But thanks, everybody. Appreciate it, and I'll see you all tomorrow.